We couldn't help but notice how many people enjoy drifting off to sleep while listening to our essays. So, we've crafted another thoughtful piece, designed to gently guide you into a peaceful night's rest. The fool's nature is complex, and different writers have described it in various ways, sometimes as a dim-witted person, inarticulate, incapable of complying with typical social standards, and sometimes as a soul who retains an instinctive purity and innocence of heart. The term fool originates from the Latin follis, referring to a pair of bellows blowing empty air. When applied to a person, it implies a vacant mind or lightweight thoughts. Yet bellows also deliver the oxygen needed for combustion. In much the same way, the fool has a special knack for igniting our spirits. In 1511, Erasmus of Rotterdam released the highly influential In Praise of Folly, a brilliant and incisive exploration of the fool in Western literature. In this work, Folly introduces herself, and, since nobody praises her, she begins by showering praise upon herself, claiming that life would be unbearably dull without her presence. She lampoons everyone, prompting Erasmus's friends to warn him about risking conflict with church authorities. Even so, religious figures found it entertaining. Friendship and marriage both contain a touch of foolishness, as we often forgive each other's flaws and dismiss them as minor failings compared to everyone else's mistakes. Intellectuals can also appear foolish in their obsessive chase for knowledge, devoting endless hours to libraries and research, believing they're doing invaluable work, only for a small circle of peers, a century later, to admire their books. Folly compares philosophers to theatre critics who ruin the illusion on stage by exposing the actors' genuine identities. They are dull, vexing presences. Philosophers fail to appreciate how comforting illusions can be, even if they distort the truth. By contrast, the fool appears far more free and joyful, unencumbered by overly sober insight. Fools liven up the crowd, and, interestingly, they're always truth-tellers, because they lack the cunning required to lie or manipulate. Nothing else brings more delight into life than the mirth that accompanies play and laughter. Folly, Erasmus suggests, isn't just universal. It's necessary and even beneficial. Being human inevitably means embodying some degree of foolishness, and recognizing this is the height of true wisdom. The fool conjures a longing for a simpler existence and a form of wisdom that springs more from the heart than the mind. Occasionally, the straightforward and guileless manage to pierce deeper truths than those burdened by strict convention and learned formulas. Sometimes we find more value in plain folk sayings than in a formal treatise. Fyodor Dostoevsky remarks, "The wisest of all, in my opinion, is he who can, at least once a month, consider himself a fool, an ability hardly known nowadays." In literature, characters often disguise their sharp intellect with lunacy, just as the insane may deliver profound insights. The wise fool is a contradictory notion that denotes a character labeled foolish, but gifted with genuine wisdom. Wise individuals are sometimes labeled insane by others who want to stifle unwelcome truths or punish them for their frankness. One emblem of this archetypal wise fool is Socrates. Through the Socratic method, he unmasked the folly of those claiming to be wise, asserting that his wisdom stemmed from acknowledging his ignorance, realizing one's ignorance is itself a form of knowledge. Shakespeare famously wrote, "The fool doth think he is wise, but the wise man knows himself to be a fool." There are essentially two ways to be fooled: accepting what isn't true, or denying what is. When a difficult truth must be spoken, and those in power cower before it, the fool steps up. There's something undeniably heroic in that. A fool who speaks a taboo truth offers instant relief since people sense the words must be heard. Broadly, there are two categories of fools: the natural fool, who lacks social awareness and blurts out the truth without realizing the norms he's breaking, and the professional fool, who cleverly packages harsh truths in humor and wit. One of these archetypes follows his heart, the other his mind. The greatest fools are sometimes shrewder than those who mock them. The fool never fears speaking the truth. The fool's hidden secret is that he's not truly a fool at all. As William Blake succinctly put it, if the fool would persist in his folly, he would become wise. The fool, clown, and trickster resemble one another in many ways. They provoke laughter, prompting a rush of comic release. Yet there is a tension: foolishness and non-foolishness, order and chaos.
Wonder why I spend each lonely night dreaming of a song. That melody haunts my reverie, and I am once again with you. When our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration.
What initially seems like a humorous prank might turn into a sober warning. Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard tells a parable of a theatre catching fire backstage, where the clown tries repeatedly to alert the audience. They applaud him, thinking it's part of the show. The more he insists, the more they cheer. Kierkegaard goes on to suggest this is how the world may end, to universal applause from those who think it's just another act. This illustrates how professional fools can unmask truths about our trajectory, though their message often goes unheeded. Ironically, many clowns emerge from personal tragedy. The paradox linking comedy with anxiety or depression is called the sad clown paradox. Comedy can be a defense, diffusing pent-up rage or aggression. While people may laugh, they simultaneously feel sympathy or even revulsion, leading to conflicted emotional reactions. Some individuals suffer from coulrophobia, an overwhelming fear of clowns. In modern times, clowns have become routine villains in stories and films, perhaps because they're under pressure to be comedic all the time. The clown surrenders his comfort, forced to wear a painted mask and replay the same routine. This can fragment his psyche, giving rise to his shadow self. The malevolent clown archetype is famously portrayed by the Joker, a pop culture emblem of villainy. Medieval drama sometimes saw clowns not just entertaining the crowd, but also hauling spectators off into a hellmouth, a monstrous gateway to hell, frightening viewers in the process. They balance their light-hearted side with a darker edge. While the fool and the trickster share similarities, there are also distinctions. Overall, the fool is typically innocent and sweet-natured, incapable of harming anyone. The trickster, however, delights in deception, orchestrates ruses, and laughs at those who fall for them. Tricksters secretly relish the suffering or embarrassment of others. This is the German notion of Schadenfreude, or harm joy. A trickster might pretend empathy after someone fails, secretly savoring their humiliation. He snaps at any chance to trick another. The fool, in contrast, aims to laugh with rather than at people, or even to laugh at himself. Self-deprecating humor can break the ice, peeling away both one's facade and that of others, allowing genuine interaction to unfold. Although the fool enjoys entertaining and can be the target of jokes, the trickster's main motive is his amusement, often at someone else's expense. Yet the fool can hold on to hopefulness even in bleak scenarios, offering reassurance. When tension hangs thick in the air, the individual who is hurting might crack a joke, even at their own cost, to bring release not only for themselves, but for everyone else. The fool's humor is right out in the open. On the other hand, the trickster's motives are hazier. He pretends to be foolish, setting a trap for the unsuspecting. In medieval courts, jesters amused the aristocracy through music, storytelling, satire, comedy, and even feats like juggling and acrobatics. It was believed that keeping a fool around helped repel the evil eye. From a psychological perspective, this is no mere relic of superstition. It symbolizes a lasting truth. We do well to keep the fool close at hand, where we can watch him. that mischievous side of us can bring fresh perspectives and renewed vitality. Without the fool's impish humour, our inner world might grow barren. During the Middle Ages, the Feast of Fools erupted on New Year's Day among the lower clergy. For a short time, all social codes were abandoned, daily hierarchies flipped upside down, sacred rituals were shockingly parodied, clergymen were ridiculed, and the powerless could finally vent hidden anger, lust, and rebellion. Unsurprisingly, the church soon shut down these wild events. Yet in royal courts, fools enjoyed extraordinary freedom sanctioned by the monarch himself. They stood both within and outside the circle of power, able to poke fun at the very sovereign who employed them, strictly in jest, of course. Anyone bold enough to undermine accepted norms is deemed a fool by the timid, who'd never risk looking ridiculous. To advertise his unique privileges, the fool wore an imitation of the king's regalia, the fool's cap, with bells, and a mock scepter called a bauble. Often featuring a miniature head, the bauble could say things the jester might prefer not to speak himself. Because of their close position to the ruler, jesters could speak freely, unafraid of backlash, though a few did take it too far and met the executioner's blade. Fools uphold values the collective discards because they clash with social codes. Branded incompetent and rebellious, they're shunned as outcasts. But such an outsider figure is vital for cultural evolution, as they rattle foundations and challenge complacent assumptions. In many historical courts, fools suffered physical deformities, originally seen as burdens upon poor families. Nobles turned these individuals into natural fools, purely for entertainment. The deformity was sometimes viewed as a divine mark, so dwarfs, hunchbacks, and similarly different folk served as court fools. Dwarfs in particular were highly prized and often sent as exotic gifts among royalty. Placing a dwarf by the king visually inflated his majesty. Yet despite their external differences, these individuals often held an uncommon depth of character. Their very isolation forced them to cultivate internal resources. In Shakespeare's tragedy, King Lear, the bond between the king and his fool is tinged with loyalty and need. The lonely king habitually asks for his fool's whereabouts and has him trail behind as a constant companion, almost like a second self. Fools upend hierarchies, living in a contradictory sphere where they are effectively outlaws, yet rely completely on the very society that supports them. Shakespeare's fools, resembling historical jesters, wield their wit to best their so-called superiors, albeit dramatized for the stage. The Parciful legend from Arthurian lore showcases the path of a boy who must mature into a man. Named Parciful, or young fool, he grows up in seclusion with his mother. When he sees knights for the first time, he's entranced, abandons his home, and begins a quest full of tests to transform him into a knight. Meanwhile, the Fisher King of the Grail Castle suffers from a wound so grim it keeps him alive, yet sterile, causing his domain to wither. This wound is akin to the pain an adolescent feels transitioning from childhood innocence to more painful self-awareness. Each youth endures such a Fisher King wound, a forced step from carefree bliss into the weightiness of knowledge. Nightly, the Holy Grail is paraded through the castle, bestowing each observer's deepest wish through its wine. Yet the Fisher King left out languishes in misery. Our capacity can be similarly blocked by profound wounds, so close to wonder, yet unable to partake of it. A jester's prophecy foretold that only an innocent fool's question could heal the Fisher King. One day, Parciful encounters a lone fisherman on a lake. It is the king himself who directs him to the Grail Castle. That evening the king groans in agony, but Parciful, taught by his mother not to ask prying questions, keeps silent. When dawn comes, the castle has vanished. Parciful will spend 2 painful decades searching for it again. In the earliest telling, this is the end of the tale. We all bear this invisible inner castle, unseen unless we can shift our perception. Later retellings have Parciful returning, finally asking, whom does the Grail serve? And thus healing the king, and restoring fertility to the land. The Grail symbolizes our own life's meaning, and serving that higher self is its purpose. Psychologist Robert A. Johnson suggests a man must let the fool within treat his Fisher King wound. In Don Quixote, Miguel de Cervantes' seminal novel, a Spanish nobleman is driven mad by an obsession with tales of chivalry. Calling himself Don Quixote, he roams with an aging horse, hoping to protect the powerless and vanquish evil, only to cause more harm than good. He dedicates these deeds to a simple peasant woman, whom he envisions as an exalted princess, though she never appears. The term Quixotic indicates a person with outlandish fantasies who chases impractical or romantic dreams. One iconic scene sees Don Quixote attacking windmills, mistaking them for towering giants, giving rise to the phrase tilting at windmills, meaning to confront imaginary adversaries. His grounded companion, Sancho Panza, tempted by promises of fortune, tags along on a donkey. Sancho's realism contrasts sharply with Don Quixote's idealism. Despite his delusions, Don Quixote is at times both articulate and perceptive, provided he avoids discussing knightly valor. It's a sobering reminder that even the sharpest minds can be swallowed by foolishness. As the story concludes, he regains sanity on his deathbed, despairing at the thought that his life was a silly fantasy. People now declare that he was a knight, ironically calling his sanity into question. Once his sustaining illusions vanish, he dies of too much reality. This raises the quandary: is it better to face the harsh truth and be wretched, or dwell happily in a fool's paradise? Dostoevsky explores this tension in The Idiot, painting a protagonist who is both saintly and naive, plunged into a corrupt society. Prince Mishkin, fresh from a Swiss clinic for epilepsy and idiocy, returns to Russia. His innocence and honesty collide with a world dripping in avarice, manipulation, and selfishness. He speaks, bearing his heart openly, and people dismiss him as an idiot, though he demonstrates profound spiritual insights. In contrast is Ippolit, a dying nihilist and atheist who rails against humanity, nature, and God, claiming, "It is better to be unhappy and know the worst than to be happy in a fool's paradise." Mishkin can't comprehend choosing unhappiness. Rather than philosophize, he spends time with sinners, guiding them with empathy. Redemption emerges as a central motif, a process of saving the spirit from sin through humility and mercy. Dostoevsky frames this in the novel's renowned phrase, "Beauty will save the world." We often encounter fairy tales with three brothers, where the youngest is the village simpleton. Naturally, he ends up the heroic figure. This rashly brave fool goes where cautious souls will not, thereby winning the princess and half the kingdom. The fool combines common sense, a hint of madness, and pure folly to work small miracles, unless he leans too far toward foolishness, in which case disaster awaits. One of Russia's most famous folk heroes is Ivan the Fool. Leo Tolstoy's short story named after him draws on this character. Ivan is the family's youngest peasant son, exploited by others because he's naive, kind, and quick to forgive, even when it costs him. His brothers chase money and military glory, while Ivan, living simply, tends to his father and mute sister, farming and caring for the homestead. When his siblings run short of funds, they demand their inheritance. Their father objects, but Ivan consents anyway. The old devil, annoyed by the brothers' harmony, dispatches little devils to sow strife. The devils succeed in stirring the two brothers, but when they plague Ivan, his innocence and perseverance overcome every challenge. The three devils keep failing, and, cornered by Ivan, each begs for mercy. He casually says, "God bless you," causing them to vanish. Granted magical boons in return for sparing their lives, Ivan conjures gold from leaves and armies out of straw, which he gives away generously. Even the old devil is bested in the end. Though Ivan is immersed in folklore and fantasy, while his brothers rely on practical reasoning, Ivan marries the Tsar's daughter. The one who possesses nothing attains everything, and the fool emerges triumphant. In tarot, the fool is often depicted as a carefree traveller, clutching a white rose of purity and innocence, his worldly belongings in a tiny sack. Cheerfully gazing upward, he imagines all the thrilling possibilities before him. Meanwhile, a faithful dog yaps at his heels, trying to warn him about the cliff's edge. Tarot's beginnings trace to 15th century Italian playing cards, trionfi, used in elaborate festivals, later called tarocchi, derived from taroche, meaning foolishness. Accordingly, the tarot can be thought of as the fool's journey. By the 18th century, these cards entered occult practice, with mystics naming them arcana. Of the 78 cards, the first 22 are major arcana, culminating in the world, symbolized by a large laurel wreath. There the fool at last becomes the cosmic dancer and the anima mundi, or world soul. Yet as the journey completes, it begins all over again, a lifelong loop. The fool is both the starting point and the finale. He embodies the hero who leaps away from comfort into uncharted territory. Much like the monomythic hero's journey, he ventures into an unknown realm, battles the dragon of his deepest fear, and obtains the elusive treasure. Symbolically, it's a spiritual or psychological death and rebirth, forging a more capable self. Returning home, he offers this new wisdom or gift, healing, love, or hard-earned experience to others. The fool is an eternal wanderer, spirited and deathless, occupying the highest rank among the tarot trumps because he is always in process. He sparks the entire saga, what Jung described as individuation, the road to wholeness. Tarot images can be used in a Jungian approach called amplification, which boosts the symbolic volume of dreams or visions by referencing myth, religion, alchemy, fairy tales, and art. Appropriately, the fool's number is 0, and 0's power lives in its circular shape, an emblem of infinity. The Egyptian Ouroboros, a snake devouring its tail, stands for perpetual return, the timeless unity of all things. One is all, and all is one. Sages often say, God is an infinite sphere whose center is everywhere, circumference nowhere. The circle with a dot at its center is the universal sign for the sun, the source of life and energy, and represents the cosmic egg from which all creation flows. It is paradise, a blissful state before consciousness dawns. Once upon a time, we lived in this unity, and we yearned for it still, as evidenced by our nostalgia for childhood. Jung denotes the dot as the ego, or conscious mind, and the encompassing circle as the self, the core of our entire psyche, both conscious and unconscious. He writes, "I do not create myself, I happen to myself." Over centuries, the fool evolved through myriad artistic renderings. Today's modern Joker in standard card decks springs from this archetype, once displayed as beggar, madman, or fool. The Visconti Sforza tarot from the 15th century, among the oldest we have, depicts the fool in tattered clothes, shoeless, holding a stick, feathers in his hair, suggesting the wild man. The Solabusca tarot from the same era shows a fool wearing feathers in his headdress while playing a bagpipe. In the German Hofämterspiel, the fool similarly appears barefoot, with a jester's hood ringing with bells. Another deck, the Mantegna Tarocchi, calls him Misery, the beggar, an old man leaning on staff while small animal yanks on his clothing. He's in such harmony with instinct that he doesn't need to watch where he's going. His inner animal guides him. Some antique French cards blindfold him, reinforcing his reliance on insight rather than sight. The Swiss variation had the fool fully dressed in jester garb with a wand, while the Tarot of Marseille, popular in the 17th and 18th centuries, included a jester with torn pants, chased by an animal, or enthralled by a butterfly. Finally, the Rider-Waite Tarot deck from 1909 by Pamela Coleman Smith, under A.E. Waite's guidance, presents the now classic image of the fool teetering on a cliff edge. Psychologically, the fool stands at the threshold of transformation. Nothing commences without that first foolish leap. Inventors and geniuses, as some have noted, are often condemned as fools at the start and sometimes at the end of their careers. The Zen Buddhist notion of shoshin, or beginner's mind, contrasts with the closed-minded expert who thinks he has nothing left to learn. In that open, childlike mind, countless possibilities thrive, far beyond the narrow confines of perceived mastery. This openness paves the way for silence, a quietness in which the numinous can be heard. If we can't bother listening to a neighbour, we certainly won't detect the subtler voice of silence. Though the senses have enormous potential, we rarely refine them. Jung once claimed, "The soul demands your folly, not your wisdom." Embarking on a journey of self-discovery is traditionally seen as silly. We're expected to progress linearly, school, career, marriage, and so forth. Anyone who breaks this pattern is quickly labelled a fool, destined for nothing but failure. Often, the biggest hurdle is the very first step. The ancient Chinese saying rings true, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." The fool pictures the thrilling escapades that lie ahead, unconcerned by the possibility of mistakes, while overthinking fosters fear and stasis. The fool's impulsive optimism spurs action. We tend to be terrified of the unknown, dreading imagined catastrophes so much that we'd prefer familiar failures, forfeiting success. This obsessive worrying leads to more suffering in our minds than in reality. Ironically, failure can open unforeseen doors to outcomes we never conceived. The alchemist insisted, "Where you least want to look, there lies what you seek." The fool dives in head first, naive to the hazards that might otherwise paralyze him. He remains present, acknowledging reality as it unfolds, never shying away from new vistas. Even when he stumbles repeatedly, he continues onward. No truly remarkable person has escaped making mistakes. In the end, it's the journey itself that shapes us, not the ultimate destination. T.S. Eliot wrote, "We shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time." But the fool can overdo it, failing to pause for reflection and inadvertently plunging off the cliff's edge. He stands precariously between hope and recklessness. We have that internal guardrail that might scream, "Don't do that, you'll humiliate yourself. That's a silly question, everyone will mock you." Yet this same voice can morph into the fool's dark side, shackling us to conformity and timid acceptance, snuffing out our true longings. If we allow the fool within us to remain unconscious, it sparks envy, shame, and other maladies. In the progression toward individuation, the fool both motivates and resists. He's linked to the archetype of eternal youth, the child in us that survives adulthood. That youthful spark can feed creativity and vibrancy, or, if unbalanced, confine us in perpetual adolescent fantasies, making life feel like a prison. Tightly related is the child archetype. Children, less stifled by a polished persona, obey their impulses more than societal demands, the Freudian superego. Meanwhile, the madman has partly escaped the rational world. Both child and madman are liberated, to some degree, from life's constant pressures, the endless barrage of sensory input that overwhelms the rest of us. The fool carries a light heart, a buoyant optimism, and doesn't take life too seriously. Nietzsche once said that maturity means rediscovering the seriousness one had as a child at play. Jungian analyst Marie-Louise von Franz likens the fool to Jung's inferior function, the least developed side of our psyche among the four core functions: thinking, feeling, intuition, and sensation. Yet the fool signifies more than mere inferior function. He's a deeply religious figure in myth, retaining something of primordial completeness. Von Franz noted that when a fourth figure appears in a group of four mythic characters, that one is frequently the fool. He's both the part of us we belittle for being unadapted and silly, and the vital link to our unconscious wholeness, containing the hidden key to deeper integration. Standing at the boundary between our mundane reality and the realm of imagination, he leads us to a wellspring of renewal. Our inferior function can mend the Fisher King wound. The holy fool dares to stand firm in truth and love, however much ridicule or rejection it brings. He exhibits an unbreakable integrity, abiding in authenticity regardless of how others react, defying conformity out of pure courage. He doesn't judge or measure people by ordinary values and is wholly present to the person in front of him. Because he cannot be halted, he poses a serious challenge to the powers that be. Everyone is beloved by God, so each has the potential to flourish in spirit. Fools for Christ's sake is a phrase from St. Paul, who declares that God has turned worldly wisdom into foolishness. In the eyes of some, the proud wise are revealed as actual fools. Practicing foolishness for Christ can entail renouncing earthly riches for a spiritual life, even at the cost of humiliation or scorn. The fool is a forerunner of the Saviour. Let no man deceive himself. If any man among you seemeth to be wise in this world, let him become a fool, that he may be wise. When you hear the word fool, you might think of a court jester dressed in bright, mismatched clothes, bells jingling on the tip of their hat, prancing around the king's court, making everyone laugh. Or maybe you picture the classic clown at a birthday party, juggling plates and dropping them left and right. In modern slang, calling someone a fool can be a casual insult, like saying they're clueless or that they've made a silly mistake. But the concept of the fool in psychology and philosophy goes far deeper than just clowning around or being the butt of jokes. The fool often embodies paradox, bridging the gap between chaos and wisdom, ignorance and insight, sincerity and pretension. So let's dive into the psychology of the fool, explore its philosophical roots, and see how it all applies to our everyday lives. A brief historical peek at the fool. The medieval court jester. Historically, the fool, or jester, had an interesting position in medieval courts. While everyone else had to carefully watch their tongue in front of powerful kings, queens, and nobles, the fool was granted a special kind of freedom. They could mock the king to his face, point out hypocrisy in the court, and poke fun at political issues that nobody else dared to mention. Why? Because it was all done in jest, or at least that was the official story. The fool's job was to entertain, but hidden within their jokes was often a sliver of truth, sometimes a big chunk of it. They could say the unsayable because their role was, in a sense, to be the official truth-teller, albeit disguised in foolishness. It's ironic, right? The one person who's considered the least serious has the most freedom to speak without consequences. Scholars have pointed out that medieval jesters were closer to satirists or stand-up comedians in modern times, using humour to shine a light on inconsistencies and corruption. Thus, while the jester outwardly displays silliness, internally, there's often a sharp awareness of human nature and social politics. Shakespeare's fools. It's hard to talk about fools without mentioning William Shakespeare. Characters like the fool in King Lear or Touchstone in As You Like It are pivotal, because while they appear comical, they serve as the emotional or moral compass of the play. Shakespeare's fools are wise observers who comment on the action of the play, often speaking in riddles or witty puns. They make the audience laugh, but behind that laughter is the sting of truth. Shakespeare harnessed the archetype of the fool to underscore that sometimes wisdom comes in unexpected, unconventional forms. Jungian perspectives. Carl Jung spoke of archetypes, universal, symbolic figures that appear across different cultures in myths, dreams, and art. While the trickster is a more formally identified Jungian archetype than the fool, there's a lot of overlap. Tricksters, or fools, often challenge norms, invert social rules, and reveal hidden truths. They do so through pranks, jokes, or unpredictable behavior. Where the magician might carefully harness the energy, the fool might just stumble into it, ironically discovering something groundbreaking in the process. In Jungian psychology, the trickster, or fool, could reflect our unconscious desire to break free from rigid structures or moral codes that limit our growth. Sometimes We need a little folly, within reason, to disrupt staleness and bring creativity into our lives. Jung believed that confronting the trickster within us, acknowledging those playful, chaotic impulses, can lead to greater individuation, the process of integrating all aspects of our personality into a balanced whole. The Fool and the Shadow Self. Another interesting angle in depth psychology is the fool's potential to represent aspects of our shadow self. The shadow, according to Jung, is the part of us we're unaware of, or that we repress because it doesn't align with our conscious self-image. Sometimes we see traits we dislike in others more easily than in ourselves. We call them foolish, immature, or irresponsible. Perhaps we are, deep down, envious of their freedom, or feel we'd like to be a bit more spontaneous ourselves. In that sense, calling someone else a fool might be a way of distancing ourselves from our own foolishness. Yet, ironically, we all contain a bit of the fool within us, the part that might let loose at a party, or the part that daydreams about running away from responsibilities and traveling the world with no set destination. Cognitive psychology. The Dunning-Kruger effect. Switching gears to more modern psychological research, let's bring up the Dunning-Kruger effect. While it isn't specifically about the fool archetype, it often manifests as a form of unrecognized foolishness. According to this effect, individuals who are incompetent at a task often overestimate their skill level. In other words, if you don't know what you don't know, you might think you know everything. Sound familiar? Perhaps you've had that co-worker who insists they're an expert in something, yet makes constant mistakes, and everyone but them seems aware of it. Though the Dunning-Kruger effect might seem purely negative, it underscores an important point about foolishness. It often comes from a place of ignorance, not necessarily from malice. People are often not out to trick you. They genuinely believe they're right, simply because they're blinded by their lack of knowledge. It's a psychological phenomenon that helps explain why some forms of folly aren't about comedic roles or wise jesters, but are about actual misunderstanding and overconfidence. Socratic wisdom and the unwise fool. Socrates famously declared that he knew nothing, and that made him the wisest man. This is paradoxical but deeply philosophical. Realizing how little we truly know is a form of wisdom. How does that tie into the fool? Often the fool is seen as ignorant or naive, but ironically acknowledging your ignorance can be a kind of superpower. The medieval fool or Shakespearean jester was free precisely because they didn't claim to be all-knowing. They asked bold questions, made outrageous remarks, and in doing so, revealed deeper truths. From a Socratic standpoint, perhaps the fool is foolish, because they're not adhering to the social script of, I know this, or I'm an expert in that. Instead, they blurt out the obvious questions everyone else is too proud or polite to ask. They might appear silly, but in a twisted way, they're the ones calling out the elephant in the room. Why are we doing this if it's not working? Or, the emperor has no clothes, is the famous fable that captures this idea. Erasmus in Praise of Folly. Ever read In Praise of Folly by Desiderius Erasmus? It's a satirical essay from the Renaissance era that personifies folly, or Stultitia herself, letting her speak about how the world is run by foolishness. Erasmus uses humour and irony to show how even powerful people are often governed by whims, vices, and short-sightedness. In a sense, folly is a goddess who stands up and says, "Hey, everything you're doing is silly and you don't even realise it." Like the jester, folly has the license to speak uncomfortable truths because she's just folly, right? This ties into the broader philosophical question. How much of what we take for absolute truth and importance is just an elaborate game, a social construct, or a mental habit that doesn't hold up to scrutiny? By praising folly, Erasmus is gently mocking humanity's tendency to take ourselves so seriously. Could it be that a dash of foolishness is essential for joy, love, and genuine human connection? Nietzsche and the child spirit. Friedrich Nietzsche wrote about the three metamorphoses of the spirit: the camel, the lion, and finally the child. The child is a symbol of creativity, rebirth, and the ability to see the world anew. One could argue that the child, in Nietzsche's allegory, has a bit of the fool in them, innocent, open, unburdened by cynicism, ready to embrace possibility. Nietzsche suggests that after struggling under the burdens of conformity, the camel, and then rebelling and destroying old values, the lion, the ultimate stage is the child, the one who can say yes to life. Is that child also a fool? In some sense, yes. They're foolish enough to believe in wonder, to trust in new beginnings, and to play around without crippling fear of failure. While fool in everyday language is an insult, in Nietzsche's philosophical sense, it might just point to the uncorrupted spirit that doesn't yet know it's supposed to be serious or sophisticated. The fool in everyday life. The role of humour. Think of how often humour saves us in tense situations. When things get awkward, someone cracks a silly joke and boom, everybody exhales and the tension dissolves. We laugh because we recognise something absurd or contradictory. In many ways, humour is a coping mechanism, a way to handle the seriousness and stress of life. But behind the clownishness might lie a genuine willingness to question everything. For instance, stand-up comedians often say things on stage that many people find embarrassing to admit. They talk about weird bodily functions, awkward family encounters, or political issues. The result is a collective laugh that says, "Yeah, we're all a little messed up. Thanks for pointing that out." So the fool in everyday life can be the friend who always cracks jokes, but also manages to keep everyone grounded. This person might not be taken as seriously as the successful or straight-laced friend, but there's a unique kind of wisdom in humour, and it often reveals contradictions or comedic truths that everyone else overlooks. Learning through mistakes. One of the fool's most recognizable traits is messing up, and doing so spectacularly. Maybe they trip over their own feet, drop a plate of food on someone's lap, or forget something crucial. Yet there's a reason we say, you learn from your mistakes. A lot of psychological research supports the notion that failure is a key component of learning. The difference between a wise person and a fool, in this sense, might be the ability to reflect on those mistakes and grow from them. Being too afraid of looking foolish can paralyze us. It can keep us from trying new things or exploring fresh opportunities. Ironically, permitting ourselves to be a bit foolish can lead to greater creativity and growth. We might try a new hobby and realize we're terrible at it at first, but in the process, we discover something unexpected, or we gain a new perspective on life. Sometimes, you have to be willing to play the fool to learn something worthwhile. Social blunders and self-awareness. If you've ever said something that came out wrong at a party, or you've misunderstood a group's vibe, you might have felt a surge of embarrassment. "Oh no, I've made a fool of myself," is the classic phrase. But feeling like a fool is part of life, and it can boost your self-awareness if you approach it with the right attitude. Instead of beating yourself up, you can think, okay, what happened there? Did I misread social cues? Was I too eager to impress people? In social psychology, there's a phenomenon called the spotlight effect. It suggests that we often overestimate how much people notice our mistakes or flaws. We think the entire room is staring at us, when, in reality, most people are too busy thinking about themselves. Understanding this can help us realize that being foolish from time to time isn't as big a deal as we imagine. A bit of foolishness can make us more relatable and human. Embracing the fool within, a positive spin. Creative expression. Ever notice how creative people often say they felt out of place or foolish early in life because their ideas seemed weird or unconventional? Embracing the fool within can mean permitting yourself to explore your creativity without self-censorship. You might paint something abstract, write a bizarre short story, or take an improv class where you have to do silly things on stage. These acts can be liberating. They free you from the tyranny of the rational, linear mind. They let you tap into parts of your imagination you didn't know existed. Openness and curiosity. The Fool archetype is often associated with openness to experience. If you're too worried about appearing foolish, you might miss out on the joys of spontaneity. Maybe you want to dance in public, sing karaoke, or backpack across a foreign country with no set plan. Doing these things carries the risk of looking naive or silly. But so what? Life is too short to be constantly fretting over how others perceive you. Sometimes, being the fool is the best way to truly live. Learning to laugh at yourself. Self-deprecating humor can be a powerful tool. When you laugh at yourself, you diffuse potential judgment from others while also embracing your imperfections. Rather than letting mistakes define or haunt you, you transform them into shared comedic moments. This doesn't mean you should degrade yourself or have low self-esteem, of course. It's more about lightheartedly acknowledging your humanity. As the phrase goes, "Blessed are the cracked, for they let in the light." By laughing at our cracks, we let in perspective and resilience. Resilience and adaptability. In some way, the fool is deeply adaptable. They stumble, fall, and pop back up again, sometimes with a grin on their face. From a psychological resilience standpoint, being able to roll with the punches is incredibly valuable. If you're too rigid, a single failure or embarrassment can break you. But if you're able to embrace some foolishness, to accept that mistakes and mishaps are part of the journey, you're more likely to handle stress without collapsing. Manipulative foolishness. The trickster can cross the line from beneficial disruption into manipulation. Think of con artists, scammers, or even toxic personalities who use humor or self-deprecation as a way to shield themselves from criticism. They might say offensive things and then claim they were just joking. This manipulative side of the fool weaponizes the protective shield that silliness can sometimes provide. Genuine cognitive limitations. It's also true that some forms of foolishness arise from real cognitive limitations or mental health challenges. Psychological conditions can impair judgment or self-awareness, leading someone to behave foolishly in ways that aren't under their control. It's vital to have empathy in these situations rather than romanticizing or ridiculing. Not all fools have the agency or self-awareness to navigate their foolishness positively. Reconciling foolishness and wisdom. Balance is key. Philosophers from Aristotle onward have praised the concept of the golden mean. Virtue often lies between extremes. On one end, we have hyper-rational seriousness, on the other, wild, reckless folly. Finding a balance might mean incorporating the fool's openness and spontaneity without losing the structure and foresight necessary for day-to-day life. If you're 100% fool all the time, you might lose your job, alienate people, and create chaos. But if you never let the fool out at all, you could become too rigid, missing out on creativity and joy. Embracing paradox. The fool stands at the crossroads of paradox. They can be both wise and ignorant, both liberating and chaotic, both beloved and mocked. Many great insights in philosophy and psychology come from accepting that life is often contradictory. The fool reminds us that we can be simultaneously silly and serious beings. We can hold multiple truths at once, and sometimes the lowest perspective offers the highest wisdom. In an age that celebrates expertise, mastery, and constant self-promotion, embracing the fool might sound counterintuitive. Yet, history, psychology, and philosophy all suggest that there's magic to foolishness. The fool is the one who can question the king without losing their head, the one who sees the world with fresh eyes, and the one who can bounce back from mistakes with a grin. Fools open doors that the rest of us, locked up in seriousness, might never notice. On the one hand, the fool can show us how unwise we truly are when we're puffed up by pride, groupthink, or unexamined assumptions. On the other, the fool can be the wise one who liberates us from our self-imposed limitations. and helps us see the absurdity that underpins so much of life. Sometimes it takes a fool to stand up and shout, "This is nonsense," in a world that politely pretends everything is perfectly logical and under control. Of course, not all foolishness is beneficial, and we should be careful not to romanticize real ignorance or destructive behavior. True wisdom might lie in skillfully wielding our inner fool, balancing spontaneity with responsibility, and retaining the willingness to laugh at ourselves when needed. In philosophical terms, it's about affirming life in all its messiness. In psychological terms, it's about integrating the shadow of silliness, curiosity, and open-mindedness into our sense of self. Ultimately, we're all fools in certain areas, whether we admit it or not. Perhaps the best we can do is to embrace that fact with humility and a twinkle in our eye. After all, from the court jester whispering truths to the king, to the silly friend who breaks the tension at a dinner party, to the spiritual holy fool who sees beyond worldly pretensions, the fool is as essential a character in the drama of human life as the hero, the villain, or the sage. The next time you feel like an idiot for forgetting your keys or sending a text to the wrong person, remember that in stepping off the cliff with innocent wonder, like the fool in the tarot, you're also stepping onto the path of growth and discovery, and that's something worth smiling about. The question of free will has captivated thinkers across millennia. From ancient philosophers debating fate versus freedom to modern neuroscientists examining the brain's electrical activity. It touches the very core of human existence, influencing how we understand morality, justice, love, and meaning itself. This exploration ventures into the heart of this eternal debate, examining the compelling arguments on both sides while weaving together insights from philosophy, science, theology, and game theory to illuminate different facets of this multi-dimensional question. The intuitive foundation. The belief in free will feels as natural as breathing. Every waking moment presents us with choices, from the mundane selection of morning coffee to life-altering decisions about career, relationships, and values. The phenomenology of choice, the subjective experience of deliberation, weighing options, and selecting among alternatives, provides compelling evidence for those who champion human agency. William James, the pioneering American psychologist and philosopher, articulated this intuitive understanding with characteristic eloquence. He argued that our direct experience of choosing, of feeling genuinely torn between alternatives before committing to one path, cannot be dismissed as mere illusion. When facing a moral dilemma, we experience genuine uncertainty about what we will choose, suggesting that the future remains open and undetermined until we act. The moral imperative. Perhaps nowhere does the free will debate carry more weight than in discussions of moral responsibility. If our actions flow inevitably from prior causes, how can we justly praise virtue or condemn vice? The entire edifice of ethics seems to crumble without the foundation of genuine choice. Immanuel Kant, the towering German philosopher, built his moral philosophy on the assumption of human freedom. His categorical imperative, the principle that we should act only according to maxims we could will to be universal laws, presupposes that we possess the ability to transcend our immediate desires and act from rational moral principles. For Kant, freedom wasn't merely compatible with morality, it was necessary for it. Without genuine choice, moral commands become meaningless, reduced to mere preferences or social conventions rather than universal truths. Contemporary philosopher Robert Caine has developed this theme further, arguing for what he calls self-forming actions, moments when we shape our character through genuine choices that aren't fully determined by our past. These pivotal decisions, often occurring during times of moral conflict or uncertainty, allow us to become the ultimate originators of our actions rather than mere links in an endless causal chain. The creativity argument. Human creativity provides another powerful argument for free will. Artists, scientists, and innovators regularly produce genuinely novel ideas that seem to transcend mechanical causation. When Mozart composed his symphonies or Einstein formulated relativity theory, were they simply following inevitable neural pathways, or did they exercise genuine creative agency? The unpredictability of creative breakthroughs suggests something beyond mere deterministic processing. If human consciousness were purely mechanistic, we might expect creativity to be more systematic and predictable. Instead, we observe sudden insights, unexpected connections, and revolutionary ideas that seem to emerge from a realm beyond simple cause and effect. Quantum indeterminacy and neural freedom. Modern physics has revealed fundamental indeterminacy at the quantum level, challenging the classical notion of a completely determined universe. Some philosophers and scientists have seized upon this discovery as potential grounds for human freedom. If quantum events introduce genuine randomness into physical processes, perhaps consciousness can amplify these tiny uncertainties into meaningful choices. Neuroscientist Henry Stapp has proposed that consciousness might influence quantum processes in the brain, allowing mental states to affect physical outcomes in ways that preserve genuine agency. While highly speculative, such theories attempt to ground free will in the fundamental structure of reality itself. The evolutionary advantage. From an evolutionary perspective, the illusion of free will would seem costly and unnecessary if we truly lack agency. Why would natural selection preserve such an elaborate deception? The universality of belief in free will across cultures suggests it serves important functions that wouldn't be necessary if we were purely deterministic beings. The ability to deliberate, plan for the future, and modify behavior based on abstract reasoning provides clear survival advantages. These capacities seem to require some form of genuine choice-making ability, suggesting that evolution has crafted creatures capable of transcending immediate environmental pressures through acts of will. The case against free will, the determinist challenge, the scientific foundation. The determinist challenge to free will rests on a simple but powerful premise. Everything in the universe, including human behavior, follows natural laws. Science has achieved remarkable success by assuming that events have causes, and human actions appear to be no exception to this fundamental principle. The French mathematician Pierre-Simon Laplace famously articulated this vision in his hypothetical demon, an intelligence that could predict the entire future of the universe if given complete knowledge of every particle's position and momentum. While quantum mechanics has complicated this classical determinism, the basic insight remains powerful. Human beings are part of the natural world and subject to its laws. Neuroscientific evidence. Modern neuroscience has provided increasingly compelling evidence that our sense of agency might be illusory. The pioneering experiments of Benjamin Libet in the 1980s revealed that brain activity associated with movement begins several hundred milliseconds before people report being aware of their intention to move. This suggests that unconscious neural processes initiate action before conscious will enters the picture. Subsequent research has extended these findings dramatically. Neuroscientist John Dylan Haynes has shown that brain scans can predict simple decisions up to 10 seconds before people report making them. If our choices can be detected in neural activity before we're consciously aware of them, what role does conscious will play? The neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga's research on split brain patients has revealed another troubling aspect of human agency. When the connection between brain hemispheres is severed, patients sometimes perform actions with one hand that contradict their stated intentions. Yet they consistently confabulate explanations for these contradictory behaviors, suggesting that our sense of unified, rational control might be a post hoc construction rather than genuine agency. The illusion of control. Psychologists have documented numerous ways our sense of agency can be manipulated or distorted. People regularly overestimate their control over chance events, attribute random outcomes to their actions, and maintain belief in their agency, even when evidence suggests otherwise. Daniel Wegner's influential book, The Illusion of Conscious Will, marshaled extensive evidence that our experience of willing actions might be a byproduct of neural processes rather than their cause. He argued that conscious will is an emotion, a feeling that accompanies action but doesn't produce it, much like the music that accompanies a film doesn't determine the plot. The causal closure argument. A more philosophical challenge comes from the principle of causal closure, the idea that every physical event has a sufficient physical cause. If our brains are physical systems, then every neural event must result from prior physical causes. There seems to be no room for non-physical mental states to intervene in the causal chain. This argument doesn't necessarily deny the existence of consciousness, but it relegates mental states to the role of passive observers rather than active agents. Our thoughts and decisions might be real experiences, but they're products of neural activity rather than their directors. Behavioral predictability. The success of social sciences in predicting human behavior provides another challenge to free will. Economists can forecast market trends, sociologists can predict crime rates, and psychologists can anticipate individual choices with remarkable accuracy. If human behavior follows predictable patterns, how free can our choices be? The field of behavioral economics has revealed systematic biases and heuristics that shape decision-making in ways people rarely recognize. From loss aversion to anchoring effects, our choices seem to follow predictable rules rather than emerging from free deliberation. Biblical wisdom, divine sovereignty, and human responsibility. The intersection of free will and religious belief has generated centuries of theological debate, with the Bible offering complex and sometimes seemingly contradictory perspectives on human agency and divine control. The Garden of Choice. The biblical narrative begins with a profound affirmation of human freedom. In the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve face a genuine choice between obedience and disobedience. The very possibility of sin requires the reality of choice. Without genuine alternatives, moral responsibility becomes meaningless. The serpent's temptation would be pointless if humans could not choose their response. This foundational story establishes a pattern that runs throughout Scripture. Humans possess genuine agency and bear real responsibility for their choices. The prophet Elijah's challenge to the Israelites captures this theme perfectly. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him, but if Baal is God, follow him. The very call to decision presupposes the ability to choose. Divine sovereignty and human choice. Yet Scripture also affirms God's ultimate sovereignty over all events, creating what theologians call the antinomy of divine sovereignty and human responsibility. The book of Ephesians speaks of God predestining believers, while Romans declares that God works all things according to the counsel of his will. These passages seem to suggest a deterministic universe under divine control. The wisdom literature of the Bible offers particularly nuanced perspectives on this tension. Proverbs acknowledges both human planning and divine sovereignty. In their hearts, humans plan their course, but the Lord establishes their steps. This suggests a complex interplay between human agency and divine governance, rather than simple determinism or unlimited freedom. The book of Ecclesiastes presents perhaps the most sophisticated treatment of this paradox. The teacher observes that human beings cannot fully understand or control their circumstances. Time and chance happen to them all, yet continues to offer wisdom for making good choices. This suggests that meaningful choice exists within the constraints of divine sovereignty and natural limitations. The problem of evil and moral responsibility. The biblical treatment of evil provides crucial insights into the free will debate. If God is all-powerful and all-good, why does evil exist? The traditional answer that God permits evil to preserve human freedom assumes that genuine choice is worth the cost of moral failure. The story of Job explores this theme in profound depth. Job's suffering seems arbitrary and meaningless from a human perspective, yet the narrative maintains that both divine sovereignty and human integrity can coexist. Job's choice to maintain his faith despite inexplicable suffering demonstrates genuine agency operating within divine purposes. Grace and human response. The New Testament introduces the concept of divine grace, God's unmerited favor toward humanity. This creates another layer of complexity in the free will debate. If salvation comes entirely through God's grace, what role does human choice play? Different Christian traditions have answered this question in various ways, from Calvinist emphasis on divine election to Arminian affirmation of human cooperation with grace. The Apostle Paul's writings reflect this tension beautifully. He speaks both of God's initiative in salvation, it is God who works in you to will and to act to fulfill his good purpose, and of human responsibility to work out your salvation with fear and trembling. This suggests a model where divine action and human choice operate together rather than in opposition. Wisdom for daily life. Beyond theological abstractions, biblical wisdom offers practical guidance for navigating life's choices. The emphasis on seeking counsel, considering consequences, and aligning decisions with moral principles assumes that humans possess meaningful agency. The frequent calls to choose wisdom over folly, righteousness over wickedness, and love over selfishness presuppose genuine alternatives. The biblical concept of wisdom itself implies a form of free will, the ability to learn from experience, adjust behavior based on understanding, and choose better paths over time. This developmental view of human agency suggests that freedom grows through practice and moral formation rather than existing as a fixed capacity. Game theory, strategic choice in interdependent worlds. Game theory, the mathematical study of strategic decision-making, offers unique insights into the free will debate by examining how rational agents make choices in interactive environments. This field illuminates both the possibilities and constraints of human agency in social contexts. The rationality assumption. Game theory begins with the assumption that players are rational agents capable of calculating costs, benefits, and probabilities to make optimal choices. This foundational assumption implicitly supports the existence of free will. Without genuine agency, the concept of strategic choice becomes meaningless. Consider the classic prisoner's dilemma, where two suspects must independently decide whether to confess or remain silent. the structure of the game creates genuine choice. Each player faces a real decision with meaningful consequences. The fact that people sometimes choose cooperation over defection, despite apparent incentives to the contrary, suggests that human decision-making transcends simple mechanical calculation. Evolutionary game theory and cultural evolution. Evolutionary game theory extends these insights by examining how strategies evolve through natural selection or cultural learning. This perspective suggests that human behavioral patterns, while not rigidly determined, operate within evolutionary constraints that shape but don't eliminate choice. The evolution of cooperation provides a fascinating case study. Strategies like tit for tat in repeated prisoner's dilemma games succeed not through rigid programming, but through flexible responses to others' behavior. This suggests a middle ground between complete determinism and unlimited freedom. Agents operating within evolutionary constraints while retaining genuine choice within those boundaries. Bounded rationality and cognitive constraints. Herbert Simon's concept of bounded rationality recognizes that human decision-makers operate under cognitive limitations that constrain but don't eliminate choice. People use heuristics and satisficing strategies rather than optimizing perfectly, but these shortcuts still involve genuine decisions about how to navigate complex environments. This perspective aligns with a compatibilist view of free will, the idea that freedom and determinism can coexist. Our choices are neither completely free nor entirely determined, but operate within cognitive and environmental constraints that shape, but do not fully control, our decisions. Behavioral game theory and systematic deviations. Behavioral game theory has revealed systematic ways that human behavior deviates from purely rational predictions. People exhibit fairness preferences in ultimatum games, show altruistic behavior in public goods games, and make choices influenced by framing effects and social norms. These deviations could support either side of the free will debate. Determinists might argue that predictable biases reveal the mechanical nature of human decision-making. Free will advocates might contend that the ability to act against immediate self-interest demonstrates genuine agency operating beyond simple optimization. Coordination games and emergent order. Coordination games reveal how individual choices can create emergent social patterns without central control. Language conventions, traffic patterns, and market behaviors emerge from countless individual decisions that, while influenced by others' choices, remain genuinely free. This perspective suggests that human agency operates within networks of interdependence, where individual freedom and social constraint coexist. Our choices are neither completely independent nor entirely determined by social forces, but exist in dynamic tension between personal agency and collective influence. Mixed strategies and genuine randomness. Game theory recognizes situations where the optimal strategy involves randomization, mixing different choices unpredictably. This mathematical requirement for randomness in strategic behavior might provide space for genuine free will to operate, even within rational choice frameworks. The need for unpredictability in competitive situations suggests that purely deterministic agents might be at a disadvantage compared to those capable of genuine choice. Evolution might thus favor agents with real decision-making capacity over purely mechanical responders. The compatibilist bridge, freedom within constraint. Between the stark alternatives of absolute freedom and complete determinism lies compatibilism, the philosophical position that free will and determinism can coexist. This nuanced approach has attracted many contemporary philosophers who find both pure libertarian freedom and hard determinism problematic. Defining freedom differently. Compatibilists typically redefine freedom in terms of acting according to one's desires and reasoning without external coercion. rather than requiring ultimate self-creation or escape from causation. On this view, a choice can be both caused and free as long as it flows from the agent's values, beliefs, and deliberative processes. Harry Frankfurt's influential thought experiments about alternative possibilities have reshaped this debate. He argued that moral responsibility doesn't require the ability to do otherwise, but rather acting from one's own will. Even if external factors prevent alternative choices, we remain responsible for actions that genuinely express our agency. Hierarchical approaches. Some compatibilists develop hierarchical theories where freedom consists in having our actions flow from desires we endorse at a higher level. When someone acts from desires they genuinely identify with, their behavior is free, even if those desires are themselves caused by factors beyond their control. This approach aligns with our intuitive sense that addiction compromises freedom, not because addictive behaviors are caused, but because they conflict with the agent's deeper values and long-term goals. Freedom becomes a matter of internal harmony rather than causal independence. Reasons responsiveness. Another compatibilist strategy focuses on our capacity to respond to reasons. Free agents are those whose behavior can be modified by rational considerations, moral arguments, and new information. This capacity for reasons responsiveness distinguishes genuinely free actions from compulsive behaviors or mechanical responses. Susan Wolf's influential work, Freedom Within Reason, develops this theme by arguing that freedom requires the ability to act by reason. This view makes rationality central to agency while acknowledging that our rational capacities themselves develop through natural processes. Developmental freedom. Some compatibilists emphasize the developmental nature of human freedom. Rather than being born with fixed capacities for choice, we gradually develop agency through practice, moral education, and social interaction. This perspective sees freedom as an achievement rather than a given, something that grows stronger through exercise rather than existing as a binary property. This developmental view helps explain why we hold adults more responsible than children and why moral education matters. If freedom were either completely present or absent, these distinctions would make little sense. The hard problem of consciousness. The question of free will intersects profoundly with the hard problem of consciousness, explaining how subjective experience arises from physical processes. If consciousness is merely an epiphenomenal byproduct of neural activity, the felt experience of choosing seems to play no causal role in behavior. The explanatory gap. Even if neuroscience can correlate every mental state with brain activity, an explanatory gap remains between objective neural processes and subjective experience. The qualitative feel of making a decision, the phenomenology of choice, doesn't reduce to patterns of neural firing. This explanatory gap might preserve space for genuine agency. If consciousness involves aspects of reality not captured by purely physical description, mental causation might operate through principles not yet understood by science. Emergence and downward causation. Some philosophers and scientists propose that consciousness exhibits emergent properties that can exert downward causal influence on neural processes. Just as higher-level properties in physics, like temperature, can have causal efficacy not reducible to lower-level particle interactions, mental states might genuinely influence behavior in ways that transcend simple bottom-up causation. This emergentist perspective suggests that the mind-brain relationship might be more complex than simple reductive materialism assumes, potentially preserving genuine agency within naturalistic frameworks. Integrated information theory. Giulio Tononi's integrated information theory proposes that consciousness corresponds to integrated information in physical systems. This mathematical approach to consciousness might eventually bridge the explanatory gap while preserving the causal efficacy of conscious states. If consciousness involves genuine integration of information in ways that affect system behavior, conscious decisions might represent real causal processes rather than mere correlates of unconscious neural activity. Cultural and historical perspectives. The free will debate takes different forms across cultures and historical periods, reflecting varying assumptions about human nature, social organization, and ultimate reality. Eastern philosophical traditions. Buddhist philosophy offers sophisticated analyses of agency and choice that differ markedly from Western approaches. The doctrine of dependent origination suggests that all phenomena, including human actions, arise through interconnected causes and conditions rather than independent self-creation. Yet Buddhism maintains a strong emphasis on moral responsibility and the possibility of liberation through skillful action. The middle way between deterministic fatalism and chaotic randomness suggests that meaningful choice operates within the web of conditioned existence. Hindu traditions similarly balance concepts of karma, the law of cause and effect, with emphasis on dharma, righteous action, and moksha, liberation. The Bhagavad Gita's teaching about desireless action suggests a form of freedom that transcends ordinary choice while maintaining genuine agency. Indigenous worldviews. Many indigenous traditions conceive agency in terms of relationships with other beings, natural forces, and spiritual realities rather than individual autonomy. These perspectives suggest that freedom might be understood in communal and ecological terms rather than purely individualistic ones. Such worldviews challenge Western assumptions about the nature of agency while maintaining strong concepts of responsibility and choice. They suggest that the free will debate might be framed too narrowly in terms of individual versus deterministic causation. Historical development. The free will debate has evolved significantly over time, reflecting changing scientific, philosophical, and cultural contexts. Ancient Stoics developed sophisticated compatibilist positions long before modern neuroscience, while Enlightenment thinkers struggled with the implications of Newtonian mechanics for human agency. The emergence of evolutionary biology, quantum physics, cognitive science, and neuroscience has continually reshaped the debate, while core questions remain remarkably persistent across centuries and cultures. Practical implications: living with uncertainty. Regardless of theoretical positions, humans must navigate daily life, making countless decisions while remaining uncertain about the ultimate nature of their agency. This practical dimension of the free will debate has profound implications for ethics, law, education, and personal development. Criminal justice and moral responsibility. The free will debate directly impacts how societies structure criminal justice systems. If behavior is entirely determined by factors beyond individual control, traditional notions of punishment and retribution become problematic. Yet even hard determinists typically support consequences for antisocial behavior as a means of deterrence and rehabilitation. Recent neuroscientific findings have begun influencing legal proceedings, with defense attorneys citing brain abnormalities to mitigate criminal responsibility. This trend raises profound questions about the relationship between scientific explanation and moral evaluation. Educational philosophy. Beliefs about free will significantly influence educational approaches. Educators who emphasize student agency focus on developing decision-making skills, moral reasoning, and personal responsibility. Those skeptical of free will might emphasize environmental modifications and behavioral interventions. Research suggests that believing in free will correlates with better academic performance and more pro-social behavior, regardless of its ultimate truth. This pragmatic consideration complicates the debate by suggesting that belief in agency might be beneficial even if agency itself is illusory. Therapeutic approaches. Mental health treatment reflects assumptions about human agency. Cognitive behavioral therapy assumes people can modify their thoughts and behaviors through conscious effort, while biological approaches emphasize medication and brain-based interventions. The most effective treatments often combine both approaches, suggesting that the free will debate might represent false dichotomies rather than genuine alternatives. Human well-being might require both recognition of constraints and cultivation of agency. Personal development and meaning. Individual approaches to self-improvement, moral development, and life planning depend heavily on assumptions about free will. People who believe in genuine agency invest effort in character development, skill acquisition, and habit formation. Those skeptical of free will might focus more on environmental modifications and accepting their limitations. Yet even determinists typically live as if their choices matter, suggesting that the practical requirements of human life might transcend theoretical commitments about agency. The paradox of self-determination. One of the most intriguing aspects of the free will debate involves the recursive nature of choice itself. If we possess free will, can we choose to believe in free will? If we lack it, how can we help but believe whatever our neural processes determine? This paradox suggests that the free will debate might be unique among philosophical questions, one where the answer potentially depends on the very capacity it seeks to understand. Unlike debates about external reality, questions of agency involve the questioner in fundamental ways. The bootstrap problem. If genuine agency requires the ability to shape our character and beliefs, how do we explain the origin of this capacity? The bootstrap problem suggests that ultimate self-creation is impossible. We cannot be responsible for the very factors that make responsibility possible. Yet, this limitation might not eliminate meaningful agency, but rather locate it within developmental and social contexts. We might become free through interaction with others and growth over time, rather than possessing complete self-determination from the beginning. Reflexivity and choice. The ability to think about our thinking, metacognition, might be crucial to whatever freedom we possess. Conscious reflection on our desires, values, and decision processes could allow forms of self-modification that transcend simple stimulus-response patterns. This reflexive capacity might distinguish human agency from simpler forms of behavioral flexibility found in other animals. The ability to question our motivations and modify our responses based on abstract principles could constitute genuine freedom within natural constraints. Scientific frontiers and future directions. As neuroscience, psychology, and related fields advance, new evidence continues to inform the free will debate while raising novel questions about the nature of human agency. Advanced brain imaging. Increasingly sophisticated brain imaging techniques are revealing the neural correlates of decision-making with unprecedented detail. Future research might trace the complete causal chain from sensory input to behavioral output, potentially resolving questions about conscious control versus unconscious determination. Yet even complete neural mapping might leave philosophical questions unanswered. Correlation between brain states and choices doesn't necessarily establish causal priority, and the hard problem of consciousness suggests that subjective aspects of choice might remain mysterious even with a complete objective description. Artificial intelligence and agency. The development of increasingly sophisticated artificial intelligence systems raises profound questions about the nature of agency itself. If machines can exhibit intelligent, goal-directed behavior without consciousness, what distinguishes human choice from complex information processing? Conversely, if AI systems eventually develop genuine agency and consciousness, this might illuminate the conditions necessary for free will in both artificial and biological systems. Neurotechnology and enhancement. Emerging technologies for brain stimulation, neural interfaces, and cognitive enhancement raise practical questions about the boundaries of natural agency. If we can modify decision-making processes directly through technological intervention, what constitutes genuine choice? These developments might eventually make the free will debate less theoretical and more practical as humans gain increasing ability to modify their own neural processes and decision-making capacities. Quantum biology. Recent discoveries about quantum effects in biological systems, including potentially in neural processes, might provide new perspectives on the determinism-freedom debate. If quantum indeterminacy plays a significant role in brain function, this could complicate simple deterministic pictures of human behavior. However, random quantum events might not constitute genuine freedom any more than deterministic processes do. True agency might require something beyond both determinism and randomness, perhaps a form of agent causation that remains scientifically mysterious. Integration and synthesis. After examining arguments from multiple perspectives, philosophical, scientific, theological, and practical, what synthesis emerges, rather than definitive answers, the free will debate might be most valuable for illuminating the complexity of human agency and the multiple levels at which choice operates. The levels of description. Different levels of analysis might require different approaches to agency. At the neurobiological level, behavior might follow deterministic patterns. At the psychological level, rational choice and moral responsibility might be meaningful concepts. At the social level, cultural norms and interpersonal influence might shape, but not eliminate, individual agency. These levels need not contradict each other, but might represent complementary perspectives on the same reality. Just as biological and psychological descriptions of behavior can coexist, deterministic and agency-based accounts might both capture important truths about human action. The pragmatic dimension. Perhaps the most important consideration is not whether free will exists in some ultimate metaphysical sense, but how beliefs and practices regarding agency affect human flourishing. If believing in free will promotes moral behavior, personal responsibility, and psychological well-being, these pragmatic benefits might outweigh purely theoretical concerns. This pragmatic approach doesn't abandon truth, but recognizes that some questions might be unanswerable, while their practical implications remain crucially important. The way we live might matter more than the way we theoretically resolve abstract philosophical puzzles. The ongoing mystery. The persistence of the free will debate across cultures and centuries suggests that it touches something fundamental about human experience that cannot be easily resolved through empirical investigation alone. Like questions about consciousness, meaning, and value, issues of agency might require integration of scientific, philosophical, and experiential perspectives. This ongoing mystery need not be a source of frustration, but might represent an essential aspect of human existence, the condition of beings who must act as if their choices matter, while remaining uncertain about the ultimate nature of choice itself. Living in the space between. As this exploration draws to a close, the question that opened our inquiry remains beautifully unsettled. The debate between free will and determinism continues to evolve, enriched by new scientific discoveries, philosophical insights, and practical applications. Rather than reaching a definitive conclusion, perhaps the greatest value lies in the journey itself, the careful examination of evidence, the wrestling with fundamental questions about human nature, and the ongoing dialogue between different ways of understanding agency. The various perspectives examined, from neuroscientific evidence suggesting unconscious determination of choice to philosophical arguments for genuine agency, from biblical wisdom about divine sovereignty and human responsibility to game-theoretic analyses of strategic behavior, each contribute important insights, while none provides complete answers. This complexity might itself be instructive, suggesting that human agency operates at the intersection of multiple causal levels and cannot be reduced to simple formulas. The practical implications of this debate extend far beyond academic philosophy. How we understand free will shapes criminal justice systems, educational approaches, therapeutic interventions, and personal relationships. It influences how we assign praise and blame, how we approach moral education, and how we think about personal development and social change. Perhaps most importantly, the free will debate illuminates the profound mystery of human consciousness and agency. Whether our choices flow from genuine freedom, complex deterministic processes, or some subtle combination of both, the fact that we can contemplate these questions reflects remarkable capacities for reflection, reasoning, and self-awareness. In the end, we might find ourselves living productively in the space between certainty and doubt, acting as agents while remaining humble about the ultimate nature of our agency. This position requires neither dogmatic insistence on complete freedom nor fatalistic acceptance of total determinism, but rather a nuanced appreciation for the complex realities of human choice and responsibility. The question of free will thus remains not merely an abstract philosophical puzzle, but a living inquiry that continues to shape how we understand ourselves and navigate the profound mystery of conscious existence. In embracing both the importance of this question and the limits of our ability to answer it definitively, we might find a wisdom that serves us better than any final theoretical resolution. Whether we possess free will or not, we remain beings who must choose, who experience the weight of decisions, and who find meaning in the exercise of whatever agency we possess. In this shared human condition, the debate itself becomes part of the story, a testament to our capacity for deep reflection on the nature of our existence and the endless human quest to understand what it means to be the kinds of beings we are.
I think that the main thing that stops us from sort of building an identity that we actually resonate with is how much we get attached and stuck on our unchanging self. And what I mean by that is not, just like not liking yourself when you're changing, or not liking what you change into, or not liking yourself at the moment, but not being able to let yourself go.
A hush settles over the mind when the realization dawns that identity is fluid, not bound to any singular moment or memory. This awareness can arrive gently, like the faintest breeze on an otherwise still evening, or it can come roaring in like a sudden storm, shaking the foundations of a life once believed unchanging. In that hush, there is an invitation. Let yourself go. These words carry a quiet power, beckoning anyone who hears them to loosen the grip on old definitions and beliefs. They hold the promise of transformation, though not without a touch of uncertainty. Consider an ancient tale passed between contemplatives of old. There was once a wanderer who travelled across deserts and mountains in search of an elusive truth. Each dawn, this traveller woke with a fierce determination to find a single, ultimate secret that would make everything clear. Along the way, the wanderer encountered villagers and nomads who spoke cryptic words of wisdom. They said that the real treasures sought were not in distant landscapes, but nestled within personal fears and attachments. As the journey continued, the wanderer discovered that letting go of rigid ideas made space for a deeper knowing to blossom. Although cloaked in myth, this lesson speaks directly to the heart of what it means to embrace the constant shifting of identity. It is a message echoed across many philosophical and spiritual traditions, reminding each individual that selfhood need not be a prison. It can be an ever-unfolding horizon. The notion of an unchanging self has long sparked debates in scholarly corridors.
Become our number one social and economic problem.
Absolutely. And getting bigger all the time.
Oh, it's you. I might have known you had a stake in this.
A big stake.
Thinkers have wondered if there is a fixed essence guiding every choice, or if everything about a person is subject to the ceaseless movement of time. From these philosophical ponderings, many are drawn to self-improvement teachings, where authors and mentors echo the same call: release the anchor of the past to welcome the winds of renewal. This call resonates in a world defined by routines, where people can be comforted by repetition, yet quietly yearn for something more. Routines can create invisible cages, especially if born from old wounds or limiting beliefs. There is safety in the known, even if that safety is ultimately constricting. However, countless teachers, both ancient and modern, point out that the ground of an old identity was never as solid as it appeared. We see this sentiment in works of Stoic philosophers like Seneca, who writes of the mind's ability to transcend circumstance through reflective practices, and in contemporary guides on mindfulness that advise gentle self-observation as a means of liberation. The invitation to let go, therefore, is not to discard everything known with reckless abandon, but to notice where one's definitions have become restrictive. This subtle distinction can open the door to genuine, lasting growth.
I was reading a book called Becoming Supernatural. It kind of highlights a lot of the points of that. It's essentially saying that we kind of get addicted to who we are. We get addicted to the chemicals of our experiences of the past. We get addicted to who we were, and we just loop those over and over again. And I don't know if many of you believe in like manifestation or anything like that, but even on a fundamental level, you know, if you're constantly replaying the same thoughts and same actions and reliving those experiences, your body's gonna keep thinking you're going through that. It's almost inescapable. And it's almost like, you know, how can you change when, you know, the situation's occurring at the moment? How can you change when you're reliving the exact experience that got you to the point you're in right now?
These ideas converge into a single tapestry in the pages that follow, woven with threads of personal anecdote, practical suggestions, and gentle nods to timeless wisdom. The aim is to inspire, challenge, and encourage a curious approach to the prospect of change. Where there is curiosity, learning naturally follows. Where there is a willingness to learn, a new dawn emerges, offering more warmth and vibrancy than any previous horizon. It all begins with a shift in perspective, a softening of the hold on who we have always believed ourselves to be. Over the course of many reflections, we might come to see that letting go of a self-definition is not an act of self-betrayal, but a courageous movement toward authenticity. It releases the mind from long-held assumptions, making room for the lightness of new possibilities. And even though the path is seldom linear, peppered with missteps and doubts, it remains a path worth walking. In accepting this journey, one steps into a realm of open-hearted discovery, where identity is revealed to be less like a rigid statue and more like a living, breathing entity. Welcome to that hush of realization. Welcome to the whisper of change. Divergence, breaking the loop. Picture an old wooden bridge that creaks and groans under every footstep.
We shall show you in this film an example, kind who grow up to be strong, healthy, and happy, like these young folk, men and women of tomorrow, with strength of body to get the most out of life.
The traveller crossing it might initially feel uneasy, wondering whether the planks will hold. Over time, however, the eerie familiarity of the groans becomes strangely comforting. In the realm of inner life, repetitive loops of thought and emotion can be as hypnotic as that creaking bridge. Even the most painful loops, if repeated often enough, can feel oddly safe. Many self-improvement guides underline the power of repetition. The science behind habit formation shows that, over time, our brains form neural pathways that trigger predictable reactions to stimuli, whether beneficial or harmful. Emotions like anger, fear, or shame can become addictive if they form a familiar pattern in the mind. Writers in the field, such as Dr. Joe Dispenza, describe how the body becomes conditioned to repeated emotional states, craving them in the same way it craves physiological substances. Each time we allow an emotion to replay without awareness, we reinforce its neural pathway. The old wooden bridge creaks yet again, and we accept that familiar discomfort as status quo. Awareness, however, offers a key to disrupting this loop. The moment we notice that we are reliving yesterday's anxieties or recycling a harmful story about ourselves, we awaken to a choice. Rather than trudging across the same worn planks, we can look around for a different path. The process begins with mindfulness, the willingness to observe one's thoughts without judgment. Mindfulness teachers, such as Thich Nhat Hanh, speak of embracing every thought gently, naming it, and then letting it drift away like a cloud passing in the sky. This simple practice can loosen the grip of negative loops over time. Yet knowledge alone does not guarantee change. The next step is deliberate action. Consider an individual who believes they are perpetually unlucky. Because of this belief, they may unconsciously sabotage new opportunities, reinforcing a narrative of failure. If, at some point, this person becomes aware of their self-defeating habits, they can make a conscious decision to challenge the old story. They might begin by seeking small wins, celebrating them, and reminding themselves that these moments of success exist. Over time, this new script gains momentum, potentially overriding the old narrative of misfortune. Divergence from the loop often requires stepping into discomfort. The old bridge, for all its perils, is known territory, while the new path might lead through a dense forest of doubt. Sometimes, individuals prefer a familiar misery over an unfamiliar hope, because at least they know how to navigate the misery, and yet the desire for transformation, no matter how faint, suggests that one is ready to become something more. Writers such as Eckhart Tolle address this dilemma by emphasizing that the pain of not changing can eventually become greater than the pain of change itself. It is at that tipping point that the inner shift becomes possible, even inevitable. Another way to break the loop is through what psychologists call opposite action. If you habitually withdraw from social situations out of fear, you might undertake a gentle challenge by talking to a supportive friend or joining a small welcoming group. If you always eat an unhealthy snack at midday, you might replace that snack with a walk outside. While these changes can feel forced at first, the very act of doing something contrary to the old pattern helps weaken its hold. Each time we choose the new behavior, we are chiseling a fresh neural pathway in the brain. This process is not without setbacks. It is natural to revert to old habits under stress or in times of low energy, but each setback can be reframed as part of the learning curve. Over time, the newfound path grows more inviting, while the old one, once so loud and creaky, begins to fade. Suddenly, an entire vista appears beyond the wooden bridge, rolling hills, a soft meadow, perhaps even a glimpse of the sea. Divergence from the loop leads to places previously unseen, both in the outer world and within our interior landscape. It is in these wide-open spaces that our next evolution awaits. Emergence, affirmations, and the architecture of self-belief. In a softly lit room at dawn, a person stands before a mirror. Their eyes meet their own reflection, and words of encouragement pass their lips. They might speak of their resilience, their capacity for love, or their willingness to learn. An observer could dismiss this ritual as superficial, but countless individuals who practice affirmations know the subtle power of these repeated phrases. The concept of affirmations is woven through many self-improvement traditions. Authors who delve into neuroplasticity often argue that by consciously choosing new statements of identity, a person can rewire their mental pathways. The repeated words become seeds of possibility. In Dr. Joe Dispenza's work, this is described as mentally rehearsing a more empowering state of being. Meanwhile, James Clear's discussions on habit formation support the idea that small, repeated changes in self-talk can shape one's actions, which then reinforce the emerging identity. Historically, affirmations are not confined to modern pop psychology. Ancient Stoics advised practitioners to recite principles of virtue each morning, reminding themselves of the qualities they wish to embody. Eastern spiritual traditions emphasize mantras as a method of focusing the mind on unity, peace, or compassion. The details vary, but the core principle remains. Words, repeated with intention, can align the conscious mind and subconscious beliefs toward a shared goal. Naturally, skepticism arises. A person may ask, if I stand in front of the mirror declaring that I am confident when I feel anything but, am I lying to myself? The practice requires a delicate balance. It is possible to overshoot with grandiose affirmations that ring hollow. A more skillful approach might be incremental statements. I am learning to trust myself. I am becoming more accepting of who I am. I am discovering new pathways to peace. These reflect the truth of a work in progress rather than an impossible leap. A poet once described the night sky before sunrise as a theatre of subtle changes, gradually unveiling light where shadows once prevailed. Affirmations mirror this gentle emergence. At first, they might seem dim, drowned out by the stronger familiarity of self-doubt. Yet, each recitation, like the first glimmer of dawn, can help the mind adjust to a new brightness. Over days or weeks, the once faint belief strengthens. Eventually, it permeates everyday actions. One who used to speak timidly might find their voice in a conversation. Another who hesitated to apply for a dream job might decide to take the chance. The storytellers of old often invoked the theme of naming as a source of power. In certain myths, knowing the true name of an entity granted authority over it. Affirmations operate on a related principle. Naming the qualities we aspire to embody helps bring them forth. When someone affirms, I am worthy of love, they claim that worthiness as part of their name, part of their ongoing narrative. Over time, the psyche responds to this call, adjusting old loops of unworthiness or shame. It is crucial, however, to remember that words alone are not enough. Affirmations flourish best when paired with supportive action. If one affirms they are brave, they might then seek small opportunities to exercise courage, whether by speaking an honest opinion in a meeting or reaching out to a friend in need. In each instance, the new identity becomes real through lived experience. Thus, affirmations serve as both blueprint and compass, guiding a person toward incremental manifestations of their chosen evolution. This dance between word and deed reveals affirmations' deeper magic. What starts as a whispered sentence in front of a mirror can ripple outward, shaping decisions, relationships, and creative endeavors. Over time, the architecture of self-belief transforms from rickety scaffolding into a sturdy, versatile framework. It becomes a home for the spirit, a shelter where old insecurities cannot easily breach the walls. In that shelter, the truth can resonate. We are not bound by who we were yesterday. We can affirm a new chapter of being. Expansion, embracing the unknown. A traveler steps off a well-trodden path, peering into a forest dimly lit by scattered rays of sun. The air is tinged with mystery, hinting at unseen wonders and hidden challenges. At times the traveler hesitates, wondering whether it would be wiser to return to the clear, predictable road. Yet the call of exploration, soft but persistent, lures them onward. This is the moment of expansion, the act of moving beyond what is familiar to discover the uncharted realms of self. Psychologist Carol Dweck's discussions on adopting a growth mindset dovetail with this notion of expansion. Those who believe their traits and abilities are fixed often resist exploring beyond their comfort zone. After all, if abilities are set in stone, attempting something unfamiliar feels fruitless or frightening. In contrast, those who recognize the mind's capacity to adapt approach new challenges with curiosity. Even failure becomes a teacher, revealing potential for improvement. Stepping into the unknown can be daunting. Social conventions, personal inhibitions, and lingering fears can serve as formidable barriers. Consider an individual who has long believed they are inherently shy. Facing a large social gathering might seem like wading into a menacing sea of judgment. Yet, each step taken in that environment, each handshake or attempt at conversation, can chip away at the old label of shyness. The unknown becomes a training ground for new expressions of self. Sometimes expansion occurs in small ways, trying a new hobby, speaking up in a meeting, or picking up a paintbrush after believing oneself hopeless at art. Other times, it takes on monumental proportions, moving to a distant land, ending a long-standing relationship, or beginning a fresh career path. What unites these gestures is the willingness to see oneself differently. By stepping outside the known boundaries, the individual casts off the shackles of old stories that claim, "I am only this and nothing else." Throughout history, explorers of outer frontiers have served as vivid metaphors for inner exploration. They braved seas and mountain passes, crossing continents in search of hidden treasures or new trade routes. Their feats capture the imagination because they exemplify courage and perseverance. In the realm of personal growth, each individual can become such an explorer, though the frontiers are psychological and emotional. The treasures sought are fresh insights, new capacities, and a sense of awe at one's own potential. When the fog of uncertainty engulfs the path, self-reflection can serve as a lantern. Journaling, for instance, becomes a way to map the inner terrain, noting discoveries and pitfalls. Meditation can provide a compass, keeping the traveler grounded in present awareness rather than lost in mental projections of fear. Supportive communities, whether spiritual groups, creative circles, or counseling networks, can act as fellow explorers who share knowledge and encouragement. The act of expansion also invites letting go of perfectionism. It is rarely smooth sailing. One may stumble, backtrack, and doubt the expedition altogether. Yet, in the grand scheme, these detours and doubts are part of the map. They mark where the real growth happens, often teaching more than smooth success ever could. What emerges on the other side is not necessarily a neatly packaged version of self, but a deeper adaptability, a willingness to meet life's unpredictability with grace and curiosity. Thus, embracing the unknown is a radical act of faith in one's own capacity to grow. It does not require discarding common sense or rational planning. Rather, it means recognizing that many of our limitations exist primarily in the mind. The new horizon may feel distant, but each tentative step redefines what is possible. In that defining process, the traveler realizes that the path is as expansive as one's willingness to journey. With each bold step, the forest reveals a new clearing, and the potential for self-discovery deepens. Reflection, confronting the mirror of past experiences. In the midst of transformation, the past often returns like the gentle ripples on a lake, mirroring moments we thought long gone. Regrets, vivid memories of failure, unprocessed grief, they all swirl to the surface when we attempt significant change. This resurfacing can be jarring. Some might interpret it as a sign to retreat, to remain in the comfort of old routines. Yet, confronting the past with tenderness and courage can become a powerful catalyst for growth. Stoic philosophers, including Epictetus, emphasize the importance of self-examination. They saw every evening as an opportunity to reflect on the day's actions, question missteps, and learn from them. This practice is echoed in modern therapeutic approaches, such as cognitive behavioral therapy, which encourage individuals to journal their experiences, identify patterns, and actively reshape harmful narratives. By acknowledging past mistakes or traumas without judgment, we begin to integrate them into a broader life story marked by resilience rather than shame. Picture someone haunted by a past relationship that ended in betrayal or heartbreak. That memory may linger like a stubborn phantom, influencing present choices and fueling mistrust. The act of reflection, rather than denial, can help the person understand what happened and why. Perhaps the relationship revealed unmet needs or highlighted unresolved childhood wounds. By bravely revisiting the memory, the individual has a chance to heal those wounds, transforming the painful recollection into a stepping stone for healthier connections. Creative storytelling offers a vibrant method for reframing the past. In certain narrative therapy approaches, people are encouraged to retell their life stories from a position of strength rather than defeat. Instead of focusing solely on the adversity, they highlight the acts of courage and empathy that emerged amidst the turmoil. This reorientation does not mask the pain. Rather, it acknowledges that the pain itself can illuminate qualities such as determination or compassion. The act of creative reframing is an intentional step towards self-forgiveness. Reflection also opens space for gratitude. Among the pages of many spiritual teachings, one finds the assertion that gratitude can coexist with sorrow. These teachings suggest that a painful experience might contain lessons or blessings overlooked in the turmoil of the moment. By reflecting on the past, we sometimes discover surprising gifts, a new perspective, an unexpected ally, or a reservoir of inner strength. That recognition can dissolve the bitterness, allowing a more balanced integration of experiences. Furthermore, reflecting on the past helps dismantle the illusion of a static identity. As soon as we see the cumulative effect of choices and circumstances, we become aware of the fluidity of self. Mistakes do not define a person forever, nor do moments of triumph. Both exist as threads in a tapestry that is continually being woven. When viewed with compassion, this tapestry reveals space for redemptive actions and new beginnings. Embracing the mirror of the past can, therefore, be a tender act of self-love. Instead of compartmentalizing shameful memories, we bring them into the healing light of awareness. Instead of dismissing glorious successes, we celebrate them as proof of our capacity to strive and overcome. In weaving the past and present together, we create an honest foundation from which to step into the future. This honesty, tempered by acceptance, allows the past to become not an anchor, but a lesson-laden compass guiding us onward. Consolidation, cultivating a growth mindset. Imagine the mind as a garden where ideas and beliefs sprout like seedlings. Some flourish and produce vibrant blossoms of possibility, while others wither, overshadowed by neglect or self-doubt. This allegory highlights the concept of a growth mindset, a term popularized in various self-improvement circles. A growth mindset proposes that attributes like intelligence, creativity, or emotional resilience can be nurtured through focused effort, strategy, and consistent practice. By contrast, a fixed mindset assumes that such traits are unchangeable, leading to resignation or fear of failure. Bringing this framework into the realm of identity transformation illustrates how crucial it is to believe in our capacity to evolve. If a person has always labeled themselves unathletic, they may shy away from physical activities, reinforcing that self-image. Yet, a shift occurs when they decide to approach fitness as a skill, gradually developed through mindful training. Whether practicing yoga, jogging, or another form of exercise, they realize that consistent effort yields tangible improvement. Slowly, the old label becomes obsolete, replaced by an emerging identity, someone who is capable of physical growth. Philosophers from ancient times hinted at similar truths long before modern psychology formalized them. Aristotle, in his Ethics, wrote extensively about the development of virtue through habitual practice. One becomes brave by repeatedly performing brave actions, just as one becomes just by acting justly. This notion aligns with the growth mindset, underscoring that identity shifts through deliberate repetition. The seed of courage, for instance, might lie dormant until nourished by acts of daring compassion. In a practical sense, cultivating a growth mindset involves embracing challenges as invitations to learn. When confronted with difficulty, the question shifts from "why me?" to "what can I learn from this?" A musician struggling with a complex passage might view errors as feedback, not definitive proof of inadequacy. A student wrestling with a new language might see each mispronunciation as a chance to refine their pronunciation skills. This reframing empowers us to persist, even in the face of repeated stumbles. Resilience grows alongside this persistent effort. Modern authors discussing resilience often cite studies showing that it is not an inborn trait possessed only by the fortunate few. Rather, it can be fostered through mindset shifts, community support, and reflective practices. Each time a person bounces back from a setback, they reinforce the neural pathways linked to adaptation. Over time, what began as a wobbly belief, "I can figure this out," crystallizes into a steadfast conviction. Communities and mentors play a pivotal role in nurturing a growth mindset. When friends, family members, or colleagues share encouraging stories of their own growth, it diminishes the fear of failure. Similarly, teachers who reward effort and creativity rather than perfection help individuals see mistakes as stepping stones. Conversely, environments obsessed with measuring who is naturally gifted can stifle exploration. The cultural narratives around talent and ability, therefore, influence how freely we attempt to redefine ourselves. In a deeper sense, adopting this flexible outlook on personal abilities extends to the moral and spiritual dimensions. Suppose someone wrestles with envy or anger. Rather than labeling themselves as inherently envious or prone to anger, they can experiment with daily practices that foster generosity or patience. They might begin a gratitude journal, volunteer, or engage in mindfulness meditation to soothe moments of irritation. Over weeks or months, small victories accrue, proving that old emotional patterns need not be permanent. Slowly but surely, the emotional identity evolves. This process of consolidation ensures that the seeds of possibility, once planted, receive ample sunlight, water, and care. Each sprout is nurtured through repeated actions and supportive belief, and though weeds of self-doubt may appear, persistent tending can keep them from overrunning the garden. In time, the garden transforms into a lush landscape of abilities, perspectives, and experiences once thought unreachable. What emerges is not a final, unchanging version of the self, but a vibrant, living testament to the power of persistent growth. Transcendence, the dance between being and becoming. Amid these discussions of growth, development, and letting go of old identities, a paradox begins to shimmer. Who is doing the changing? Is there a stable essence that stands apart, or is the self purely a process of continual flux? Philosophers and spiritual teachers have debated these questions for centuries, seeking to understand whether I refers to something fixed or to the ongoing journey of transformation. Eastern philosophies, particularly in Zen and certain schools of Buddhism, suggest that the idea of a fixed self is a mirage. In meditation, practitioners observe how sensations, thoughts, and emotions arise and dissolve moment by moment. The self that attempts to grasp a final identity finds only shifting sands. This insight can be liberating, for it frees one from clinging to labels. As soon as one acknowledges that everything is in flux, inner life included, there is room to let the waves of new experience wash over the old. Existentialist thinkers in the West explore a similar tension from another angle. Humans are said to exist in a state of perpetual becoming, always carrying the freedom to reinvent themselves. Sartre emphasized that individuals are not bound by essence, but are, in every instant, forging their essence through choice. Under this framework, letting go of an old identity is less about discarding something true, and more about recognizing the limitless capacity to define oneself. The present and future, rather than the past, hold the greater weight of identity. A helpful metaphor for this paradox is the dance. One dancer remains largely still, representing the unchanging awareness that observes. The other dancer moves incessantly, representing the changing aspects of identity, personal preferences, beliefs, moods. Together they form a performance in which stillness and movement exist in harmony. Neither alone constitutes the entire truth. One must notice the stillness within, while embracing the ceaseless movements of becoming. In practical terms, this means that self-improvement does not have to negate spiritual insight into the impermanence of all things. Indeed, many practitioners find that the fluid nature of the self offers a liberating perspective. One can cultivate new skills or virtues without seeing them as final. The improvement is part of the dance, and the dance itself is an expression of life's dynamism. Even epiphanies and breakthroughs can be viewed as waves cresting and eventually subsiding, making way for new waves. Although these concepts can seem abstract, they become deeply personal when applied to everyday challenges. Imagine someone who has wrestled for years with the label of being not enough. On a spiritual level, they might realize that the feeling of lack is simply another passing emotion. On a self-development level, they might seek therapy or coaching to reprogram that belief. Both approaches meet in the same dance. The core awareness gently acknowledges that this sense of not enough is impermanent. The active, changing aspect of the self invests in practices that cultivate confidence and esteem. Together, they shape a life that honors both the being and the becoming. This union of philosophies, acceptance of impermanence and pursuit of active growth, can yield an integrated path. Rather than ignoring or denying the changing aspects of who we are, we celebrate them. Rather than clinging to them as ultimate truth, we keep a light hold, remembering that no single identity is permanent. Over time, this balanced viewpoint might cultivate serenity, creativity, and a sense of playful exploration. In that play, letting go of an old identity emerges as a natural, graceful movement, rather than an abrupt or fearful leap. Epilogue. A never-ending invitation. Stand at the shore of a boundless ocean. Waves roll in, one after the next, each distinct and fleeting. Beneath the churning waters, the oceanic depth remains vast and unknowable. Human identity often echoes this mystery. One wave of personality traits, then another wave of desires, illusions, insights. Below it all, an expansive presence observes, untouched by the ceaseless ebb and flow of our roles and stories. Letting go of an outdated identity honors this interplay between the surface of life's movements and the silent deep. Yet letting go of who we have been can bring pangs of loss. Friends or family might question the changes, feeling unsettled by the unknown territory we inhabit. We too may wonder if we have wandered too far from who we were. That is why the call to transformation is not a one-time decree, but a continual invitation. Every dawn offers a choice: cling to the known, or take a step toward the promise of growth. Sometimes we turn back. Sometimes we tread forward timidly. Occasionally, we surge ahead with fervor. The journey twists and turns, reflecting the complexity of a living, evolving soul. Across the annals of self-improvement, from ancient scrolls to modern digital platforms, one finds countless variations on this advice. Keep going, keep exploring, keep embracing the unfolding self. The reason such advice persists through time is that it resonates with an elemental truth. Change is not a betrayal of who we once were, but a natural extension of being alive. Trees shed leaves, snakes shed skin, rivers alter their course. We too are part of nature's grand tapestry of transformation. If fear surfaces in this process, it is helpful to remember that fear often precedes expansion. We tremble when we sense the edges of our comfort zone. By naming the fear, by seeing it as a guest in the house of our mind, we can greet it politely and inquire what message it brings. Often, it signals that something valuable lies beyond our usual bounds, an untapped potential, a heartfelt dream, a chance for deeper connection. Recognizing fear as a signal rather than a verdict frees us to keep moving. In letting ourselves go, we discover a freedom not found in stasis. We recognize that the dance of being and becoming allows fresh perspectives to blossom where stale narratives once stood. The words of the poet Mary Oliver ring ever relevant. Tell me, what is it you plan to do with your one wild and precious life? Implicit in that question is the acceptance that we are not bound by who we were yesterday. We can reflect on the past lovingly, carry its lessons with us, and still open our eyes to a horizon uncharted. As this exploration draws to a close, the path ahead remains lit by possibility. We have wandered through discussions of old loops, affirmations, the unknown, reflections on the past, growth mindsets, transcendence, and the ongoing dance of selfhood. Throughout it all, the refrain echoes: let yourself go, let yourself shift, expand, and evolve. Such words are not a command, but a tender permission slip, granting you the authority to shape your own narrative. If you feel a flutter in your chest at these words, that flutter may be the pulse of hope, urging you to trust the currents of life and your role within it. Integration, tying the threads of self-discovery.
Walk into a bustling market in a city you have never visited before. Merchants call out, offering spices from distant lands, silks that shimmer in the sunlight, and trinkets that speak of hidden histories. You drift among the stalls, senses overwhelmed, yet alive with possibility. This metaphorical market mirrors the inner experience of integrating new insights about identity. We have considered loops of thought, affirmations, expansions into the unknown, reflections on the past, and the delicate balance between being and becoming. Now, at the intersection of these themes lies the process of weaving them together into day-to-day life. In practical terms, integration means noticing how your internal dialogues and external actions begin to align with your growing self-concept. Perhaps you used to respond to stress with anger. After practicing mindfulness techniques and affirmations of patience, you observe that you pause before snapping. The shift may be slight, but it becomes more pronounced with repetition. Over time, this new response becomes part of your evolving identity, seamlessly merging with your understanding of who you are. Reference can be made to authors who emphasize the holistic nature of change. Brené Brown writes extensively on vulnerability, showing that when we allow ourselves to be seen, flaws, uncertainties and all, we pave the way for deeper belonging and self-acceptance. This willingness to be vulnerable is an essential ingredient in integration. Instead of rigidly trying to be a new person overnight, we let ourselves stumble and confess our uncertainties. In doing so, the pieces of our transformation become more authentic, not performance-driven or forced. During integration, one may encounter echoes of old identities. Memories resurface, or loved ones react to you as though you have not changed. These echoes can cause confusion, potentially leading to self-doubt. Yet, if navigated with awareness, they can also become opportunities to demonstrate to yourself that the new identity is taking root. For instance, someone who used to be painfully shy might attend a family gathering where relatives still treat them as that quiet individual. Instead of retreating, they choose to express themselves confidently, thus reinforcing the truth of their transformation. Integration is also the perfect stage to revisit the teachings of philosophers and spiritual guides. Their words, which may have seemed abstract or disconnected before, now find resonance in your lived experiences. Lao Tzu's sayings about letting go of attachment and flowing with the Tao feel more tangible when you see how letting go of old patterns has given you the freedom to explore new facets of yourself. Marcus Aurelius's reminders about the brevity of life and the power of the mind ring clearer when you reflect on just how malleable your thoughts and emotions have proven to be. Remember that integration seldom follows a linear progression. You may feel that you have fully embraced self-compassion one month, only to find yourself grappling with self-criticism the next. In those moments, gentle reminders of your capacity for growth can serve as a lifeline. Return to your journal, your affirmations, or your supportive community. Recognize that just as a tapestry is woven thread by thread, so your integrated self is woven moment by moment. Each slip, each success, contributes to the evolving picture. At the heart of this weaving is trust. Trust in your ability to navigate new identities without losing your fundamental sense of who you are. True integration does not mean discarding your entire past,
or cutting ties with everything familiar. Rather, it involves carrying forward the lessons and qualities that still resonate, while leaving behind the outmoded limitations. It means granting yourself permission to continue exploring, refining, and sometimes completely reimagining who you can be. Practical tools, grounding transformative insights. All this talk of letting go, breaking old loops, adopting affirmations, and forging new paths can feel exhilarating. Yet in the midst of life's immediate demands, bills to pay, relationships to maintain, careers to manage, how do we concretely anchor these transformative ideas? There are various time-tested tools that individuals have found invaluable. Here is an exploration of some approaches, presented without rigid steps or numeric points, so the essence of each remains the focus. Journaling serves as a mirror for the inner landscape. By putting thoughts on paper, we grant ourselves a safe space to process fears, dreams, and daily encounters. There is no requirement to write beautifully. A few scribbled sentences about the day's challenges or a list of small victories can suffice. Over the weeks, reviewing these entries can reveal patterns. Are you gradually becoming kinder to yourself? Are certain triggers appearing repeatedly? Such insights pave the way for intentional course corrections. Mindfulness meditation is another powerful ally. Even a few minutes of sitting quietly, focusing on the breath, can slow the whirl of thoughts long enough to observe them without attachment. This practice develops the capacity to notice when you slip into old stories of limitation. Each time you gently bring your attention back to the present moment, you reinforce a habit of self-awareness. Eventually, this awareness carries over into daily activities, helping you detect when you might be on the verge of reacting automatically rather than responding thoughtfully. Creative expression, including art, dance, poetry, or music, provides an alternative channel for exploring identity. When immersed in creativity, the analytical mind tends to relax, allowing emotions and insights to flow unhindered. This can lead to epiphanies that might not surface in purely logical exercises. The product itself, a painting or poem, matters less than the process of creating, which acts as a conduit for deeper self-understanding and release. Seeking community or mentorship can ground internal changes within shared experiences. Whether it is a support group, a creative collective, or a spiritual circle, being around others who value growth can reinforce new norms. Hearing someone else's story of transformation can be a potent reminder that you too can continue evolving. Similarly, a compassionate mentor, a counselor, coach, or wise friend can offer perspective when you find yourself stuck. Their outside vantage point can illuminate blind spots and offer fresh approaches. Finally, there is the ancient practice of gratitude. Various spiritual traditions praise the power of thanking life for its blessings. Each day, listing what you appreciate can gradually reshape your outlook. This practice counters the negativity bias that many of us carry, where we pay more attention to threats and losses than to blessings. By intentionally focusing on elements of beauty and goodness, be it a warm cup of tea, a friendly smile, or a moment of unexpected grace, you train your mind to see each day as an unfolding tapestry of possibility. In the context of identity, gratitude reminds us that we are not isolated units drifting in an uncaring world. We are interconnected with people, places, and moments that contribute to our growth. These tools do not require one to abandon personal responsibilities or join a distant monastery. Rather, they fit seamlessly into daily life, turning mundane routines into opportunities for reflection. By practicing them regularly, you create the conditions for lasting change. You become both the sculptor and the sculpture, shaping and being shaped by your evolving consciousness. Over time, these simple, consistent efforts can accumulate into a profound transformation, aligning you ever more closely with the person you feel called to be. A story of renewal, weaving the threads together. Imagine a woman named Althia who feels trapped in the role of perpetual caregiver. From early adolescence onward, she had to tend to younger siblings, then to an ailing parent, then to a partner who needed constant emotional support. Over the years, she absorbed a belief that her needs and desires did not matter. Her identity became entangled in self-sacrifice. One day, standing before a mirror, she barely recognized herself. Her eyes seemed dull, her spirit worn thin by the weight of unspoken yearnings. On an impulse, Althea decided to whisper an affirmation. "I have worth. I can learn who I am." The words quivered on her lips, yet they sparked an ember of hope. Emboldened by that faint spark, she began to journal each morning. She wrote about the dreams she once had, learning to paint, dancing under an open sky, traveling alone to see the ocean. The entries felt bittersweet, reminding her of lost time. Still, she wrote, on many days, old loops of guilt and duty crowded her mind, insisting that such aspirations were selfish. But she persisted, letting each word serve as a nudge that she was allowed to exist beyond her obligations. In parallel, Althea discovered guided meditations. A friend recommended a short practice designed to cultivate self-compassion. At first, she found it challenging to sit still with her roiling thoughts. Bit by bit, a new stillness emerged. She noticed how often she defaulted to shame or anxiety. She noticed how rarely she showed kindness to herself. With practice, she managed to observe these patterns without harsh judgment. It was as though she began shining a lantern into the dark corners of her psyche, illuminating beliefs she had carried unknowingly for years. As her awareness grew, Althea decided to try something new every week. One week, she visited a local art studio and took a painting class. Another week, she took a solo walk around a lake at sunrise, relishing the quiet of her own company. Step by step, she expanded her sense of identity, proving to herself that she was more than a caregiver. The experiences were not all smooth. She wrestled with pangs of guilt, worried about neglecting her duties. Yet each time she ventured beyond her comfort zone, she felt a flutter of excitement, a reminder that life held endless potential for renewal. Reflecting on her past, she recognized that caregiving had shaped her empathy. It was not a burden to be erased, but an aspect of her heart that deserved to be carried forward more wisely. Instead of discarding her history, she integrated it, allowing herself to choose when to give and when to attend to her own needs. In reading works by philosophers and spiritual teachers, she found common ground in their teachings on balance and self-awareness. She resonated with Seneca's advice to examine one's day, and with Pema Chodron's emphasis on compassionate presence. Over months, Althea's daily affirmations morphed from "I have worth" to "I celebrate my worth through creative action." She no longer whispered these words timidly. She spoke them aloud, sometimes smiling at her reflection. Her painting improved, though she approached it without fixation on perfection. She simply enjoyed the feel of brush on canvas. The more she allowed herself to explore, the more she felt her identity blossoming in directions she had never imagined. No longer did she see change as betrayal of her past. She saw it as a natural unfolding of the seeds planted long ago. People in her life began to notice the shifts. Some responded positively, intrigued by her new radiance. Others grew uncomfortable, fearing she might abandon her caregiver role. Althea navigated these reactions with growing confidence, communicating her needs clearly. Gradually, she found a sense of equilibrium. Yes, she would still care for loved ones, but not at the expense of her own spirit. And in doing so, she discovered a depth of vitality that she had once thought only existed in daydreams. Althea's journey, though personal, reflects universal elements of transformation. She confronted old mental loops, used affirmations to build new pathways, bravely explored unknown facets of herself, mined her past for lessons, adopted a growth mindset, embraced the paradox of being and becoming, and integrated these insights into daily life. Her story is an ode to the quiet power that emerges when we decide to let ourselves go, surrendering outdated identities so that a more vibrant self can take root. In her renewal, one hears echoes of an ancient promise, that within every person there lies an invitation to evolve. A continuing dawn, final thoughts on letting yourself go. Envision the moment before sunrise, when the horizon glows with a gentle, expectant light. The world feels on the cusp of revelation, trembling with possibility. In much the same way, human potential flickers at the edges of our consciousness, waiting for us to acknowledge it. We stand there, holding old stories that have guided us for better or worse. we sense that something new yearns to break through. The choice is ours. Remain in the comfortable pre-dawn or step forward to greet the sun. Letting yourself go is not about plunging recklessly into unknown chaos. It is an invitation to soften the grip on outdated identities and beliefs that no longer serve. Each chapter of life can be approached with fresh eyes, with the humility to learn and the courage to adapt. Such willingness does not erase the difficulties. Instead, it alchemizes them into stepping stones. Pain can birth empathy, doubt can cultivate curiosity, and failure can lead to innovation. When a person ceases to see obstacles as signs of defeat, obstacles become portals for discovery. The threads of wisdom gleaned from philosophy, psychology, creative expression, and personal narrative weave themselves into a single tapestry. Each viewpoint complements the others, illuminating different facets of growth. From the Stoics, we learn the power of introspection. From modern psychologists, we glean practical tools for rewiring our thought patterns. From poets, we receive metaphors that expand our sense of wonder. From spiritual teachers, we learn that behind every fleeting thought stands an awareness as vast and serene as the sky. The ongoing dance of identity can be approached as art. With each brushstroke of intention, we add dimension to the evolving portrait of ourselves. With each mindful breath, we coax out the outlines of a more expansive inner landscape. With each supportive connection we foster, we share this dance with others who are themselves engaged in becoming. Letting ourselves go becomes a communal event, a collective, rising into the possibilities of a new morning. In the end, the horizon remains open. The sun will continue to rise, day after day, offering renewed light to see ourselves and the world differently. The invitation persists, to awaken, to step beyond the known, and to embrace the beauty of change. No rulebook dictates how these transformations must occur. Each person can weave together a unique pattern of reflections, affirmations, actions, and inspirations. Each can define what letting go means for them, respecting their pace and context. May these reflections serve as a companion on your path, a gentle affirmation that you need not remain bound by old narratives. If you find yourself returning to the same loop, pause, breathe, notice. You hold the key to a different response. If your affirmations falter, rephrase them in a voice that resonates more genuinely. If the unknown looms large, remember that true discovery only unfurls in uncharted territory. If your past haunts you, recall that integration and healing often lie just beyond self-judgment. If doubt creeps in about your capacity to grow, allow the testimonies of countless explorers, both historical and contemporary, to remind you that the human spirit is marvelously adaptive. And so, at the close of this contemplation, you stand poised to begin anew. Within you lies an ocean of untapped possibility, a canvas not yet fully painted. What will you do with this opportunity? Perhaps you will write a single line in your journal tonight, or whisper one new affirmation in the morning. Perhaps you will share a piece of your vulnerability with a trusted friend, or set out to learn something you once thought out of reach. Whatever the step, remember that each motion forward acknowledges an ever-present truth. You are always free to let yourself go, to let yourself change, and to let yourself thrive.
Here's the big challenge of life. You can have more than you've got because you can become more than you are. That's the challenge. And of course, the other side of the coin reads, unless you change how you are, you'll always have what you got. Success is something you attract, not something you pursue. Success is looking for a good place to stay. So instead of going after it, you work on yourself. Personal development. See, the major question to ask on the job is not what are you getting. The major question to ask on the job is what are you becoming?
The probability of you being born is so incredibly small that it's practically a miracle. The chances of your parents meeting, forming a relationship, and deciding to have a child are already low. Then, the odds of the exact sperm out of billions fertilizing the specific egg that created you are about 1 in 400 quadrillion. When you factor in the requirement that every single one of your ancestors successfully reproduced over thousands of generations, the probability becomes even more mind-boggling, estimated at 1 in 10, followed by 2,685,000 zeros. On top of that, Earth itself had to form in a habitable zone, life had to evolve, and humanity had to emerge. Despite these nearly impossible odds, you exist. You are the result of a series of extraordinary, improbable events, making life the ultimate lottery win. This video will probably be one of the most important videos you watch in your lifetime, so please pay close attention, take notes, and share it with someone you care about. Also, feel free to comment down your thoughts or life advice you have for someone. Your life is a gift, but no one is coming to save you. A lot of times people take life for granted, not going after their dream job, not taking care of their body, and not seeking an education, or just outright destroying their brains with drugs. Look, I get it. Even though life is a gift, it can come with its fair will of suffering. But that's okay. Suffering is part of life. It's part of the gift. Unfortunately, some people are going to be okay with having a mediocre life, a boring job, a slumped body, no children, and just complaining all the time. But that doesn't have to be you. The good news is, it's not too late. Rather, you're 13 years old or 51 years old. It's not too late to go after the life you've always dreamed of. You need a sense of urgency. Go to the gym today, start that business today, and talk to that girl today. Are you kidding me? She could be holding your future children. For fuck's sake, stop wasting your fucking life. Life's challenges often present themselves without warning. Accidents, unexpected losses, shifts in our relationships, work crises, or moments of existential doubt. In those moments, we may yearn for someone, or something, to appear like a hero on a galloping horse, saving us from our troubles. Films and novels are filled with stories of last-minute rescue and benevolent guardians, and it's easy to slip into a mindset that help will magically arrive. Yet the stark reality is that no one is coming to save us in the way we might fantasize. While friends, loved ones, mentors, or professional counselors can offer invaluable support, ultimately, the day-to-day responsibility for our well-being, growth, and happiness lies with us alone. The context of urgency. We live in a time of unprecedented convenience. Food can be delivered at the push of a button, immediate answers to questions are found via quick internet search, and tasks that once required hours or days are compressed into minutes. While these conveniences enrich our lives, they can also lull us into a false sense of security. It's all too easy to believe that the solutions to our problems will appear just as readily. However, personal growth and self-transformation remain firmly in our own hands. With so many resources available, social media, online courses, and professional networking platforms, our capacity for change seems limitless. Yet, studies show that knowing what to do does not necessarily mean we do it. The abundance of information can lead to analysis paralysis, where the sheer volume of resources keeps us in a cycle of contemplation rather than action. The result is a stagnant life, one in which we wait for external interventions to fix things for us rather than seizing our agency. The stakes of inaction. Inaction has costs. It might manifest as untapped potential, neglected health, weakened relationships, or regrets about the path not taken. When we fail to acknowledge that we are the primary architects of our lives, we often cede control to circumstance. We rationalize setbacks, blame people or systems, and wait for a perfect moment to begin. But life does not provide perfect moments on a silver platter. On a deeper, more personal level, failing to cultivate a sense of urgency can breed anxiety and resentment. When we spend our days believing someone else, be it a boss, a partner, a family member, or even a government program, should be taking care of our needs, we become observers of our existence. This passive stance can leave us feeling unfulfilled, powerless, and frustrated. The tragedy is that we can spend months, years, or even decades stuck in this mindset. Why a sense of urgency matters. Urgency propels us toward action, cuts through our excuses, and forces us to confront our challenges head-on. It is an accelerator, a self-inflicted jolt of energy that prevents us from slipping into complacency. When we cultivate urgency, we refuse to let ourselves be victims of time or circumstance. Instead, we learn to move quickly and decisively on our priorities. Consider that each day we delay progress is a day subtracted from our total allotment of life. Reflecting on mortality, one of the central teachings of Stoic philosophy, reminds us that time is finite. Seneca, in his essay on the shortness of life, advises that we are not given a short life, but we make it so by wasting so much of it. Embracing a sense of urgency means living with an acute awareness that our days are precious and our potential is great, but that neither will automatically realize itself without effort. The emotional dimension. At the heart of this essay, we aim not only to inform, but also to stir a visceral emotional response. It can be daunting, and at times painful, to accept that we are alone responsible for our fate. There is a sense of loss when we relinquish the naive fantasy of rescue. However, this acknowledgement also offers a liberating sense of power. If no one is coming to save you, you can become your savior. This requires courage, discipline, and a willingness to face discomfort. Along the way, we will reference powerful teachings from Stoic masters, such as Marcus Aurelius, who famously reminded himself in his meditations to remain stoic in adversity, understanding that his reactions were under his control. We will look at ancient and modern texts that echo this principle, including the line from Epictetus that says, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." We will also examine modern thinkers' takes on habit formation and mindset shifts, gleaning practical wisdom to structure our daily lives in more intentional ways. The hard truth: no one is coming to save you. The phrase "no one is coming to save you" can be jarring. It contrasts sharply with the comforting illusions many of us hold. We might grow up believing that the hardest parts of life will be smoothed over by parents, teachers, partners, or institutions. While most people do have some form of a support system, be it family, friends, or mentors, it is crucial to realize that even the most loving and supportive individuals can only do so much. They cannot live your life for you, make your decisions, or carry the burdens that only you can shoulder. A cultural legacy of rescue narratives. From childhood, we are steeped in stories about knights who rescue princesses, mentors who guide the hero at precisely the right moment, and even fairy godmothers who wave a wand, solving problems instantly. As adults, these narratives can transform into Hollywood blockbusters, where a superhero shows up to defeat every villain. The consistent message, rescue is always available, but real life is far more nuanced. While help can appear in different forms, support from a friend, therapy, medication, or timely advice, expecting any single external force to overhaul your life sets you up for disappointment. This disappointment can lead to a vicious cycle of waiting and lamenting why no help has arrived, instead of acting. Far too many people spend years passively expecting that someday circumstances will align perfectly, or a person of influence will discover their talent, or they will land that job that finally propels them forward. Yet someday rarely arrives unless you do something about it. The downside of entitlement. Entitlement is a mindset that can creep in silently. You might believe that because you've suffered hardships or because you feel stuck, someone owes you a rescue. Life, however, does not distribute rewards purely based on who has endured the most pain. It responds more consistently to focused effort, creativity, and perseverance. Clinging to the belief that you are owed something, be it financial assistance, emotional support, or opportunities, can place you in a stagnant holding pattern. The more you wait for external salvation, the more time slips through your fingers. Entitlement also erodes gratitude and self-reflection. Rather than recognizing how much control you already possess over your life, you become fixated on what others should give you. For some, this dynamic can even strain relationships, as the people around them grow weary of the unrelenting expectation that they must somehow fix everything. Owning your struggles. Accepting that no one is coming to save you requires a paradigm shift. You transition from an external locus of control, believing that your life circumstances are primarily shaped by external factors, to an internal locus of control, where you recognize that your decisions and mindset are the ultimate arbiters of your future. This is not to suggest that external factors like systemic inequalities or unexpected tragedies do not play a role. They do, and they can be formidable, but your power lies in how you respond, adapt, and push forward. When you own your struggles, you stand in truth. Perhaps you are dealing with procrastination, an addiction, or an unresolved conflict. Owning these struggles means accepting responsibility for what happens next. Will you seek help or continue to suffer in silence? Will you confront the root issue or allow it to fester? These questions highlight the agency you possess. Why this truth is liberating. At first glance, being told no one is coming to save you can seem harsh, yet it can also be profoundly liberating. If you've been waiting for some kind of permission or an external green light to start living, working, or creating differently, you can stop waiting. You do not need anyone else to anoint you worthy of self-improvement. You don't have to rely on some external force to provide the perfect scenario. Freedom lies in the realization that it is up to you. The liberation is twofold. You control your destiny. You are not a hapless passenger in your life story, but the protagonist. This realization alone can spark courage and action. You hold the power to change. If something in your life is broken or not serving you, you do not have to wait for an outside solution. While you might need resources, education, or mentorship, the process begins and ends with your active engagement. Confronting fear and insecurity. Fear often underpins the reluctance to acknowledge this harsh truth. If no one is coming to save you, then your success or failure hinges on your actions. If you fail, you cannot blame it on an absent rescuer. The responsibility can feel crushing, yet fear of failure is not a sufficient reason to remain stuck. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." In other words, you may not be able to control outcomes perfectly, but you can control your efforts, your mindset, and how you confront fear. Recognizing the depth of your agency can provoke anxiety. Questions arise: am I capable? What if I make the wrong choice? What if I chase a dream and it doesn't pan out? These uncertainties are part of the human experience. Everyone doubts themselves, but these doubts become more manageable when you commit to the journey and welcome both failures and successes as necessary building blocks of self-mastery. Drawing inspiration from others' journeys. Even though no one is coming to save you, it does not mean you are walking the path of self-improvement alone. Throughout history, countless individuals have navigated adversity and transformed their lives using their resourcefulness and determination. From ancient philosophers who found solace amid war, exile, and political upheaval, to modern entrepreneurs who built empires despite countless rejections, human history brims with tales of triumph against the odds. Consider the story of Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist who survived Nazi concentration camps and went on to write Man's Search for Meaning. His experience of unimaginable suffering led him to conclude that even in the worst circumstances, we still have the freedom to choose our attitude. Though Frankl had zero external saviors in the camps, he discovered an internal resource: meaning. His testimony is proof that self-salvation need not be a selfish pursuit. By developing your inner strength, you become better poised to contribute meaningfully to others as well. The hard truth of no one is coming to save you invites you to take direct action in your life. It means that if you have goals, whether personal or professional, It is your responsibility to pursue them wholeheartedly. If you have flaws or blind spots, it is your job to face them. If you desire a better life, healthier relationships, a fulfilling career, a sense of purpose, you are the person to initiate change. The good news is that this change does not have to be monumental or instantaneous. Small, consistent efforts, like reading 10 pages of a self-improvement book daily, going for a short walk each morning, or dedicating 15 minutes to meditation or journaling, are powerful first steps. James Clear emphasizes in Atomic Habits that small habits over time create substantial transformations. The takeaway is that while nobody is going to come fix your life for you, many have provided roadmaps, examples, and encouragement. But it is you who must walk the path. Facing this reality can be emotional, even overwhelming, but it is also the beginning of genuine agency. You shift from passive recipient to active creator. The rest of this essay will guide you through strategies and philosophies that make it possible to embrace this truth in a practical, life-affirming way. As you read further, allow yourself to feel a sense of urgency, excitement, and determination. This is your life, and you have the power to transform it, if you so choose. Cultivating a sense of urgency. We often treat time as if it were an infinite resource. Tomorrow becomes the default day to change our diet, start exercising, or pursue a new career path. And when tomorrow comes, our convictions face life's inevitable demands, distractions, and temptations, so we postpone change yet again. Cultivating a sense of urgency is the antidote to this cycle of procrastination. It fuels the realization that life will not wait for us to figure out the perfect plan. We must take bold, consistent action now. The inner fire. Urgency can be likened to an inner fire that propels us forward. It does not mean acting recklessly or making hasty decisions. Rather, it involves a heightened awareness that time is not guaranteed. Each day is an opportunity to invest in what matters most: our health, relationships, peace, and aspirations, and to do so with passion. There is a certain emotional intensity that accompanies urgency. It becomes the impetus to finish tasks we've been avoiding, to have difficult conversations we've been putting off, and to take calculated risks we've delayed for fear of rejection or failure. This inner fire requires careful tending. Just as an actual fire can be doused by water or left to burn out, our sense of urgency can be eroded by complacency or perpetual distraction. To keep that fire alive, we need to establish rituals and mindsets that remind us of our finite time. Stoic reflection on mortality. The Stoics were renowned for their contemplations on mortality. Far from being morbid, these reflections aim to sharpen one's perspective on what truly matters. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. When confronted with the reality that our time is limited, we no longer have the luxury of pointless arguments or unfulfilling routines." Mortality is a great clarifier. Reflecting on the shortness of life does not mean we must be in a permanent state of anxiety or gloom. Instead, it can be a constructive motivator. Am I living in alignment with my values and priorities? Am I nurturing the relationships that give my life meaning? What if this day were my last opportunity to make a difference? These questions can spark a sense of urgency to live more fully, love more generously, and act more decisively. Procrastination, the thief of time. Procrastination is one of the most common barriers to developing urgency. It often stems from a combination of fear, perfectionism, and uncertainty. We delay taking action because the task feels daunting, or we are unsure of the outcome, or we yearn for an ideal moment that never arrives. The result is a mounting sense of stress and guilt as deadlines loom or opportunities pass us by. In The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Stephen Covey introduces the concept of quadrants to distinguish tasks that are urgent and important from those that are neither. Many of us spend our days putting out small fires, seemingly urgent tasks that are not truly important, while delaying the important but not immediately urgent tasks that lead to long-term growth. Cultivating urgency does not mean mindlessly rushing. It means recognizing what truly deserves your attention and ensuring those tasks are done promptly and effectively. Harnessing fear to create urgency. Fear, if channeled wisely, can be an asset. Most people tend to avoid fear, seeing it as a purely negative emotion. However, fear can alert you to areas of your life that require immediate attention. If you fear public speaking, for instance, perhaps there is an important message you are meant to share. If you fear failure in starting a business, that might be a sign of how meaningful the venture is to you. Instead of letting fear paralyze you, transform it into a motivating force. I am afraid, which means this matters greatly to me. Therefore, I must start now, while I have the chance to learn, adapt, and grow. Seneca advised that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. By confronting your fears head-on, you often discover that taking action, no matter how small, reduces the grip fear has on you. Building urgency into your life does not require dramatic gestures. Simple, consistent routines can be remarkably effective. Morning mindset. Check. Upon waking, spend a few minutes in reflection or journaling. Ask yourself, if this were my last day, what would I prioritize? This question strips away trivialities and sets the tone for a day of focused action. Prioritize 3 tasks. Each morning, identify 3 key tasks that must be completed by the end of the day. They can be personal, professional, or spiritual, but they should contribute significantly to your long-term goals. This approach, advocated by productivity experts, ensures that your energy is channeled into meaningful work rather than diffused among countless small tasks. Time blocks. Use time blocks to work on important tasks without interruption. For instance, dedicate 90 minutes to a creative project or critical work task, then take a short break. This method minimizes context switching and maximizes efficiency. Mindful evening review. End your day by reviewing what you accomplished. Reflect on what worked, what didn't, and how you can improve. This nightly practice keeps you accountable and maintains a cycle of continuous progress. By adopting these routines, you train your mind to remain vigilant about what truly matters. This vigilance is the cornerstone of urgency. Embracing discomfort. Urgency often demands stepping out of your comfort zone. If you wait until you feel perfectly ready to tackle major life changes, such as pursuing a new career, ending a toxic relationship, or committing to a fitness routine, you will likely wait forever. The perfect moment seldom arrives, and readiness often follows action rather than precedes it. Growth is inherently uncomfortable because it involves shedding familiar habits and identities in favor of something new. Yet the discomfort also signals that you are moving forward rather than standing still. In the words of Epictetus, how long are you going to wait before you demand the best for yourself? Demanding the best for yourself means taking on tasks you might initially shy away from, whether that's learning a new skill, seeking feedback from a mentor, or confronting a challenging situation at work. The price of delay. Every day of delay has a cost. Perhaps you miss out on a valuable learning curve that would set you up for success a year from now. Or you continue to live with habits that erode your health and self-esteem, or you allow a relationship to wither due to unspoken conflicts. Over time, these costs accumulate into regrets. Consider a practical example. If you postpone investing in your retirement for even 5 years, the compounding growth you forfeit can never be regained. The same principle applies to investing in yourself. The knowledge, skills, and habits you build today can pay dividends in the future, but only if you start. Viewing life through the lens of compounding returns can stoke your sense of urgency. Each day you invest in your growth multiplies your potential for future success and fulfillment. Balancing urgency with patience. Ironically, maintaining a sense of urgency does not negate the necessity of patience. Urgency drives you to take action, while patience reminds you that results may take time to materialize. For example, if you decide to lose weight or write a book, immediate results are unlikely. You must persist through weeks or months of incremental gains before seeing substantial progress. James Clear's Atomic Habits underscores the importance of compounding habits. A 1% improvement each day may seem insignificant in the short term, but over a year it can yield dramatic results. Urgency ensures you are consistently making that 1% improvement, while patience helps you stick with the process even when you can't yet see the finish line. Conclusion: ignite the spark. Cultivating urgency is about recognizing that you have a finite amount of time to pursue what truly matters. It's a conscious choice to engage with life proactively rather than reactively. You wake up each day with a desire to move the needle on your goals and priorities, aware that tomorrow is promised to no one. This doesn't mean living in a frantic rush or succumbing to burnout. Instead, it's about fueling your daily actions with purpose, determination, and emotional commitment. Urgency, when harnessed properly, makes you alive to your possibilities. It is the spark that ignites your willingness to learn, experiment, and persevere. Combined with a Stoic mindset that accepts whatever life throws at you, urgency can accelerate your journey towards self-mastery. In the next section, we will delve deeper into Stoicism's emphasis on personal responsibility, a timeless philosophy that complements the notion of taking life by the reins with unwavering resolve. Stoic philosophy has surged in popularity in recent years, largely because its core principles, personal responsibility, emotional regulation, and by sea with nature, resonate profoundly with modern challenges. At its heart, Stoicism teaches that while the external world remains largely beyond our control, our response to it rests firmly in our hands. This emphasis on personal agency dovetails seamlessly with the idea that no one is coming to save you, and that we must cultivate a sense of urgency about how we live. The essence of Stoicism. Founded in Athens by Zeno of Citium in the early 3rd century BCE, Stoicism developed through key figures like Cleanthes, Chrysippus, Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. Despite their varied personal histories, these thinkers shared a belief that virtue, manifested as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, is the highest good. Everything else, including wealth, fame, or even physical health, is considered indifferent in comparison to the moral character of the individual. A common misunderstanding is to see Stoics as unemotional or indifferent to life's vicissitudes. Rather, the practice of Stoicism involves recognizing and tempering destructive emotions, not eradicating emotion. It is about aligning one's actions with rational thought and moral principles. Stoic dichotomy of control. One of the most renowned Stoic teachings, popularized by Epictetus, is the dichotomy of control. Some things are within our control, our thoughts, choices, and actions, and some things are not, external events, other people's opinions, and the ultimate outcomes of our efforts. This straightforward concept can radically alter your mindset by focusing on what you can control and relinquishing worry over what you cannot. You redirect energy from anxiety to purposeful action. This principle underpins the broader notion of personal responsibility. If you find yourself consistently blaming external circumstances or people for your plight, you relinquish control. You become a bystander to your own life. Embracing the dichotomy of control compels you to ask, what aspects of this situation can I influence? What can I change about myself, my mindset, habits, or perspective to improve it? This line of questioning forces you to move away from victimhood and toward empowerment. Emotions and rationality. Stoicism recognizes that humans are emotional creatures. However, it warns against letting impulsive emotions sabotage our better judgment. Anger, fear, and envy can lead us to make decisions that cause lasting harm. Stoics do not advocate suppressing emotions in a way that leads to internal turmoil. Instead, they teach how to regulate emotions by examining their source and evaluating whether they're rooted in rational thought or mere knee-jerk reactions. For instance, if you're angry because you believe your coworker disrespected you, a Stoic approach would be to question whether this perceived disrespect is truly harmful, or whether your interpretation might be inflated by personal insecurities. This kind of reflective process can diminish the hold negative emotions have over you, enabling more balanced and strategic responses. The moral imperative to act. Stoicism insists that knowing what is right is insufficient unless we also do what is right. Knowledge of virtue must lead to action, or it remains incomplete. Marcus Aurelius, as Emperor of Rome, wrote in his Meditations about the importance of rising each day to do one's duty, regardless of how tempting it may be to remain comfortable. He reminded himself that he was made for work, for contributing to the public good, and that avoiding such duties was contrary to his nature. In a similar vein, Epictetus often admonished his students not to dabble in philosophy as if it were an intellectual parlor game, but to apply it to daily life. This insistence on practical application rings true for anyone seeking to cultivate urgency and self-reliance. Whether you are studying Stoicism or reading modern self-improvement books, real change arises only from action. Recognizing that no one is coming to save you can spark the moral imperative to act on your highest values, rather than merely pondering them. Seneca on time. Among the Stoics, Seneca wrote most directly on the topic of time management. In On the Shortness of Life, he discusses how humans often squander the one truly non-renewable resource, time. We act as if we will live forever, delaying essential matters, indulging in petty distractions, and allowing trivial pursuits to devour our days. His writings resonate strongly with the modern world, where smartphones, social media, and streaming services make it all too easy to waste hours without noticing. Seneca's call for self-awareness in using time wisely aligns with our theme of urgency. If you recognize that each moment counts and that your life is ticking away, you become less willing to let external forces dictate your day. You learn to say no to meaningless tasks and yes to the activities that align with your purpose. Instead of waiting for a rescuer, you rescue yourself from the prison of wasted hours. Applying Stoicism in daily life. Negative visualization. The Stoics recommended periodically imagining worst-case scenarios without obsessing over them to inoculate oneself against fear. By visualizing, for instance, the loss of material possessions or personal setbacks, you become mentally prepared to handle misfortune. This practice can also foster gratitude for what you do have and prompt you to act before you lose it. Morning and evening. Reflection. Marcus Aurelius famously used daily reflections. In the morning, he would set his intentions, reminding himself of his principles and the challenges he might face. In the evening, he would review how he lived up to these intentions. This simple practice can help you maintain a sense of purpose and urgency throughout your day. Focus on internal achievements. Stoics emphasize that external accolades or material success matter less than the virtue you develop. That doesn't mean you dismiss external goals, but you measure success by your effort, integrity, and discipline. This mindset can liberate you from being overly dependent on external validation. Embrace challenges. Stoics viewed challenges and adversities as opportunities to exercise virtue. A difficult co-worker offers a chance to practice patience and empathy. A financial setback tests your resourcefulness. This reframing ensures that you do not flee from obstacles, but instead harness them for growth, fueling your sense of urgency to evolve. The synergy with self-reliance. Stoicism and the principle, "no one is coming to save you," form a powerful combination. Stoicism reminds us that the quality of our lives hinges on our choices, our mental discipline, and our moral fiber. Recognizing that rescue from an external source is not forthcoming reinforces the necessity of cultivating these Stoic virtues daily. The synergy arises because both philosophies, Stoicism and self-reliance, underscore that freedom and fulfillment come from within. When you adopt a Stoic mindset, you become less susceptible to feeling helpless or victimized by external events. You also cultivate the mental toughness needed to thrive even when circumstances are far from ideal. This toughness is not merely about brute strength, it's about clarity of purpose, the tempering of emotions, and the unwavering commitment to doing what needs to be done. Obstacles as teachers. Ryan Holiday's book, The Obstacle is the Way, popularized the idea that each obstacle we face can become a teacher stepping stone. This concept is deeply Stoic in origin. The Holiday draws from Marcus Aurelius's quote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. In essence, every adversity holds within it the seed of transformation, if we choose to look for it. Applying this mindset can radically alter your approach to setbacks. Instead of seeing them as signals to abandon your goals, you interpret them as valuable feedback, pushing you to refine your strategy or develop patience, courage, or creativity. When no one is coming to save you, every obstacle becomes a test of your self-reliance and an opportunity to strengthen your character. Stoicism provides a philosophical bedrock for the imperative that you must take charge of your life. It teaches that your will, your choices, and your disciplined actions are the primary influences on your well-being. In synergy with the understanding that no external savior is on the horizon, Stoicism can awaken in you a profound sense of urgency, not born of panic, but of purpose. If you accept that your life is up to you and that time is fleeting, Stoicism supplies the tools to navigate life with moral clarity, emotional control, and unwavering resolve. It offers a lens through which you can reinterpret obstacles as catalysts for growth, reminding you that your power lies in how you respond to the world around you. Indeed, no one is coming to save you, but the Stoics would argue that you already possess everything you need to save yourself. The next section will bring these insights into conversation with modern self-improvement classics, illustrating how age-old wisdom and contemporary research can converge to help you build an extraordinary life. Wisdom from modern self-improvement classics. Ancient philosophy like Stoicism offers a timeless foundation for self-reliance and urgency. Yet we also have a rich array of modern self-improvement literature that distills centuries of insight into actionable steps. From Stephen Covey's foundational principles to James Clear's habit-building systems, these books reaffirm that real change must come from within, and that no external savior will do the work for you. Below, we explore some key lessons from contemporary classics to illustrate how to turn philosophy into practice. The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey. Covey's seminal work remains a staple of personal development. While each of the 7 habits offers its insight, 2 are especially pertinent to our theme. Habit 1. Be proactive. Covey begins his framework by asserting that you are responsible for your own life. Rather than reacting to circumstances, you can choose your response, focusing on what he calls your circle of influence. This echoes the Stoic dichotomy of control. Recognize what you can influence and act there with determination. Covey's emphasis on proactivity underscores that waiting for external circumstances to align perfectly is a surefire way to remain stuck. Instead, a proactive individual takes initiative, seeks solutions, and remains resilient in the face of setbacks. Habit 2. Begin with the end in mind. Cultivating a sense of urgency is easier when you have a clear vision of what you want to achieve and why. Covey suggests creating a personal mission statement that reflects your values and long-term goals. This statement becomes your North Star, helping you prioritize daily tasks. When you truly understand your endpoint, the present moment gains significance. Every minute counts toward fulfilling your mission. Written during the Great Depression, Napoleon Hill's classic has influenced millions by examining the traits of successful individuals. The central message is clear. Success begins with the belief that you can achieve it, combined with burning desire and persistent action. Desire and faith. Hill focuses heavily on the power of an unwavering desire, backed by strong faith in one's ability to achieve a goal. While his book targets wealth creation, its principles extend far beyond finances. Hill argues that desire is the starting point of all achievement, likening it to a driving force that must be harnessed through concrete plans and relentless effort. Autosuggestion and visualization. One of Hill's key techniques is the daily affirmation of one's goals. By repeatedly visualizing and affirming what you intend to achieve, you train your subconscious mind to adopt a success-oriented perspective. This aligns with modern neuroscience findings on neuroplasticity and habit formation. Our repeated thoughts shape our mental pathways. Urgency enters the picture when you combine desire with daily, purposeful action. If you truly believe in your goal, you act with immediacy and consistency. James Clear's work has quickly become a modern classic, for its in-depth exploration of how small, consistent habits can lead to significant transformation over time. Central to his argument is the idea of the compound effect. Minor improvements, when repeated daily, yield massive long-term benefits. Identity-based habits. Clear suggests that the most effective way to alter your behavior is to change the way you see yourself. Rather than fixating on outcomes, like losing 20 pounds, focus on the identity you wish to embody, e.g., I am a healthy person who exercises daily. This subtle shift makes it easier to align daily actions with the kind of person you're becoming, thereby instilling urgency to maintain habits that reinforce this identity. Environment design. Clear emphasizes structuring your environment to facilitate the right actions and hinder the wrong ones. If you want to practice guitar, for instance, leave it out where you can see it. If you want to reduce social media use, remove apps from your phone's home screen. Such adjustments reduce friction for beneficial behaviors and increase friction for detrimental ones. Urgency is built into these tiny friction points. You act more quickly on good habits because the environment supports them. Though Toller's work focuses primarily on mindfulness and spiritual insight, it carries a strong message about personal agency and the immediacy of the present moment. For Toller, the past and future exist only as mental constructs. All real action takes place in the now. Awareness and acceptance. Toll encourages a heightened awareness of the mind's constant chatter and anxieties. By observing these thoughts without judgment, you can free yourself from paralysis by analysis or regret. The sense of urgency here is spiritual, a reminder that life is unfolding now, and postponing presence or growth is a form of self-denial. Transcending ego. Much of our procrastination and reliance on external saviors can be traced back to egoic narratives. I need this situation to be perfect. I need that person's approval. By letting go of these narratives, you become free to act in the moment, unburdened by fears of the future or resentments of the past. David Goggins, a former Navy SEAL turned ultramarathon runner, exemplifies the idea that no one is coming to save you. His personal story of overcoming abuse, poverty, and obesity has inspired many to push beyond self-imposed limits. Callousing the mind. Goggins advocates deliberately engaging in discomfort, like running further than you thought possible, to develop mental resilience. The more you subject yourself to controlled hardship, the stronger your mind becomes. This approach aligns with the Stoic concept of voluntary discomfort and fosters a robust sense of personal responsibility. By regularly pushing yourself, you prove that you can endure, and this evidence silences the mental chatter that tries to hold you back. Accountability. Mirror. Goggins suggests standing in front of the mirror each day to confront your shortcomings honestly and then taking decisive action to address them. This brutal self-honesty ensures you cannot rely on excuses or fantasies of rescue. It also generates urgency. You see what needs to change. Synthesizing ancient and modern wisdom. What ties these books together with Stoic philosophy is the focus on self-initiated transformation. Each author, in their way, underscores that waiting for an external force to solve your problems is futile. Instead, they provide strategies, habit formation, goal setting, mindset shifts, and spiritual awareness for you to become the architect of your destiny. When read alongside Stoicism's emphasis on virtue, emotional control, and the dichotomy of control, these methods gain even deeper resonance. Your sense of urgency stems not just from wanting to achieve personal success, but from recognizing a moral and existential imperative to use your time wisely. Avoiding the trap of shelf-help. One danger with self-improvement literature is turning it into shelf-help. That is, you read voraciously, but the books collect dust on your shelf while your life remains unchanged. The insights remain intellectual curiosities rather than catalysts for transformation. To avoid this, you must implement what you learn immediately. Whenever a concept resonates, ask yourself, how can I apply this today? Which habit can I start forming right now? This direct application ensures you don't fall into the trap of waiting for the right moment or the perfect plan. You act, see results, or encounter challenges and then refine your approach. Common threads. Across these modern works, several core principles reappear: personal responsibility. Your mindset, habits, and daily choices have a more profound impact on your future than any external factor. Clarity of purpose. Without a clear vision or goal, urgency flounders. You need a target to energize your actions. Consistent action. In almost every success story, consistency trumps intensity. Small daily efforts compound over time. Mindset and belief. How you see yourself and your capabilities shapes your reality. Belief fuels discipline, and discipline sustains belief. Facing discomfort. Growth demands stepping outside your comfort zone repeatedly. The synergy of these principles, with the Stoic understanding of what is within and beyond our control, creates a powerful roadmap for self-reliance and urgency. While each author frames their advice through different lenses, be it spiritual enlightenment, habit science, or sheer grit, the underlying message remains: no one can walk the path for you, so start walking now. Embracing a holistic approach. Ultimately, self-improvement is not about fixating on any single area, like finances, relationships, or health, while neglecting others. True urgency and personal responsibility manifest in the pursuit of holistic well-being. It's about shaping a life that reflects your deepest values and maximizing every resource you have, from your time to your emotional energy. In doing so, you embody the idea that although no one is coming to save you, you are more than capable of saving yourself and thriving in the process. Having laid the philosophical foundation and explored modern wisdom, it's time to translate these insights into concrete action. The following steps aim to help you integrate urgency, self-reliance, and stoic fortitude into your daily life. While these are not one-size-fits-all prescriptions, they offer a blueprint for steady progress. The power of immediate action. Crucial to the entire process is immediate action. When you learn a new principle, apply it as soon as you can. If you read about a technique for overcoming procrastination, test it on a small task today. This do-it-now mentality keeps you from falling into the trap of endless planning. Remember, no one can do these steps for you. While mentors, friends, or professional coaches can offer guidance, the execution rests on your shoulders. This is the crux of self-reliance. You are the linchpin of your transformation. Amid the journey towards self-improvement, FAAR and emotional turbulence often emerge as formidable obstacles. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, or even fear of success can lead us astray, causing us to pause or abandon our pursuit of personal excellence. Emotional resilience is your shield in this battle, a capacity to maintain composure and optimism, even when faced with setbacks or threats. In this section, we explore how Stoicism, modern psychology, and heartfelt determination can help you conquer fear and move forward with courage. The nature of fear. Fear is a survival mechanism deeply ingrained in human biology. Our ancestors needed fear to sense danger, whether from predators or hostile environments. Today, while physical threats may be less common, psychological and social fears loom large. We fear being judged, ostracized, or found inadequate. These fears, though intangible, trigger the same fight-or-flight response that a saber-toothed tiger once did. Yet, fear can also be a compass, pointing to areas of growth. As David Goggins posits, fear reveals what you value. If you deeply care about public speaking because it can advance your career, fear arises. Recognizing this can transform fear into a motivator. If I'm scared, it's because this matters. Let's do something about it now. Stoic courage in practice. Stoics teach that courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the willingness to act virtuously despite fear. Marcus Aurelius would remind himself that external events cannot harm his virtue. If a challenge threatens your comfort or ego but does not compromise your integrity, the Stoic perspective is to confront it with resolve. This approach turns fear into an opportunity. By facing it, you affirm your principles of self-reliance and personal growth. Building emotional resilience. Set realistic expectations. Recognize that obstacles, delays, and failures will happen. Emotional resilience grows when you anticipate these challenges and see them as normal parts of growth. Develop self-compassion. Berating yourself for feeling fear or making mistakes only compounds negativity. Treat yourself with kindness. According to psychologist Kristin Neff, self-compassion involves acknowledging your mistakes while offering the same sympathy you'd give a close friend. Emotional regulation techniques. Techniques like deep breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, or guided imagery can quickly reduce stress. Pair these with Stoic reflections, reminding yourself of what you can control, and you create a powerful emotional toolkit. Harnessing vulnerability. Brené Brown's research on vulnerability underscores that genuine courage often involves letting yourself be seen in moments of uncertainty. Admitting you are afraid or that you don't have all the answers can paradoxically enhance resilience. Vulnerability opens you to learning and support. While no one can save you, sharing your challenges with trusted allies can provide emotional nourishment. You remain the pilot of your journey, but you have co-pilots encouraging you along the way. Reframing failure. Fear of failure is frequently the root cause of procrastination and a lack of urgency. Instead of interpreting failure as a final verdict on your worth, view it as feedback. This resonates with the growth mindset championed by psychologist Carl Jung. When you adopt a growth mindset, every outcome, positive or negative, becomes a source of learning. This attitude dismantles the paralyzing power of fear because failure no longer signifies the end. It merely indicates you need a new approach. Action despite fear. At some point, theoretical discussions on fear and emotional resilience become moot unless followed by action. The most potent way to defeat fear is to do the very thing you're afraid of. If you fear public speaking, sign up for a small speaking engagement or join a group like Toastmasters. If you fear networking, attend a professional meetup. Each time you engage in a feared activity, you collect evidence that you can survive and thrive, gradually shrinking the fear's power over you. The role of emotion in no one is coming to save you. Adopting the stance that no one is coming to save you does not mean numbing your emotions. On the contrary, it invites you to harness the full spectrum of your emotional life to fuel your self-reliance. Anger can be channeled into determination. Sadness can be transformed into empathy for others who struggle. Fear, as noted, can illuminate what truly matters to you. The goal is to become the master of your emotions, directing them rather than being directed by them. Building a resilient support system. Though you must ultimately save yourself, that does not equate to living in solitude. Cultivating healthy relationships can bolster emotional resilience. Friends, family, or a significant other can offer understanding and perspective. Mentors and coaches can challenge you constructively. Even online communities, such as specialized forums or social media groups focused on personal development, can provide a sense of camaraderie. In these relationships, be mindful of your self-reliance. Accept assistance as a complement to your efforts, not a replacement for them. If your emotional coping strategy relies entirely on others, you risk dependency. But if you engage with others from a place of strength and mutual support, your resilience expands. A powerful way to maintain momentum against fear is to celebrate small victories. Did you confront a difficult task at work without your usual hesitation? Acknowledge it. Did you manage to run an extra mile despite feeling tired? Give yourself credit. These celebrations reinforce the idea that you can take care of yourself, fueling further confidence. Like habit stacking, reward stacking reaffirms your ability to handle life's challenges independently. Emotional resilience and overcoming fear are not one-time achievements. They are daily practices. Each morning brings new uncertainties, but also fresh opportunities to reaffirm your agency. Each evening is a chance to reflect on how you stood up to your fears or momentarily succumbed to them. Over time, the consistent choice to act despite fear, to adapt and learn from each stumble, weaves resilience into your very identity. By combining Stoic principles of courage, modern psychological strategies for emotional regulation, and the unwavering knowledge that you are the architect of your fate, you equip yourself to face life's adversities with grace and determination. This emotional backbone is the final piece of the puzzle. enabling you to consistently apply the strategies discussed throughout this essay. In the next section, we will tie these themes together, offering a concluding reflection on how urgency, stoicism, and contemporary self-improvement insights can converge to help you become the best version of yourself. The call to understand that no one is coming to save you may sound grim at first, but in its deepest sense, it is a clarion call to personal freedom and self-actualization. It rouses you from the passive comfort of waiting for the perfect opportunity, the ideal mentor, or some cosmic alignment that will magically resolve your challenges. Instead, you're invited to step forward as the primary agent of your rescue, acknowledging that while support from others can be vital, the lion's share of responsibility for your life rests on your shoulders. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, we've seen that acknowledging personal responsibility is not just a pragmatic necessity, but a moral obligation. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, each, in their ways, championed the idea that you hold the power to shape your life through virtue, discipline, and clear judgment. They recognized that suffering often arises from resisting the realities of life, wishing for a savior, or longing for circumstances to be different. In aligning your actions with what lies within your control, you liberate yourself from perpetual victimhood. From modern self-improvement classics, we've gleaned actionable strategies to turn philosophy into practice. Stephen Covey's emphasis on proactivity and vision, Napoleon Hill's belief in the power of burning desire, James Clear's focus on habit formation, and Eckhart Tolle's mindfulness teachings all point to one overarching principle: meaningful change starts with you. These thinkers reiterate that you do not need to wait for any external force to start living better. Whether you want to cultivate healthier relationships, improve your finances, or find deeper spiritual fulfillment, the first step is always yours to take. The concept of urgency serves as the fuel behind these transformations. It is the acknowledgement that time is finite and that each day wasted is a day you cannot regain. Urgency is not frenzy. It is not mindless hustle. Rather, it is the clarity that your life is too valuable to be squandered on inconsequential distractions or prolonged indecision. It drives you to allocate your limited time wisely, focusing on tasks and relationships that align with your values and long-term vision. Crucially, real life is rife with challenges, fear of failure, emotional upheavals, and unforeseen obstacles. Emotional resilience is the bedrock that ensures these challenges do not knock you off course. Stoicism's teachings on controlling your response, modern psychology's insights into stress management, and personal stories of grit, like David Goggins's, all highlight that resilience is not a trait you're simply born with. It's a skill you can hone. By approaching your fears with curiosity rather than avoidance, you gradually diminish their power over you. Awareness. You are cognizant that no one else can live your life or make your decisions. This awareness strips away excuses and ignites a sense of urgency. Action. You translate knowledge into daily practice, be it forming keystone habits, setting clear goals, or reflecting stoically on your progress. Adaptation. You treat setbacks and failures as feedback. Instead of lamenting the lack of a savior, you become your problem solver. Accountability. Though self-reliant, you welcome constructive support from mentors, peers, or loved ones. Their guidance complements but never replaces your effort. Gratitude. Embracing your role as the hero of your story also fosters gratitude for any aid you receive. You recognize assistance as a blessing, not an entitlement. By adopting this mindset, you undergo a profound shift, from seeing life as something that happens to you to recognizing it as something you actively shape. No doubt, the journey can be daunting, and there may be moments when fear, doubt, or despair threaten to derail you. Yet, armed with stoic wisdom, practical self-improvement tactics, and an unwavering sense of purpose, you are equipped to press forward. Imagine yourself a year, 5 years, or a decade from now, looking back on this moment. Will it be the pivot point where you decide to cease waiting for external salvation and take control of your destiny? Or will it be just another fleeting recognition that never quite translated into action? The choice is yours, and that is both terrifying and electrifying. Terrifying because the stakes are high. This is your life, after all. electrifying because the power to change, grow, and thrive is within your grasp. Let this be the start or continuation of a grand adventure into the fullness of your potential. Let it be the day you realize that, indeed, no one is coming to save you, and that is precisely why you must rise to save yourself.
I need the car for my business.
Well, I need it too, my dear spouse.
So sell me one car to make calls in.
And another to keep peace around the house.
We have just moved to the suburbs, and this country air is fine. But I'm tired of trains and buses.
Now a Chevrolet would make life divine.
Senator, will you comment on our populations rising 8,000 every day?
You're stuck in traffic again, watching the world blur by through a dusty windshield, when the guy in the car next to you starts belting out a song like he's the star of a musical no one else can hear. At first, it's funny, you laugh to yourself. But then something shifts. You start wondering who he is. Maybe he's on his way to see someone he loves. Maybe he's just trying to drown out a rough day. And suddenly, this stranger, once just background noise in your story, becomes real. He has fears, dreams, heartbreaks, and memories that would break your heart if you knew them. That's Sonder, the quiet, staggering realization that everyone around you is living a life just as complex, layered, and aching as yours. It doesn't hit like a lightning bolt. It creeps in softly in elevators, on subways, in cafes, reminding you that you're not the only story unfolding. In the hustle of everyday life, it is easy to become absorbed in our narratives, viewing the world through the narrow lens of personal experience. Yet there exists a concept that challenges this self-centered perspective, inviting us to pause and consider the vastness of human existence. This concept is Sonder, a term coined by John Koenig in his Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows. Sonder is defined as the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. This essay explores the meaning of Sonder, its emotional and philosophical implications, and its potential to foster empathy and connection in an increasingly fragmented world. The word itself carries a certain weight, almost onomatopoeic, in how it resonates with a sense of depth and wonder. Sonder, it sounds like something between ponder and wonder, an appropriate linguistic home for a concept that involves both deep reflection and the mental journey into others' lives. Though neologisms often struggle to find purchase in our collective vocabulary, this one has resonated with many, suggesting it captures something universal, yet previously unnamed, in human experience. Sonder is not a word found in traditional dictionaries, but its emergence reflects a universal human experience. Imagine sitting in a bustling cafe, observing strangers as they sip coffee, scroll through their phones, or laugh with friends. Sonder strikes when you realize that each of these individuals carries a universe of their own, complete with dreams, fears, triumphs, and heartbreaks. The barista who hands you your latte is not merely a background character in your story. She might be grappling with a recent loss or celebrating a quiet victory. The man reading a newspaper across the room may be planning a life-changing move or reminiscing about a childhood memory. Sonder is the moment when these anonymous figures transform from extras in your life's movie into protagonists of their own. Koenig's definition emphasizes the vividness and complexity of others' lives. This is not a fleeting acknowledgement of their existence, but a profound recognition of their depth. Sonder invites us to see beyond the surface, to imagine the intricate tapestries of experience that define each person we encounter. The experience often comes unbidden, striking us in mundane moments.
Gee, I'm glad you stayed all night, Bobby. Don't you like the cereal? Oh, yeah. But it's a little mushy. It's not crisp like the kind my breakfast pals serve Dad and me at home. Your breakfast pals? Sure, they come every morning as soon as I whistle. What?
Perhaps it occurs while sitting in traffic, suddenly aware that each car contains a person with an entire history, a network of relationships, and a day filled with their concerns. Or maybe while walking past apartment buildings at night, seeing the warm glow of windows and realizing each illuminated square represents a home filled with its dramas, routines, and intimate moments. These realizations often arrive with a certain vertigo, a sudden shift in perspective that momentarily unsettles our sense of centrality in our narratives. Writer Virginia Woolf captured something of this sensation in her novel Mrs. Dalloway, when her protagonist observes, "She had the perpetual sense, as she watched the taxicabs, of being out, far out to sea and alone. She always had the feeling that it was very, very dangerous to live even one day." This dangerous living that Woolf describes includes the risk of truly seeing others, recognizing their separate consciousness, and the vast ocean of their experience that remains forever beyond our complete understanding. The phenomenology of Sonder often includes a visual component. We see others differently in these moments. The anonymous face in the crowd suddenly appears as a window to an inner life as rich as our own. French philosopher Emmanuel Levinas spoke of the face of the other as making an ethical demand upon us through its very appearance. In moments of Sonder, this demand becomes palpable. We are called to acknowledge the humanity before us, not as an abstract concept, but as a lived reality. Sonder can also manifest as a bodily sensation, a dropping of the stomach, a quickening of the pulse, or a sudden awareness of one's breathing. This embodied quality highlights that Sonder is not merely an intellectual recognition, but a holistic shift in awareness that affects us physically as well as mentally. We might feel simultaneously expanded beyond ourselves and acutely aware of our own embodied presence in the world. For some, the experience carries a numinous quality, a sense of brushing against something greater than oneself. This spiritual dimension of Sonder connects to traditions of mysticism across cultures, where individual boundaries dissolve into a greater awareness of interconnection. Yet, unlike some mystical experiences that emphasize unity, Sonder maintains the tension between connection and separateness, recognizing both our fundamental relatedness and the irreducible uniqueness of each person's experience. The emotional landscape of Sonder. To experience Sonder is to confront a paradox. It is both humbling and overwhelming. On one hand, it diminishes the ego, reminding us that our struggles and joys are but a single thread in the vast fabric of humanity. In a world that often encourages self-absorption through social media's curated personas or society's emphasis on individual success, Sonder offers a corrective lens. It whispers that we are not the center of the universe, but rather one of billions of equally significant stories. Yet, this realization can also be disorienting. The sheer scale of human experience, billions of lives unfolding simultaneously, each with its weight and meaning, can evoke a sense of existential vertigo. How do we reconcile our significance with the enormity of others' existences? Sonder challenges us to hold both truths. Our lives matter deeply, and so do everyone else's. This duality can stir feelings of awe, melancholy, or even loneliness as we grapple with the fleeting nature of our connections with others. The emotional texture of Sonder often includes a peculiar mix of distance and intimacy. We feel separated from others by the private nature of consciousness, unable to truly enter their experience, yet simultaneously connected through the recognition of shared humanity. This creates a bittersweet quality, a mingling of isolation and belonging that poet Rainer Maria Rilke captured when he wrote, "I hold this to be the highest task of a bond between two people, that each should stand guard over the solitude of the other." When Sonder strikes, it often brings with it a sense of poignancy, a tender awareness of life's fragility and preciousness. Seeing others as full beings with their own finite time on earth can awaken gratitude for our existence, while simultaneously evoking compassion for the universal challenges of human experience. This poignancy may be particularly acute when we observe those whose lives appear dramatically different from our own, whether through advantages we lack or hardships we've been spared. Sonder can also trigger a cascade of secondary emotions: curiosity about the specifics of others' inner worlds, humility regarding the limitations of our perspective, wonder at the vastness of human experience, and sometimes anxiety about our inability to fully understand or connect with others. These emotions may arise in sequence or simultaneously, creating a complex affective landscape that defies simple categorization. For some, Sonder evokes a particular form of longing, not for connection with any specific person, but for a deeper, more sustained awareness of others' reality. We might wish to maintain this expanded consciousness, rather than slipping back into our default self-centered perspective. Yet the limitations of human attention ensure that Sonder remains episodic rather than constant, creating a cyclical pattern of awakening and forgetting, expansion and contraction of awareness. Perhaps most profoundly, Sonder can evoke a peculiar form of love, not the intimate love we feel for those we know well, but what philosopher Martha Nussbaum calls love of humanity. This is not an abstract or sentimental affection, but a concrete recognition of others' value and complexity. When experienced authentically, this form of love motivates not just emotional response, but ethical action, moving us to consider how our choices affect the countless lives intersecting with our own. Philosophical dimensions of Sonder. Philosophically, Sonder aligns with existential and humanistic perspectives that emphasize interconnectedness and the search for meaning. Existentialist thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Martin Buber have explored the tension between individual freedom and relationality. Sonder echoes Buber's concept of the I-thou relationship, where true connection arises from recognizing the other as a subject, not an object. When we experience Sonder, we momentarily adopt this stance, seeing strangers not as means to an end, but as beings with inherent worth. Buber would likely recognize Sonder as a movement from what he termed the I-it mode of relating, where others are perceived primarily in terms of their utility or function in our lives, to the I-thou mode, where we encounter others in their fullness and mystery. This shift transforms not only our perception of others, but also our experience of ourselves. In Buber's framework, the self is always constituted through relationship, making authentic encounter with others a pathway to authentic selfhood. Phenomenologists like Edmund Husserl and Maurice Merleau-Ponty might analyze Sonder as a momentary transcendence of the natural attitude, our default way of perceiving the world through the lens of our immediate concerns. In phenomenological terms, Sonder involves a bracketing of our usual perspective, allowing us to glimpse the intersubjective nature of reality. Merleau-Ponty's emphasis on embodied perception is particularly relevant here. Sonder often begins with visual perception of others' bodies, which we recognize as inhabited by consciousness like our own. Continental philosopher Emmanuel Levinas would perhaps see Sonder as an awakening to ethical responsibility. For Levinas, the face of the other makes an infinite ethical demand upon us, a demand that precedes any social contract or rational deliberation. In his view, our subjectivity is fundamentally constituted through this responsibility to others, making Sonder not just an occasional insight, but a fundamental truth of human existence that we more often repress than recognize. Eastern philosophical traditions offer complementary perspectives on Sonder. Buddhist concepts of interdependence, pratyasamutpada, and emptiness, shunyata, challenge the notion of an isolated, independent self, emphasizing instead the interconnected nature of all beings. The Mahayana Buddhist ideal of bodhicitta, the aspiration to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, extends this recognition into an ethical commitment to universal compassion. When we experience Sonder, we momentarily glimpse the truth that Buddhist practitioners cultivate through sustained meditation, that the boundaries between self and other are more permeable than we typically acknowledge. Confucian thought, with its emphasis on relationality and the cultivation of Ren, often translated as benevolence or humanness, offers another framework for understanding Sonder. The Confucian ideal of harmony does not erase difference, but orchestrates it into meaningful patterns of relationship, much as Sonder allows us to recognize others' distinct subjectivity while also apprehending our shared humanity. Contemporary philosophers working in the field of ethics of care, such as Nell Noddings and Virginia Held, might understand Sonder as an expansion of our circle of moral concern. Care ethics emphasizes the fundamental importance of relationships and responsiveness, challenging traditional ethical frameworks that prioritize abstract principles or individual rights. From this perspective, Sonder represents a momentary widening of our capacity for care beyond our immediate connections, potentially serving as a foundation for more inclusive moral consideration. The philosophical richness of Sonder lies partly in how it bridges traditionally separated domains of inquiry: epistemology, how we know others; metaphysics, the nature of selfhood and intersubjectivity; and ethics, how we should relate to others. It raises profound questions about the limits of human knowledge. Can we ever truly know another's experience, while simultaneously suggesting that recognition of these limits might itself constitute a form of wisdom and ethical awareness? Cultural variations and historical perspectives. While Koenig coined the term Sonder in the early 21st century, the experience it names has deep historical roots across cultures. Different societies have developed varied vocabularies and practices for recognizing the inner lives of others, reflecting distinct ontological assumptions about selfhood and community. In Japanese culture, the concept of omoyari encompasses elements of Sonder, though with specific cultural inflections. Omoyari refers to the capacity and obligation to imagine others' feelings and needs without explicit communication. It manifests in subtle social practices that demonstrate consideration for others' inner state, from proper gift-giving etiquette to the careful attention to seasonal references in conversation. Unlike Western notions of empathy that often emphasize verbal expression and emotional disclosure, omoyari operates through intuitive perception and anticipatory action, reflecting a cultural context where social harmony depends on reading between the lines of explicit communication. Indigenous epistemologies often emphasize relationality in ways that incorporate aspects of Sonder while extending beyond human relationships to include connections with non-human beings and the land itself. For many indigenous peoples, recognizing the subjectivity and agency of others is not an occasional philosophical insight, but a fundamental orientation to reality. The Anishinaabe concept of Mino Bima Diziwen, the good life, encompasses right relationship with all beings, human and otherwise, requiring ongoing attention to the needs and perspectives of others within a web of reciprocal obligations. Historical perspectives reveal how conceptions of others' inner lives have evolved through time. Medieval European thought, heavily influenced by Christian theology, emphasized the immortal soul as the locus of personhood, creating a particular framework for understanding others' inner experience. The religious art of this period often aimed to evoke recognition of shared spiritual reality, using iconography to connect viewers to the inner lives of saints and biblical figures across historical and metaphysical distances. The Renaissance period saw a shift toward greater interest in individual psychology and the particularities of personal experience. Montaigne's essays represent an early modern exploration of subjectivity that simultaneously acknowledges the uniqueness of individual perspective and the possibility of connection across difference. His famous statement, "Every man contains within himself the entire human condition," suggests a version of Sonder that finds the universal within the particular. The rise of the novel in the 18th and 19th centuries created new opportunities for readers to inhabit perspectives unlike their own, potentially fostering greater capacity for Sonder. Works like George Eliot's Middlemarch, with its omniscient narrator moving between characters' consciousness, invited readers to recognize the complexity of inner lives beyond their immediate experience. Literary critic George Steiner has argued that this capacity of literature to expand moral imagination represents one of fiction's most significant contributions to ethical development. Contemporary globalization has created both new possibilities and new challenges for Sonder. Digital media expose us to more lives than ever before, potentially expanding our capacity to recognize others' complexity. Simultaneously, the acceleration of modern life and the fragmentation of attention can make sustained engagement with experiences more difficult. The phenomenon of compassion fatigue, emotional numbing in response to overwhelming exposure to others' suffering, suggests that technological connectivity does not automatically translate into deeper recognition of others' humanity.
Cross-cultural variations in Sonder also reflect differing conceptions of the self. Cultures with more interdependent self-construals, common in East Asian societies, may foster a default awareness of others' inner states that makes Sonder less exceptional and more continuous with everyday social cognition. Conversely, highly individualistic societies may produce more dramatic moments of Sonder precisely because recognizing others' subjectivity represents a greater departure from default modes of perception.
These cultural and historical variations remind us that Sonder is not simply a universal human experience, but one shaped by specific social, historical, and philosophical contexts. By exploring these variations, we gain an richer understanding of how different human communities have navigated the fundamental challenge of recognizing consciousness beyond our own. Sonder in the digital age. The concept of Sonder takes on new dimensions in our increasingly digitized world. Social media platforms offer unprecedented glimpses into the lives of others, yet often present carefully curated versions of reality rather than authentic complexity. When scrolling through Instagram feeds or Twitter threads, we witness fragments of lives, vacations, achievements, political viewpoints, without the context that gives them meaning. This partial visibility can create an illusion of understanding while obscuring the full humanity of others. Social media theorist Nathan Jurgensen describes this as documentary vision, a tendency to experience life through the lens of how it will be represented online. This stance can distance us from direct engagement with others, transforming potentially meaningful encounters into opportunities for content creation. The algorithmic curation of our feeds further narrows our exposure, creating filter bubbles that limit our contact with diverse perspectives and experiences. Combined with the asynchronous nature of digital communication, these factors can inhibit genuine Sonder by flattening the multidimensional nature of human experience into digestible content. Yet digital technologies also create novel possibilities for connection across traditional boundaries. Online communities bring together people with shared experiences who might otherwise remain isolated, fostering recognition of common humanity despite geographic or social distance. Digital storytelling platforms enable first-hand accounts from perspectives historically excluded from mainstream narratives, potentially expanding our capacity to recognize the complexity of lives different from our own. The pandemic-era shift toward video conferencing created another interesting dimension for Sonder. Seeing colleagues and acquaintances in their home environments, catching glimpses of their living spaces, family members, and domestic routines offered new windows into their lives beyond professional contexts. These unintentional revelations sometimes fostered deeper recognition of others' multifaceted existence, though the mediated nature of these encounters also created new forms of distance and performance. Digital anonymity presents both opportunities and obstacles for Sonder. On one hand, anonymous forums can allow for authentic vulnerability that might be suppressed in identified communication. People may share inner struggles, hopes, and fears more openly when freed from social consequences, potentially enabling deeper mutual recognition. On the other hand, anonymity can also facilitate dehumanization, as evidenced by the prevalence of hostile communication in unidentified online interactions. Without the embodied presence that grounds in-person encounters, it becomes easier to forget the humanity behind digital personas. The phenomenon of parasocial relationships, one-sided connections where media consumers develop feelings of intimacy with content creators who remain unaware of their specific audience, represents another complex dimension of digital age Sonder. These relationships may foster genuine recognition of content creators' humanity, while simultaneously creating imbalanced dynamics where viewers feel known by figures who cannot possibly recognize them individually. This asymmetry highlights how technology has created novel forms of human connection that traditional concepts of relationship struggle to categorize. The acceleration of information flow in digital environments also influences our capacity for Sonder. Constant exposure to global tragedies and distant suffering can overwhelm our cognitive and emotional resources, leading to what psychologists call psychic numbing, a diminished emotional response to large-scale human suffering. Paradoxically, this means that greater awareness of others' lives might reduce our capacity for meaningful recognition of their humanity. Media theorist Douglas Rushkoff describes this as present shock, a state where the constant stream of information prevents sustained attention to any single narrative, including others' lived experiences. Perhaps most significantly, digital technologies have altered the nature of presence itself. Philosopher Byung-Chul Han argues that our hyper-connected existence has eroded our capacity for deep attention to others, replacing it with continuous partial attention, divided between multiple channels. Genuine Sonder requires a quality of attention that digital environments often discourage, a sustained receptive awareness that allows others' complexity to emerge, rather than reducing them to quick impressions. To cultivate Sonder in the digital age requires intentional practices that counterbalance these tendencies, creating space for deep attention amid distraction, seeking diverse perspectives beyond algorithmic recommendations, engaging with complete narratives rather than fragments, and regularly returning to embodied presence as a foundation for recognizing others' embodied reality. These practices do not reject digital connection, but rather situate it within a broader ecology of human relationships that maintains space for genuine recognition. Throughout human history, art has served as perhaps the most powerful vehicle for experiencing Sonder. A novel invites us to inhabit the consciousness of characters unlike ourselves. A film transports us into circumstances we might never face. A painting can capture an emotional truth that resonates across time and culture. These artistic encounters offer what philosopher Martha Nussbaum calls narrative imagination, the capacity to enter empathetically into lives we have not lived. Literature perhaps offers the most direct access to others' interiority. When we read Virginia Woolf's stream of consciousness prose, we temporarily inhabit her characters' minds, experiencing their perceptions, associations, and emotional shifts. Novels like Toni Morrison's Beloved plunge us into psychological realities shaped by historical trauma, while works like Gyasi's Homegoing trace the divergent paths of generations, showing how individual lives unfold within larger social contexts. These literary experiences stretch our capacity to recognize the complexity of consciousness beyond our own immediate experience. The novel as a form evolved in tandem with modern notions of subjectivity, creating what literary scholar Ian Watt called the rise of the novel, a historical development that both reflected and helped constitute new understandings of individual psychology. From this perspective, literature has played a crucial role in developing cultural capacity for Sonder, teaching readers to recognize and value the inner lives of others through sustained imaginative engagement. Film and television create different pathways to Sonder through their visual and temporal dimensions. Directors like Yasujiro Ozu, whose quiet domestic dramas unfold through carefully composed static shots, invite viewers to observe characters with patient attention that reveals subtle emotional complexities. The close-up, pioneered by directors like D.W. Griffith and theorized by film scholars as a uniquely cinematic technique for revealing interiority, creates intimate encounters with faces that might otherwise remain anonymous. Series television, with its extended narrative arcs, allows viewers to follow characters through transformative experiences over time, potentially deepening recognition of developmental complexity. Music offers yet another avenue for Sonder, one that operates through emotional resonance rather than narrative specificity. When we listen to Billie Holiday singing Strange Fruit or Beethoven's late string quartets, we encounter expressions of human experience that may differ dramatically from our own, yet resonate with universal emotional truths. World music traditions expose listeners to diverse cultural expressions of shared human experiences like love, grief, celebration, and spiritual longing, potentially fostering recognition across cultural differences. Visual arts engage the senses through different mechanisms. Portrait photography, from Richard Avedon's stark white background portraits to Zanele Maholi's images of black LGBTQ+ South Africans, invites sustained attention to faces and bodies that express personhood through visual presence. Installation art like Marina Abramovich's The Artist is Present, where visitors sat silently facing the artist for unspecified periods, creates encounters that strip away social performance to reveal vulnerable humanity. Street photography by artists like Vivian Mayer captures fleeting moments of strangers' lives, preserving glimpses of anonymous stories that might otherwise vanish without recognition. Indigenous art forms often approach Sonder through relational frameworks that differ from Western individualism. Aboriginal Australian dot paintings map connections between people, ancestors, and land. West African griot traditions preserve community histories through oral performance. Pueblo pottery carries cultural knowledge through generations. These art forms remind us that recognizing others' lives involves understanding not just individual psychology, but also cultural context and communal relationships. Digital arts are creating new possibilities for Sonder through interactive and immersive experiences. Virtual reality documentaries place viewers within others' environments. Interactive narratives allow participants to make choices that reveal consequences from multiple perspectives. AI-generated art creates uncanny encounters with non-human creativity that raise questions about consciousness beyond human experience. These emerging forms suggest future possibilities for artistic fostering of Sonder that we are only beginning to explore. The arts do not merely represent Sonder, but actively cultivate it by training our attention, expanding our emotional repertoire, and challenging our assumptions about whose lives matter. Through sustained engagement with diverse artistic expressions, we develop greater capacity to recognize and value the complexity of others' experiences. As novelist George Eliot wrote, "Art is the nearest thing to life. It is a mode of amplifying experience and extending our contact with our fellow men beyond the bounds of our lot." In this sense, art serves as both an expression of and an education in Sonder. Cultivating Sonder in everyday life. While spontaneous moments of Sonder can be profound, we need not leave these realizations to chance. Like any form of awareness, our capacity for Sonder can be deliberately cultivated through mindful practices and habit shifts. These practices do not guarantee continuous awareness of others' complex inner lives, an impossible demand given our cognitive limitations, but they can increase the frequency and depth of our recognition. Attention lies at the heart of Sonder cultivation. Contemporary life bombards us with stimuli competing for limited mental resources, often leaving little space for contemplative awareness of others. Practices that develop sustained attention, such as mindfulness meditation, can create cognitive conditions more conducive to Sonder. By training ourselves to notice when attention wanders and gently return it to the present moment, we develop greater capacity to be fully present with others when we encounter them. Curiosity about others represents another pathway to Sonder. Cultivating genuine interest in strangers' lives, not as objects of voyeuristic fascination, but as subjects with their meaningful narratives, creates opening for recognition. This might involve simple practices like wondering about the lives of people we pass on the street, imagining their concerns, relationships, and aspirations. Though these imaginings will inevitably be projections rather than accurate knowledge, they exercise our capacity to recognize others' complex interiority. Travel, particularly slow travel that involves genuine engagement with local communities, can also be a powerful catalyst for Sonder. When we step outside familiar environments, our habitual perceptions are disrupted, making us more attentive to the lives unfolding around us. However, this requires moving beyond tourism's consumption of surface experiences to genuine curiosity about how others make meaning in their daily lives. Practices like seeking local gathering places, learning basic phrases in local languages, or engaging with community events can transform travel from spectacle to relationship. Service work offers particularly potent opportunities for Sonder when approached with the right orientation. Volunteering in contexts that bring us into contact with people whose life circumstances differ from our own can challenge assumptions and expand awareness, but only if we approach these encounters with humility and openness rather than savior narratives. The practice of accompaniment, articulated by liberation theologians and social justice advocates, emphasizes being with others in their struggles rather than doing for them, creating space for mutual recognition rather than hierarchical helping. Even within our existing routines, small shifts can nurture Sonder. Engaging in brief conversations with service workers rather than treating them as functional objects, reading local news stories that highlight community members' experiences, participating in neighborhood gatherings, that bring together diverse residents. These everyday practices can gradually expand our awareness of others' complex inner worlds. Contemplative traditions offer structured approaches to recognizing others' humanity. Buddhism's metta, loving-kindness meditation, explicitly cultivates recognition of others' subjectivity by directing well-wishing toward ever-widening circles of beings, from loved ones to neutral persons, to difficult individuals, to all beings everywhere. Christian contemplative practices, like the Examen, invite practitioners to review their daily encounters with attention to where they recognized or failed to recognize Christ in others. Secular adaptations of these traditions offer similar benefits without requiring specific metaphysical commitments. Literary practices also foster Sonder. Reading diverse authors exposes us to perspectives shaped by experiences different from our own. Reading groups that discuss these works can deepen this impact by bringing multiple interpretations into conversation. Writing practices like character sketches or perspective-taking exercises directly engage our capacity to imagine others' interiority. Keeping a Sonder journal to record moments of recognition can help us notice patterns in when and how we experience awareness of others' complex lives. Digital practices can either inhibit or enhance our capacity for Sonder. Social media consumption that prioritizes depth over breadth, following fewer accounts more attentively rather than scrolling quickly through countless updates, creates space for genuine recognition. Digital Sabbaths that temporarily disconnect us from virtual stimulation allow renewed attention to embodied encounters. Curating diverse information sources exposes us to perspectives that might otherwise remain invisible, potentially expanding our recognition beyond familiar social circles. Perhaps most fundamentally, cultivating Sonder involves an ontological shift, a change in how we understand our relationship to others and our place in the world. This shift involves recognizing that we are simultaneously unique individuals and nodes in a vast network of interconnection. Philosopher Charles Taylor describes modern identity as characterized by radical reflexivity, intense focus on our interiority, while traditional societies embedded identity more firmly in communal roles and relationships. Cultivating Sonder means finding balance between these orientations, valuing both individual uniqueness and fundamental interconnection. The practices described here aim not at performative empathy or sentimental universalism, but at genuine recognition of others' complex reality. They acknowledge the limitations of our understanding, while still affirming the ethical importance of stretching beyond our default self-focus. Through consistent practice, moments of Sonder can gradually reshape our fundamental orientation to others, moving us toward what philosopher Iris Murdoch called unselfing, the liberating recognition that the world exists beyond the boundaries of our concerns. Sonder and social justice, from awareness to action. At its most profound, Sonder has implications far beyond personal growth or interpersonal relationships. It can serve as a foundation for social justice work. When we truly recognize the vivid humanity of marginalized communities, performative allyship gives way to sustained commitment to structural change. This recognition does not replace analysis of systemic oppression, but rather infuses such analysis with motivating awareness of concrete human impact. Consider how Sonder might transform approaches to homelessness. Rather than seeing unhoused individuals as abstract problems to be solved or removed from sight, Sonder invites us to recognize each person experiencing homelessness as someone with a unique history, with hopes that have been deferred but not extinguished, with the same need for dignity and connection that we possess. This shift in perception doesn't diminish the importance of systemic solutions, affordable housing policies, mental health services, addiction treatment, but it ensures that these approaches emerge from recognition of shared humanity rather than distant problem solving. Critical theorist Judith Butler articulates a related concept through her exploration of grievability, the question of whose lives are recognized as valuable enough to be mourned when lost. Butler argues that certain populations are rendered ungrievable through cultural and political processes that deny their full humanity. Sonder acts as a counterforce to such dehumanization, insisting on the recognition of lives that dominant narratives would erase or diminish. This recognition becomes political when it motivates us to challenge structures that distribute vulnerability unequally across populations. The relationship between Sonder and solidarity deserves particular attention. Genuine solidarity transcends both charity, which maintains hierarchical distance between helper and helped, and appropriation, which collapses important differences between experiences. It requires what Indigenous scholar Kyle Powys White calls collective continuance, mutual support that respects the distinct histories and aspirations of different communities while recognizing shared interests in creating just systems. Sonder contributes to this form of solidarity by fostering recognition of others as full subjects with their valid perspectives, rather than objects of assistance or symbols of oppression. Environmental justice movements demonstrate another application of Sonder-informed ethics. When we recognize the complex lives of those most affected by environmental degradation, often communities with the least political power, abstract debates about policy become grounded in concrete human impact. Climate justice advocate Mary Robinson emphasizes the importance of centering the stories of those on the front lines of climate change, ensuring that their lived experience informs the global response. This approach reflects Sonder's insistence that each perspective matters, that policy decisions should account for their effects on real lives rather than abstract aggregates. Education represents a particularly important site for connecting Sonder to justice work. Paulo Freire's critical pedagogy emphasizes dialogue that recognizes students as subjects rather than empty vessels to be filled with knowledge. This approach requires what he calls radical love, a committed recognition of others' humanity that refuses to reduce them to stereotypes or statistics. Educational practices that foster Sonder include perspective-taking exercises, exposure to diverse narratives, and community-based learning that brings students into relationship with those whose experiences differ from their own. Media representation plays a crucial role in either fostering or hindering collective Sonder. When marginalized communities are portrayed one-dimensionally or stereotypically, it becomes easier for dominant groups to dismiss their complex humanity. Conversely, nuanced representation that honors the multidimensionality of marginalized lives can expand collective capacity for recognition. This understanding has informed movements for greater diversity in media production, ensuring that stories are told by those with lived experience rather than filtered through dominant perspectives. The concept of intersectionality, articulated by legal scholar Kimberlé Crenshaw, offers important nuance to Sonder-informed justice work. Intersectionality highlights how multiple dimensions of identity interact to create unique experiences of oppression and privilege. A Sonder-informed approach to intersectionality recognizes that each person's experience is shaped by particular constellations of identity factors, resisting the temptation to reduce individuals to single-category representatives or to assume homogeneity within marginalized groups. Truth and reconciliation processes represent institutionalized approaches to fostering collective Sonder as a basis for justice. By creating space for testimonials from those who have experienced historical injustice, these processes invite broader society to truly see perspectives that dominant narratives have suppressed. South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission and Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission on residential schools both aim to make the experiences of oppressed groups undeniable to the broader public, creating a foundation for structural change. However, the relationship between Sonder and justice is complex. While recognition of others' humanity is necessary for just action, it is not sufficient. We must pair this awareness with structural analysis and concrete commitment. Otherwise, Sonder risks becoming a form of privileged tourism, briefly visiting others' pain without taking responsibility for addressing systemic causes. True Sonder should disturb our complacency and implicate us in the broader social conditions that shape individual lives. This tension points to the need for what philosopher Nancy Fraser calls a politics of both recognition and redistribution. Recognition of others' full humanity must be coupled with material changes in how resources and opportunities are distributed. Sonder can motivate such redistribution by helping us see beyond abstract principles to concrete human impact, but it must be joined with analysis of power structures and commitment to transformative action. The paradox of temporary connection. Perhaps the most poignant aspect of Sonder is its ephemeral nature, those moments when we suddenly perceive the rich inner life of a passing stranger are typically brief, a flash of recognition that fades as quickly as it arrives. We cannot maintain conscious awareness of billions of complex lives simultaneously. Our cognitive and emotional capacities are finite. This temporal quality creates a bittersweet paradox. The very realization that connects us to others also highlights the impossibility of sustaining that connection across the vast sea of humanity. Writer Durga Chubose captures something of this quality when she describes brief encounters with strangers. Their particulars open up a portal, and then the portal shuts. This opening and closing of perceptual doorways characterizes the rhythm of Sonder, moments of expansion followed by inevitable contraction, back into our default self-focus. Like ships passing in the night, we may exchange a momentary recognition with a stranger, a glance, a smile, a brief conversation, before the currents of our separate lives carry us onward. This impermanence connects Sonder to the Japanese aesthetic concept of mono no aware, the pathos of things, a gentle sadness at their transience, combined with deeper appreciation of their beauty because of that impermanence. Sonder reminds us that we're not alone in our messiness. It humbles us. It interrupts the self-centered narrative that so easily traps us in the illusion that we are the main characters of existence. It pulls us out of ourselves and into something richer: empathy, connection, awe. Because once you feel Sonder, really feel it, you can't unsee it. You start to notice the way a stranger's shoulders slump when they think no one's watching. You wonder about the life behind the cashier's tired smile. You realize that even the people who annoy you most are just trying, often failing, often hurting, just like you. In a world that pushes us to compete, to scroll, to filter, to rush, Sonder is a quiet rebellion. It says, slow down, look closer. The people around you are not extras. They're not obstacles or faceless figures in the background of your journey. They are the center of their universe, just as vivid and valid as yours. And maybe, just maybe, if we learn to carry that awareness with us, we'll be kinder, we'll be softer, we'll be more patient, more curious, more generous with our attention. Sonder doesn't give us all the answers, but it asks us better questions. Who are these people I pass every day? What pain are they carrying? What joys do they hide? What would change if I truly believe that everyone around me is living a life that matters just as much as mine? If you can hold that thought, even for a moment, then you've touched something sacred. You've remembered what it means to be human. And that perhaps is the real magic of Sonder, not that it reveals others to us, but that it slowly, gently reveals us to ourselves. You know that feeling, don't you? When someone's standing right beside you saying all the right things, but something deep in your gut whispers that it's all wrong. Their words sound friendly enough, but there's this nagging sensation, like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. When someone harbors resentment, envy, or outright hatred, they might think they're masters of disguise. But the truth has a way of revealing itself through the smallest gestures, the briefest expressions, the spaces between words, the art of disguised contempt. Some people have turned sarcasm into a weapon of choice. They'll deliver cutting remarks, wrapped in the pretty bow of humor, targeting exactly what they know will sting. When you call them out, suddenly you're the problem, you're too sensitive or can't take a joke. But pay attention to the pattern. If their jokes consistently leave you feeling smaller, if they repeatedly poke at the same tender spots, you're not witnessing humor, you're experiencing calculated cruelty. Jung understood that we often project our own shadows onto others. When someone repeatedly mocks certain aspects of who you are, they're revealing the parts of themselves they can't stand to face. The saboteur's subtle touch. Not all sabotage comes with dramatic explosions. Sometimes it's as quiet as forgotten messages, as innocent as miscommunication, as simple as conveniently omitting crucial details. The friend who somehow always forgets to pass along important information, the colleague whose honest mistakes seem to happen at the worst possible moments. If these incidents cluster around your biggest opportunities or most vulnerable moments, start paying attention. Jung noted that people who can't face their own failures often unconsciously work to trip up others. It's easier to dim someone else's light than to work on kindling your own flame. The competition you never signed up for. Every achievement becomes a race you didn't know you were running. Share good news and suddenly they're sharing better news. Mention a success and they've got a bigger one waiting in the wings. What should be a moment of celebration becomes an exhausting game of one-upmanship. This relentless need to overshadow stems from deep insecurity. Some people can't bear to see you shine because your light illuminates everything they feel they lack. Jung recognized that we often resent in others what we struggle to develop in ourselves. Your success becomes their mirror, reflecting back their own perceived inadequacies. support that feels like quicksand. Their support feels hollow, doesn't it? When you're struggling, they minimize your problems or find reasons why they can't help. When you succeed, their congratulations sound like they're reading from a script. Flat, forced, utterly unconvincing. Watch for this pattern during life's pivotal moments. True friends show up when it matters. Fair-weather supporters have a remarkable talent for being mysteriously unavailable during your crucial moments. Then, acting surprised, they missed everything important. Control wearing the mask of care. I'm only looking out for you. How many times have you heard that phrase from someone who seems determined to run your life? They question every decision, doubt every choice, and somehow always know what's best for you, which usually means keeping you small and dependent. Real care empowers, false care imprisons. If their advice consistently leaves you feeling less confident rather than more capable, you're not receiving guidance. You're experiencing manipulation. Jung understood that people who can't manage their own inner chaos often try to control others as a way of avoiding their own emotional turmoil. The Whisper Campaign. They won't confront you directly, that would be too honest. Instead, they prefer the shadows, spreading carefully crafted criticism and conveniently distorted stories about you to mutual friends and colleagues. You might not even realize it's happening until you notice the subtle shifts in how others treat you. This indirect assassination of character is particularly insidious because it works slowly, poisoning relationships you didn't even know were at risk. Jung observed that people often project their own insecurities by trying to tarnish others' reputations. When someone consistently speaks poorly of you behind your back, they're usually revealing more about their own character than yours. The Joy Thieves. Pay attention to how people react to your wins. Genuine friends light up when you succeed. Your happiness becomes their happiness. But joy thieves, they practically wither before your eyes. You'll see it in their strained smiles, their abrupt topic changes, their need to immediately redirect attention to themselves. "Oh, that's nice," they'll say, with all the enthusiasm of someone commenting on the weather. Or worse, they'll minimize your achievement. "Well, it's not that impressive," or "I did something similar last year." These aren't just thoughtless comments, they're glimpses into a soul that struggles with your success because it highlights their own perceived failures. The body never lies. Here's where it gets really interesting. Words can deceive, but bodies tell the truth. Watch for the micro-expressions that slip through their careful facade. The flash of irritation when you share good news, the tension that creeps into their shoulders when you're speaking, the way their smile never quite reaches their eyes. Jung believed that our unconscious minds communicate in ways our conscious selves can't control. That forced laugh, that stiffening when you mention an accomplishment, that subtle stepping back when you're excited about something. These aren't random behaviors, they're involuntary confessions of true feelings. Trust your instincts when something feels off. Your intuition is picking up signals that your logical mind might dismiss. The body and the unconscious don't lie, even when someone desperately wants them to. The truth will surface. Recognizing these patterns isn't about becoming paranoid or suspicious of everyone around you. It's about protecting your energy and understanding the dynamics at play in your relationships. Some people genuinely celebrate your success and want to see you thrive. Others, despite their words, harbor feelings they may not even fully understand themselves. The beautiful thing about awareness is that it gives you choices. You can't control how others feel about you, but you can control how much access they have to your life, your energy, and your peace of mind. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do for both yourself and them is to create some healthy distance. Remember, their hidden hostility says nothing about your worth and everything about their own unresolved shadows. Keep shining, keep growing, and keep trusting that inner voice that knows the difference between genuine care and carefully concealed resentment. This phenomenon isn't new to the modern world. It's as old as human consciousness itself. Carl Gustav Jung, the Swiss psychiatrist whose insights into the human psyche continue to illuminate the darkest corners of our collective understanding, identified this as an encounter with what he termed the shadow. Jung's concept of the shadow represents those aspects of ourselves that we find unacceptable, the parts we've banished to the unconscious realm because they threaten our idealized self-image. Yet these rejected fragments don't simply disappear. They manifest in our interactions with others, often in ways we don't consciously recognize. The shadow operates like a psychological projection system, casting our disowned traits onto the people around us. When someone harbors deep-seated resentment, envy, or even hatred toward another person, they rarely express these feelings directly. Instead, these emotions seep through the cracks of their conscious control, revealing themselves in patterns of behavior that the trained eye can learn to recognize. The art lies not in becoming paranoid or overly suspicious, but in developing the wisdom to distinguish between genuine care and carefully concealed contempt. Human relationships exist in layers, much like geological formations built up over time. The surface layer, the one most visible to casual observation, consists of social pleasantries, expected responses, and culturally appropriate behaviors. But beneath this lies the bedrock of true feeling, and sometimes that bedrock is fractured with veins of hostility that have been compressed under years of social pressure and personal denial. Understanding these hidden dynamics requires us to become students of human nature in its rawest form. It demands that we develop what Jung called conscious observation, the ability to see beyond the surface presentation to the psychological currents flowing underneath. This skill isn't about becoming cynical or losing faith in human goodness. Rather, it's about protecting our energy and emotional well-being by recognizing when someone's conscious presentation doesn't align with their unconscious reality. The journey into recognizing hidden hostility begins with understanding that most people aren't consciously aware of their own shadow projections. The colleague who consistently undermines your projects while offering surface-level support likely doesn't wake up each morning plotting your downfall. Instead, they're driven by unconscious forces, perhaps feelings of inadequacy, fear of being overshadowed, or unresolved competitive drives that express themselves through seemingly innocent actions and reactions. The weaponization of humor. The first pattern that emerges in relationships touched by hidden hostility is the transformation of humor into a delivery system for contempt. This isn't the warm, inclusive laughter that bonds people together, nor is it the self-deprecating humor that demonstrates humility and humanity. Instead, it's a carefully crafted form of psychological aggression that allows the perpetrator to inflict wounds while maintaining plausible deniability. Think of sarcasm as a double-edged sword wrapped in silk. The person wielding it gets to deliver cutting remarks while simultaneously claiming innocence. After all, they were just joking. This form of disguised contempt often targets the very qualities or achievements that the hostile person most envies or resents. They'll make jokes about your success, mock your aspirations, or consistently poke at your insecurities, all while maintaining the thin veneer of playful banter. The truly insidious nature of this behavior lies in how it makes the target question their own reactions. When you feel hurt by a seemingly innocent joke, the perpetrator is quick to reframe your response as oversensitivity. "Can't you take a joke?" they'll ask, shifting the blame from their aggressive behavior to your supposedly inappropriate reaction. This gaslighting technique serves a dual purpose. It allows them to continue their attacks while making you doubt your own perceptions. Jung understood that humor, in its shadow form, becomes a socially acceptable way to express unacceptable feelings. The person who consistently makes cutting jokes about your weight, your career choices, or your relationships is revealing their own psychological landscape. They're projecting their shadow onto you, using laughter as a smokescreen for the very real hostility they feel, but cannot consciously acknowledge. The pattern becomes particularly clear when you observe the consistency of their targets. If someone's harmless teasing repeatedly focuses on the same aspects of your life, especially those areas where you've experienced success or personal growth, you're not witnessing spontaneous humor. You're experiencing calculated psychological warfare disguised as social interaction. Recognizing this pattern requires developing an awareness of how these interactions make you feel over time. Genuine humor between friends might occasionally sting, but it's balanced by warmth, mutual respect, and reciprocal teasing that includes self-deprecation. Humor, weaponized by the shadow, however, consistently leaves you feeling diminished, questioned, or attacked, even when you can't quite put your finger on why. The emotional aftermath of these encounters often includes confusion, self-doubt, and a lingering sense of having been violated in some subtle way. Your conscious mind might dismiss the interaction as harmless banter, but your emotional body knows better. Jung encouraged people to trust these deeper knowing, recognizing that our unconscious minds are often more attuned to psychological truth than our rational faculties. The art of subtle sabotage. Moving deeper into the landscape of hidden hostility, we encounter perhaps one of its most sophisticated expressions, the art of subtle sabotage. Unlike the dramatic betrayals we see in movies, real-life sabotage often wears the mask of incompetence, forgetfulness, or simple bad luck. The person engaging in this behavior may not even consciously recognize their own destructive patterns, making it all the more dangerous and difficult to address. Subtle sabotage operates through what appears to be a series of innocent mistakes or oversights that consistently work against your interests. The friend who forgets to tell you about the networking event that could advance your career. The colleague who provides you with incomplete information just before an important presentation. Or the family member who consistently schedules conflicting events during your important moments. These might seem like isolated incidents, but when viewed as a pattern, they reveal a different story. Jung's insights into the unconscious mind help us understand how this process works. People who feel threatened by another's success or potential often experience what psychologists call cognitive dissonance. The uncomfortable tension that arises when their conscious desire to be supportive conflicts with their unconscious feelings of resentment or competition. Rather than confronting these difficult emotions directly, the psyche finds ways to act them out indirectly. The unconscious mind is remarkably creative in finding ways to express forbidden feelings. It might prompt someone to accidentally delete an important email, forget to mention a crucial deadline, or provide advice that sounds helpful but subtly steers you away from opportunities. These actions allow the person to maintain their self-image as supportive while simultaneously undermining your success. What makes this form of hostility particularly challenging to identify is its plausible deniability. When confronted, the saboteur can genuinely claim innocence. They might even feel genuinely surprised and apologetic about their mistake. This isn't necessarily conscious deception. It's the shadow operating below the threshold of awareness, finding creative ways to express the feelings that the conscious mind refuses to acknowledge. The pattern of subtle sabotage often intensifies during periods when you're on the verge of significant breakthroughs or achievements. The unconscious mind of the hostile person seems to sense these crucial moments and responds by increasing the frequency of accidents and oversights. Pay attention to whether someone's helpfulness decreases or their mistakes increase when you're approaching important milestones. Recognizing subtle sabotage requires developing what Jung called amplified attention, the ability to see patterns rather than isolated incidents. One forgotten message might be genuine forgetfulness. A consistent pattern of communication failures that always seem to work against your interests suggests something deeper at play. One piece of bad advice might be an honest mistake. Repeatedly being steered away from opportunities that could benefit you indicates a more systematic undermining. The psychological impact of subtle sabotage extends beyond the immediate practical consequences. Being consistently undermined by someone you trust creates a deep sense of confusion and self-doubt. You begin to question your own judgment, wondering if you're reading too much into innocent mistakes. This gaslighting effect, whether intentional or unconscious, can be more damaging than overt hostility because it erodes your confidence in your own perceptions. Jung emphasized that the shadow's influence becomes stronger when it remains unconscious and unacknowledged. People engaging in subtle sabotage are often acting out their own unresolved feelings of inadequacy, fear, or competitive drive. They may unconsciously believe that diminishing others will somehow elevate themselves, not recognizing that this zero-sum thinking ultimately impoverishes all relationships involved. The endless competition. Human beings are naturally competitive creatures, and healthy competition can drive innovation, excellence, and personal growth. However, when filtered through the lens of hidden hostility, competition transforms from a motivating force into a relentless and exhausting dynamic that poisons relationships and creates an atmosphere of constant tension. This perversion of natural competitive instincts represents one of the most emotionally draining expressions of shadow projection. The person caught in the grip of shadow competition experiences your successes not as occasions for celebration, but as personal threats to their self-worth. Every achievement you share becomes a challenge they must meet or exceed. Every piece of good news you offer becomes an opportunity for them to redirect attention to their own accomplishments. What should be moments of connection and mutual joy transform into battlegrounds where only one person can emerge victorious. This dynamic often manifests in subtle but persistent ways. Share news of a promotion and they immediately launch into a detailed account of their own career advancement. Mention a personal milestone and they somehow manage to top it with their own experience. Express excitement about a new relationship and they find ways to highlight the superiority of their own romantic situation. The pattern becomes so predictable that you begin to dread sharing good news, knowing it will inevitably trigger a competitive response rather than genuine celebration. Jung understood that this compulsive need to compete stems from deep-seated feelings of inadequacy and insecurity. The person engaging in shadow competition isn't actually competing with you. They're fighting an internal battle with their own sense of insufficiency. Your achievements become mirrors that reflect back their own perceived failures, and rather than using this reflection for self-examination and growth, they attempt to shatter the mirror by diminishing or overshadowing your success. The psychological mechanism at work here involves what Jung termed projection of the inferior function. People tend to project their own underdeveloped or struggling aspects onto others, then either idealize or demonize those others as a way of avoiding direct confrontation with their own limitations. In the case of shadow competition, your successes highlight areas where they feel inadequate, triggering an unconscious defensive response designed to restore their psychological equilibrium. This dynamic creates a particularly poisonous atmosphere because it prevents authentic sharing and mutual support. Relationships become performance spaces where every interaction carries the potential for comparison and judgment. The natural human impulse to share joy and seek support from close friends and family members gets twisted into a strategic calculation about whether sharing will trigger competitive retaliation. The person engaging in shadow competition often doesn't recognize their own behavior patterns. They may genuinely believe they're being supportive when they match every story you tell with a bigger, better version of their own. From their perspective, they're contributing to the conversation and sharing in the exchange of experiences. They don't see how their responses consistently diminish your moments rather than amplifying them. Recognizing shadow competition requires paying attention to the emotional aftermath of conversations. Healthy competitive banter between friends might include some back and forth, but it's ultimately energizing and fun for all parties involved. Shadow competition, however, leaves you feeling drained, diminished, or frustrated. You walk away from these interactions feeling like you've been in a contest you never agreed to enter, competing for a prize you never wanted. The timing of competitive responses also reveals important information about underlying motivations. Genuine friends might share their own similar experiences, but they typically do so in ways that complement rather than compete with your news. They might say something like, "That reminds me of when I," and then circle back to celebrate your achievement. Shadow competitors, however, use your news as a launching pad for their own stories, rarely returning focus to your original sharing. The stakes of shadow competition often seem disproportionate to the actual achievements being discussed. Someone might respond to your mention of a small personal victory with an elaborate recounting of their own much larger success, as if your modest accomplishment somehow threatens their standing. This disproportion reveals the emotional charge behind the competition. It's not really about the specific achievements, but about the deeper psychological wounds that your success inadvertently triggers. Support that betrays. Perhaps one of the most painful expressions of hidden hostility is the phenomenon of support that ultimately betrays rather than uplifts. This occurs when someone offers what appears to be help or encouragement, but delivers it in ways that actually undermine your confidence, progress, or well-being. Unlike overt antagonism, which at least has the virtue of clarity, betraying support creates a confusing emotional landscape where you're left questioning both the other person's intentions and your own reactions. This form of shadow expression often manifests in relationships where the hostile person maintains a self-image as helpful, caring, or supportive. They cannot consciously acknowledge their negative feelings, so these emotions find expression through the very behaviors they believe demonstrate their positive intentions. The result is a particularly cruel form of psychological manipulation that operates under the guise of care and concern. The mechanisms of betraying support are varied and sophisticated. It might appear as advice that consistently steers you away from opportunities, encouragement that somehow leaves you feeling less confident than before, or assistance that creates more problems than it solves. The person offering this false support often seems genuinely confused when their help doesn't result in positive outcomes, not recognizing how their unconscious hostility shapes their supposedly helpful actions. One common manifestation involves what could be called diminishing encouragement. The person offers what sounds like support, but consistently includes elements that undermine your confidence. They might say things like, "I'm sure you'll do fine, though that kind of thing is usually pretty difficult for people like you," or "You should definitely try, even though you probably won't succeed." The structure appears supportive. They're encouraging you to pursue your goals, but the content plants seeds of doubt and limitation. Another form involves selective availability. The person positions themselves as your supporter and advisor, but their availability mysteriously disappears during crucial moments when you actually need help. They're full of advice and encouragement during casual conversations, but when you face real challenges or opportunities where their support could make a difference, they become suddenly busy, distracted, or unavailable. This pattern creates a sense of abandonment precisely when you're most vulnerable. Jung's understanding of the shadow helps explain how well-meaning people can engage in such destructive behavior without conscious awareness. The unconscious mind finds ways to act out forbidden feelings, even through behaviors that the conscious mind believes are positive. Someone who unconsciously resents your potential for success might offer support that subtly sabotages your efforts, allowing them to maintain their self-image as helpful while ensuring that you don't actually succeed. The emotional impact of betraying support is particularly devastating because it attacks your ability to trust your own judgment about relationships. When someone consistently offers help that doesn't help, or encouragement that doesn't encourage, you begin to question whether the problem lies with their intentions or with your expectations. This self-doubt can be more damaging than overt hostility because it erodes your confidence in your ability to discern who is truly in your corner. Recognizing betraying support requires developing sensitivity to the gap between stated intentions and actual outcomes. Pay attention to how you feel after receiving someone's help or encouragement. Genuine support leaves you feeling more capable, more confident, and more connected to your own strength and potential. Betraying support, regardless of its stated purpose, consistently leaves you feeling smaller, more doubtful, or more confused about your abilities and options. The pattern often becomes clearer when you observe how the person responds to your actual successes versus your struggles. Someone offering genuine support celebrates your victories and provides comfort during difficulties. Someone offering betraying support might seem more engaged and energetic when you're struggling, perhaps because your difficulties confirm their unconscious expectations or desires, and more distant or critical when you're succeeding. The sophistication of betraying support lies in its ability to operate through seemingly positive behaviors. The person can point to all the times they offered advice, provided encouragement, or attempted to help, making it difficult to identify the destructive pattern. They may even feel genuinely hurt or confused if you question their supportiveness, not recognizing how their unconscious hostility has shaped their supposedly caring actions. Control masquerading as concern. Among the most psychologically complex expressions of hidden hostility is the phenomenon of control disguised as caring concern. This pattern represents a particularly sophisticated form of shadow projection, where the hostile person's need to dominate and diminish others gets expressed through behaviors that appear loving, protective, and helpful on the surface. The result is a form of psychological manipulation that can be extremely difficult to identify and even harder to address, particularly when it occurs within close relationships where care and concern are expected and valued. The person engaging in this behavior often possesses a genuine belief in their own good intentions. They see themselves as protective, wise, and appropriately concerned about your welfare. This self-perception makes them particularly resistant to feedback about their controlling behavior and creates a complex dynamic where questioning their actions can be reframed as ingratitude or lack of appreciation for their care. Control masquerading as concern operates through a systematic undermining of your confidence in your own judgment and decision-making abilities. The controlling person positions themselves as the wise advisor whose guidance is essential for your well-being and success. They consistently question your choices, highlight potential problems with your plans, and subtly, or not so subtly, suggest that their way of thinking or acting would be superior to yours. This pattern often begins with seemingly reasonable expressions of concern. They might point out genuine risks or challenges associated with your goals or decisions. However, over time, their concern reveals itself to be less about protecting you and more about keeping you dependent on their guidance and approval. They seem to have an endless supply of reasons why your ideas won't work, why your goals are unrealistic, or why your current approach needs modification, Jung's insights into power dynamics and psychological dependence illuminate the deeper motivations behind this behavior. People who need to control others often do so because they feel profoundly out of control in their own lives. Rather than facing their own chaos, uncertainty, and emotional instability, they attempt to create a sense of order and predictability by managing the lives of others. Your independence and successful decision-making threaten their sense of being needed and important. The controlling person's concern often intensifies precisely when you're moving toward greater independence, success, or self-confidence. They seem to have a radar for detecting when you're about to make significant positive changes in your life, and their warnings and advice multiply during these crucial periods. This isn't coincidental. Your growth and independence represent threats to their role as your advisor and to their unconscious need to keep you in a dependent position. The language of control masquerading as concern is particularly revealing. It's filled with phrases like, "I'm only trying to help," "I'm worried about you," "I don't think you realize," and "you should really consider." These phrases position the speaker as the knowledgeable protector and you as the naive person who needs guidance. The implied power dynamic places them in a superior position, while casting you as someone who lacks the wisdom or experience to make good decisions independently. One of the most insidious aspects of this pattern is how it gradually erodes your confidence in your own judgment. Constant questioning of your decisions, even when framed as loving concern, creates a psychological environment where you begin to doubt your own capabilities. You start second-guessing yourself, seeking approval for decisions you should be able to make independently, and feeling anxious about acting without their input or blessing. The emotional aftermath of interactions with controlling caregivers often includes feelings of confusion, frustration, and diminishment. Despite their claims of wanting to help, you consistently feel less capable and less confident after receiving their input. This paradox, feeling worse after receiving help, is a key indicator that you're dealing with control rather than genuine care. Genuine concern empowers the recipient to make better decisions and feel more confident in their abilities. It provides information, support, and encouragement while ultimately respecting the person's autonomy and right to make their own choices. Control masquerading as concern, however, consistently undermines autonomy and creates dependency, regardless of its stated intentions. The person engaging in this behavior often becomes frustrated or even angry when their advice isn't followed, or when you make independent decisions that succeed despite their warnings. This reaction reveals the true nature of their concern. It's less about your welfare and more about their need to be right and to maintain their role as your advisor and protector. The poison of whispered criticism. The realm of hidden hostility contains few expressions as destructive and cowardly as the systematic spreading of negative information about someone behind their back. This behavior represents the shadow's preference for indirect attack, allowing the hostile person to damage their target's reputation and relationships while maintaining their own image as innocent or even sympathetic. The sophistication of this form of psychological warfare lies in its ability to isolate and undermine someone without leaving clear fingerprints of responsibility. Unlike face-to-face confrontation, which requires courage and offers the target an opportunity to respond, whispered criticism operates in the shadows of social networks and professional relationships. The person engaging in this behavior carefully selects their audiences, sharing carefully crafted versions of events that cast their target in negative light while positioning themselves as either the victim or the concerned observer, sharing necessary information. The art of whispered criticism involves several sophisticated techniques. The critic might share information that is technically true but presented in misleading ways, emphasize negative aspects while omitting positive context, or combine factual information with subtle interpretations that guide the listener toward negative conclusions. They often preface their comments with phrases like, "I'm not one to gossip, but," or "I'm only telling you this because I'm concerned," creating a veneer of reluctance that makes their criticisms seem more credible and themselves more trustworthy. Jung understood that this behavior serves multiple psychological functions for the person engaging in it. First, it allows them to act out their hostility without taking direct responsibility for their actions. Second, it creates a sense of alliance with the people they're speaking to, positioning themselves as the insider, sharing important information. Third, it provides a temporary boost to their self-esteem by elevating themselves through the diminishment of others. The systematic nature of whispered criticism is particularly revealing. The hostile person doesn't just occasionally share negative information, they consistently find opportunities to cast their target in a poor light across multiple relationships and social contexts. They become skilled at reading their audiences, understanding which criticisms will resonate with which listeners, and timing their revelations for maximum impact. The cumulative effect of this behavior can be devastating for the target. Relationships that once felt secure begin to feel strained for reasons that aren't immediately apparent. Colleagues become more distant, friends seem less available, and social invitations mysteriously decrease. The target often experiences these changes as a vague sense that something has shifted in their social environment, without understanding what has caused the change. One of the most insidious aspects of whispered criticism is how it creates a self-reinforcing cycle. As the target's relationships become strained due to the negative information being spread about them, their changed behavior, perhaps becoming more withdrawn, defensive, or confused, can be interpreted as evidence supporting the original criticisms. The hostile person can then point to these behavioral changes as proof that their concerns were justified. The psychological impact on the target extends beyond the immediate social consequences. Being systematically undermined in this way creates a profound sense of paranoia and isolation. The target begins to question which relationships are genuine and which have been poisoned by misinformation. They may become hypervigilant about their own behavior, constantly wondering whether their actions will be misinterpreted or reported in negative ways. Recognizing that you're the target of whispered criticism requires developing sensitivity to patterns in your social environment. Pay attention to sudden shifts in how people interact with you, especially when these changes seem to occur without any direct interaction that would explain them. Notice whether certain individuals seem to have more information about your personal situation than you've directly shared with them, suggesting that someone has been discussing your affairs behind your back. The content of whispered criticism often reveals the psychological wounds and insecurities of the person spreading it. They tend to focus on areas where they themselves feel vulnerable or inadequate, projecting their own shadows onto their target. Someone who spreads rumors about another person's professional competence may be struggling with their own career insecurities. Someone who gossips about another's relationships may be dealing with their own romantic disappointments. The cowardly nature of this behavior becomes particularly apparent when the hostile person is confronted directly about their actions. They typically deny responsibility, claim to have been misunderstood, or shift blame to others who misinterpreted their innocent sharing of information. They rarely take direct responsibility for the damage their words have caused, instead positioning themselves as the victims of misunderstanding or overreaction. The absence of genuine joy. Perhaps one of the most heartbreaking expressions of hidden hostility is the consistent inability of certain people to genuinely celebrate the successes and happiness of others. This pattern reveals itself not through dramatic displays of jealousy or resentment, but through the subtle absence of authentic joy, the forced quality of congratulations, and the persistent need to redirect attention away from others' achievements toward their own experiences or concerns. Genuine joy in another's success is one of the fundamental building blocks of healthy relationships. It represents an expansion of the heart, an ability to experience vicarious happiness, and a recognition that another person's good fortune doesn't diminish our own potential for happiness. When this capacity for shared joy is absent or corrupted by hidden hostility, relationships become transactional spaces where every interaction is measured against personal gain or loss rather than mutual celebration and support. The person struggling with hidden hostility experiences others' successes as personal threats rather than occasions for celebration. This reaction stems from a deep-seated belief in scarcity, the unconscious conviction that there's only a limited amount of success, happiness, or recognition available in the world, and that another person's achievements somehow reduce their own opportunities. This zero-sum thinking transforms what should be moments of connection and shared happiness into competitions where only one person can truly win. The absence of genuine joy manifests in numerous subtle ways. The hostile person's congratulations sound hollow and forced, delivered with the same enthusiasm one might use to comment on the weather. Their facial expressions don't match their words. They might say, "Congratulations," while their eyes remain cold, or their smile appears strained and unnatural. They have a remarkable talent for changing the subject quickly after acknowledging your achievement, as if spending too much time on your success causes them physical discomfort. Jung's understanding of emotional projection helps explain this phenomenon. People who cannot access genuine joy for others are often struggling with profound disappointments and unfulfilled longings in their own lives. Your success becomes a mirror that reflects their own sense of failure or inadequacy, triggering defensive reactions designed to protect their fragile self-esteem. Rather than using your achievement as inspiration or motivation, they experience it as judgment or condemnation of their own choices and outcomes. The timing of their reactions often reveals the depth of their hostility. The more significant your achievement, the more pronounced their inability to celebrate becomes. Small successes might elicit perfunctory acknowledgement, but major milestones, promotions, awards, relationship milestones, or personal breakthroughs seem to trigger almost visible discomfort. They might become suddenly busy, change the subject abruptly, or find ways to minimize the importance of your achievement. Their language choices also provide important clues about their underlying feelings. Instead of expressing unqualified happiness for your success, they tend to use phrases that subtly diminish or qualify your achievement. They might say things like, "Well, that's nice, I guess," or "Good for you, though I'm not sure I'd want that kind of pressure," or "Congratulations, though you know that kind of thing isn't really that important in the long run." These responses manage to acknowledge your success while simultaneously undermining its value or desirability. The absence of genuine joy becomes particularly apparent when contrasted with how the same person responds to others' difficulties or failures. While they struggle to celebrate your successes, they may show much more authentic engagement and energy when discussing your problems or setbacks. This disparity reveals the true emotional landscape. They're more comfortable with your struggles than with your triumphs, because your difficulties don't trigger their own feelings of inadequacy or competitive threat. The psychological mechanism behind this pattern involves what Jung called shadow compensation. The hostile person's inability to achieve their own desired level of success creates a shadow complex that seeks balance through the diminishment of others. Since they cannot elevate themselves to the level they desire, their unconscious mind finds relief in preventing others from rising too far above them. Your success disrupts this psychological equilibrium, triggering defensive reactions designed to restore their sense of relative position. The impact of this pattern on relationships can be profound and lasting. When someone consistently fails to celebrate your achievements, it creates a sense of emotional isolation during what should be your happiest moments. You begin to edit your sharing, downplaying your successes, or avoiding mentioning them altogether to prevent the awkward interactions that follow. This self-censorship impoverishes the relationship and prevents the natural bonding that occurs when people genuinely share in each other's joys. The absence of genuine joy also creates a toxic emotional environment where achievement becomes associated with isolation rather than connection. Instead of success bringing you closer to the people in your life, it becomes something that creates distance and tension. This association can unconsciously discourage you from pursuing your goals or fully embracing your achievements, as part of your psyche learns that success means losing emotional support from important relationships. The silent language of the body. The most sophisticated and revealing aspect of hidden hostility lies not in words or conscious actions, but in the realm of nonverbal communication. The involuntary signals, micro-expressions, and physical responses that bypass conscious control and reveal the true emotional landscape beneath carefully constructed facades. Jung understood that the body serves as a direct conduit to the unconscious mind, expressing truths that the conscious mind works desperately to conceal. The human body possesses its own intelligence, one that operates independently of our rational thoughts and social conditioning. This intelligence responds to emotional reality rather than social expectation, revealing through gesture, posture, facial expression, and subtle physical responses what words attempt to hide. When someone harbors hidden hostility while maintaining a surface appearance of friendship or support, their body inevitably betrays the deception through signals that trained observers can learn to recognize. Micro-expressions represent perhaps the most revealing form of non-verbal leakage. These fleeting facial expressions, lasting sometimes only fractions of a second, occur before conscious control can suppress them. The person with hidden hostility might flash a genuine smile when sharing your setback, despite their verbal expressions of sympathy. They might show a brief expression of annoyance or disgust when you mention a success, quickly covered by a forced smile and appropriate words of congratulation. The eyes, often called windows to the soul, provide particularly rich information about authentic emotional states. Despite cultural training that teaches us to make appropriate eye contact and appear engaged, the quality of someone's gaze reveals volumes about their true feelings. The hostile person's eyes might become cold or hard when you speak about your achievements, even while their mouth forms words of support. They might avoid eye contact altogether during moments when genuine friends would naturally seek connection, or their gaze might become calculating rather than warm during conversations about your plans and dreams. Physical tension provides another reliable indicator of hidden emotional states. The person struggling with concealed hostility often experiences involuntary physical responses during interactions that trigger their shadow emotions. Their shoulders might tense when you share good news. Their jaw might tighten during conversations about your success, or their hands might clench while they offer verbal congratulations. These physical responses occur because the body prepares for conflict even when the conscious mind insists on maintaining social pleasantries. Spatial behavior, how someone positions themselves physically in relation to you, also reveals important information about underlying feelings. The hostile person might unconsciously create more physical distance during conversations about your achievements, step back when you express enthusiasm, or orient their body away from you while maintaining verbal engagement. These subtle movements reflect an unconscious desire to escape or defend against the emotional discomfort your presence or success creates for them. Jung emphasized that these nonverbal signals emerge from what he called the autonomous complex, psychological patterns that operate independently of conscious control. When someone experiences strong emotions that conflict with their self-image or social role, these emotions find expression through the body's autonomous responses. The person cannot consciously control these signals because they emerge from psychological depths that lie beyond rational management. The voice itself becomes an instrument of unconscious expression, revealing emotional truths through tone, rhythm, and inflection that contradict the content of speech. The hostile person's voice might become slightly flat or mechanical when offering congratulations, lacking the natural warmth and variation that accompanies genuine emotion. They might speak more quickly when discussing your achievements, as if eager to move past the uncomfortable topic. Or their voice might carry subtle notes of strain or tension, despite their attempts to sound supportive. Breathing patterns also provide valuable information about authentic emotional states. The person experiencing hidden hostility might unconsciously hold their breath or breathe more shallowly during conversations that trigger their shadow emotions. These changes occur because strong emotions affect the autonomic nervous system, altering basic physiological functions in ways that reflect internal psychological states. The timing of nonverbal responses often proves more revealing than their content. The hostile person might pause too long before offering congratulations, as if needing time to manufacture an appropriate response. Their facial expressions might lag behind their words, creating a disconnect between verbal and nonverbal communication that signals internal conflict. They might smile at inappropriate moments or maintain expressions that don't match the content of their speech. Perhaps most revealing is the overall quality of presence that someone brings to interactions. Genuine care and friendship create a certain energetic quality, warmth, openness, and authentic engagement that can be felt even when not explicitly observed. Hidden hostility, however, creates a different energetic signature, one characterized by tension, guardedness, and subtle withdrawal even in the midst of seemingly friendly interaction. The unconscious mind possesses remarkable sensitivity to these nonverbal signals, often detecting hostility long before the conscious mind can articulate why something feels off about a particular relationship. Learning to trust these deeper perceptions while developing conscious awareness of nonverbal patterns provides powerful protection against psychological manipulation and emotional harm. Understanding the patterns of hidden hostility serves not to create paranoia or cynicism about human relationships, but to develop the wisdom necessary for navigating the complex landscape of human emotions with greater clarity and self-protection. Jung believed that consciousness itself was the antidote to shadow projection, that bringing unconscious patterns into the light of awareness diminished their power to operate destructively in our lives. The recognition that someone harbors hidden hostility toward you can be initially destabilizing, particularly when that person plays an important role in your personal or professional life. The natural impulse might be to confront them directly, to demand acknowledgement of their true feelings, or to cut them out of your life entirely. However, wisdom suggests a more nuanced approach that considers both the complexity of human psychology and the practical realities of maintaining necessary relationships. First, it's essential to recognize that most people engaging in shadow projection are not consciously aware of their own hostility. They may genuinely believe their own stated intentions while remaining blind to the destructive patterns in their behavior. Direct confrontation often triggers defensive reactions that can escalate conflict without producing positive change. Instead, awareness allows you to adjust your expectations and interactions in ways that protect your emotional well-being while maintaining necessary relationships. Before beginning today's essay, comment on one piece of advice you'd give your 20-year-old self if you had the chance. Your 20s arrive like an unexpected inheritance, a windfall of time, energy, and possibility that feels both exhilarating and overwhelming. Unlike the structured pathways of childhood and adolescence, where success was measured in grades and graduation ceremonies, the second decade of life is a vast, unmarked territory. This is the decade where you transition from becoming who you're supposed to be to discovering who you are. The paradox of the 20s lies in their simultaneous promise and peril. Never again will you possess such a potent combination of physical vitality, mental flexibility, and freedom from major responsibilities. Yet this same freedom can become paralyzing when faced with infinite choices and unclear directions. The decade demands that you make crucial decisions about career, relationships, and identity, while your brain is still developing and your understanding of yourself remains fluid. This period represents what psychologists call emerging adulthood, a distinct developmental stage characterized by identity exploration, instability, self-focus, feeling in between, and a sense of possibilities. Unlike previous generations who often married young and settled into predetermined roles, today's 20-somethings navigate an extended period of exploration that can last well into their 30s. The stakes feel impossibly high because, in many ways, they are. The choices you make in your 20s about education, career, relationships, and personal development create trajectories that compound over time. Like a river carving its path through the landscape, the direction you choose in your 20s shapes the terrain of your entire life. Understanding how to navigate this crucial decade isn't just helpful, it's essential for creating a life of meaning, satisfaction, and authentic success. The architecture of desire, understanding what drives us. Before exploring the practical elements of living well in your 20s, it's crucial to understand the psychological forces that shape your experience during this decade. The concept of the hedonic treadmill provides perhaps the most important framework for understanding human satisfaction and motivation during these formative years. The hedonic treadmill describes our tendency to quickly return to a baseline level of happiness despite positive or negative life events. When you get that promotion, move into a nicer apartment, or buy something you've wanted for months, the initial surge of satisfaction fades more quickly than expected. Your happiness level adjusts to these new circumstances, leaving you seeking the next upgrade or achievement to recapture that feeling of progress and satisfaction. This psychological principle has profound implications for how you approach your 20s if you immediately maximize your lifestyle, renting the nicest apartment you can afford, eating at expensive restaurants regularly, or purchasing luxury items as soon as you have disposable income. You rob yourself of the joy of progression. More critically, you establish a baseline that becomes increasingly expensive to maintain and difficult to exceed. Consider the difference between the two approaches to early career success. The first person immediately upgrades their lifestyle with each pay increase, moving from a studio to a one-bedroom to a luxury apartment, from cooking at home to dining out regularly, from basic transportation to a premium car. The second person maintains a more modest lifestyle initially, allowing themselves to appreciate incremental improvements over time. The first person experiences brief spikes of satisfaction followed by new pressures to maintain their elevated lifestyle. The second person experiences sustained satisfaction from gradual improvements while building financial security and maintaining flexibility. The key insight isn't that you should live in deprivation during your 20s, but rather that you should be strategic about when and how you allow your lifestyle to expand. This approach serves multiple purposes. It maintains your capacity for satisfaction from simple pleasures, it builds financial resilience, and it preserves your ability to make bold choices without being constrained by high fixed expenses. This principle extends beyond material possessions to experiences and relationships. If you immediately seek the most intense experiences, the most exotic travel, the most exclusive events, the highest levels of stimulation, you may find it difficult to appreciate simpler pleasures later. The person who saves their first international trip for their late 20s may experience more wonder and satisfaction than someone who began traveling extensively in college. The wisdom here lies in understanding that satisfaction comes not from absolute levels of pleasure or luxury, but from the perception of progress and improvement. By deliberately managing your hedonic adaptation, you can maintain higher levels of life satisfaction throughout your 20s and beyond. The crucible years: why challenge shapes character. One of the most counterintuitive pieces of advice for navigating your 20s is to actively seek out challenges rather than comfort. While conventional wisdom might suggest easing into adult responsibilities, research in psychology and observations from successful individuals suggests that your 20s are the optimal time to embrace difficulty and uncertainty. The concept of anti-fragility, popularized by Nassim Taleb, suggests that some systems become stronger when exposed to stress rather than merely surviving it. Your 20s represent the period when you are most anti-fragile, when challenges and setbacks can catalyze growth rather than simply testing your resilience. Your brain is still developing, your identity remains fluid, and your responsibilities are typically minimal, creating ideal conditions for learning from difficult experiences. Starting your career with challenging roles, demanding projects, or even failing ventures provides several advantages that compound over time. First, it calibrates your understanding of what you're capable of handling. Many people underestimate their capacity for dealing with stress, uncertainty, and complexity. By voluntarily exposing yourself to these challenges early, you develop accurate self-knowledge and confidence in your abilities. Second, challenging experiences in your 20s create what psychologists call stress inoculation. Like a vaccine that prepares your immune system for future threats, difficult experiences prepare you psychologically for inevitable future challenges. The person who navigates a startup failure in their 20s approaches later career setbacks with greater equanimity than someone experiencing their first major professional disappointment in their 40s. Third, embracing challenge early in your career makes you more attractive to future opportunities. Employers, investors, and collaborators value individuals who have proven their ability to handle uncertainty and pressure. The person who spent their 20s in comfortable, low-stakes environments may find themselves unprepared for leadership roles that require comfort with ambiguity and stress. The psychological research on post-traumatic growth supports this approach. While traumatic experiences are harmful, moderately stressful challenges often lead to increased resilience, stronger relationships, greater appreciation for life, and enhanced personal strength. Your 20s provide an optimal window for experiencing this type of growth-promoting challenge. This doesn't mean seeking out suffering for its own sake, but rather choosing the path of meaningful difficulty over comfortable stagnation. It means taking the job that stretches your abilities rather than the one that feels easy. It means starting the side project that might fail rather than consuming entertainment. It means having difficult conversations rather than avoiding conflict. The alternative, spending your 20s in comfort and avoiding challenge, often leads to what psychologists call failure to launch. Without the muscle memory of overcoming obstacles, many people find themselves paralyzed by later challenges that could have been manageable with earlier preparation. The risk paradox: why safe choices are often dangerous. Your 20s present a unique risk profile that will never be repeated in your life. Understanding and leveraging this profile is crucial for making decisions that serve your long-term interests rather than providing short-term comfort. The conventional understanding of risk focuses on potential negative outcomes, the possibility of failure, financial loss, or social embarrassment. This perspective leads many 20-somethings to make safe choices, staying in familiar environments, choosing stable but unfulfilling jobs, or avoiding situations that might lead to rejection or failure. However, this analysis ignores the risk of inaction and the opportunity cost of safe choices. The person who avoids career risks in their 20s may find themselves trapped in an unfulfilling trajectory in their 30s and 40s, when changing course becomes exponentially more difficult. The individual who avoids relationship risks may miss opportunities for deep connection and personal growth. Your 20s offer several advantages that make risk-taking more rational than it appears on the surface. First, you have time to recover from failures. A career setback at 25 leaves you with decades to build alternative paths. The same setback at 45 may feel catastrophic because recovery time is limited. Second, your fixed expenses and responsibilities are typically minimal. Without mortgages, children, or established lifestyles to maintain, you can survive on less income and make dramatic life changes without affecting dependents. This flexibility makes entrepreneurial ventures, career changes, and geographic moves much more feasible. Third, your social and professional networks are still forming. Taking risks often involves meeting new people and entering new environments, which can lead to opportunities and relationships that shape your entire life trajectory. The person who moves to a new city in their 20s may meet their future spouse, business partner, or mentor. The individual who starts a company may fail, but gain skills and connections that prove invaluable in later ventures. The key to effective risk-taking in your 20s is conducting realistic worst-case scenario analyses. Most feared outcomes are less catastrophic than they initially appear. Career failure typically means returning to a previous role or industry, not permanent unemployment. Business failure usually results in valuable experience and modest debt, not financial ruin. Social rejection, while uncomfortable, rarely has lasting consequences for well-adjusted individuals. This analysis should account for the full range of possible outcomes, not just the extremes. While your business might fail, it might also succeed modestly, providing valuable experience and moderate returns. While changing careers might not lead to immediate success, it might open doors to opportunities that wouldn't have been available in your previous field. The most successful individuals often describe their 20s as their experimental decade, a time when they tried multiple approaches, failed frequently, and gradually discovered their strengths and interests through direct experience rather than theoretical analysis. The liberation from expectations, choosing your adventure. One of the most profound challenges of your 20s involves disentangling your authentic desires from the expectations imposed by family, society, and cultural narratives about success. This process of differentiation is essential for creating a life that feels meaningful and satisfying rather than simply acceptable to others. The expectations placed on 20-somethings are often contradictory and culturally specific. You may face pressure to achieve financial independence while also being encouraged to pursue your passions. You might be expected to settle down and start a family while also being told to focus on career advancement. These competing demands create internal conflict and decision paralysis. The psychological concept of introjection describes how we unconsciously adopt the values and expectations of others as our own. During childhood and adolescence, this process serves an important function by helping us navigate social relationships and cultural norms. However, in your 20s, distinguishing between introjected values and authentic preferences becomes crucial for psychological health and life satisfaction. This differentiation process is particularly challenging because many parental and societal expectations are well-intentioned and based on genuine care for your well-being. Parents who encourage traditional career paths may be motivated by a desire for your financial security. Friends who suggest conventional relationship timelines may want to share experiences with you. Cultural messages about success may reflect genuine pathways to fulfillment for some individuals. The challenge lies not in rejecting all external input, but in developing the capacity to evaluate which expectations align with your authentic self and which serve the needs or anxieties of others. This requires developing what psychologists call differentiation, the ability to maintain your sense of self while remaining emotionally connected to others. The process often involves disappointing people whose opinions matter to you. Choosing an unconventional career path may worry parents who value financial security. Deciding to travel extensively rather than settling down may frustrate friends who are eager to start families. Moving to a different city or country may disappoint family members who hoped you would stay nearby. These disappointments are often temporary and based on an incomplete understanding of your choices and their outcomes. Parents who initially worry about unconventional career paths often become supportive when they see you thriving. Friends may initially feel abandoned when you make different life choices, but they often develop appreciation for your courage and authenticity. The key insight is that you cannot live someone else's version of a successful life, no matter how much you care about their approval. The person who spends their 20s trying to meet everyone else's expectations often reaches their 30s feeling empty and resentful, having achieved goals that never felt meaningful to them. This doesn't mean becoming selfish or inconsiderate, but rather taking responsibility for creating a life that feels authentic and purposeful. When you make choices aligned with your genuine values and interests, you bring more energy and enthusiasm to your relationships and contributions. The person who pursues work they find meaningful often becomes more successful and fulfilled than someone who chooses a career primarily to meet others' expectations. Chapter 5. The Ecosystem of Influence. Curating your environment. The people and environments that surround you during your 20s have profound effects on your development, often in ways that aren't immediately apparent. Understanding and intentionally shaping these influences represents one of the most powerful tools for creating positive change in your life. The concept of social contagion describes how behaviors, attitudes, and even emotions spread through social networks. Research has shown that everything from obesity and happiness to career ambitions and financial habits can be transmitted through social connections. If your closest friends prioritize financial security, you're more likely to make conservative career choices. If your peer group values adventure and risk-taking, you're more likely to pursue entrepreneurial ventures or travel extensively. This influence operates largely below the level of conscious awareness. You may not realize that your friends' attitudes about money, relationships, or career success are shaping your own beliefs and decisions. The person who spends their 20s surrounded by pessimistic, risk-averse individuals may develop a worldview that limits their willingness to pursue opportunities, while someone embedded in an optimistic, growth-oriented community may develop greater confidence and ambition. The implications of this research are profound. Choosing your social environment may be one of the most important decisions you make in your 20s. This doesn't mean abandoning longtime friends or becoming calculating about relationships, but rather being intentional about the communities and individuals you spend time with. The geographic environment plays an equally important role in shaping your development. Cities and regions have distinct cultures that influence residents' values, behaviors, and opportunities. Living in a startup hub like San Francisco or Austin may increase your likelihood of pursuing entrepreneurial ventures. Spending time in a creative center like New York or Los Angeles may inspire artistic pursuits. Choosing a location known for outdoor recreation may lead to a more active lifestyle and different priorities. The mere exposure effect suggests that we develop preferences for things we encounter frequently. If you spend your 20s in environments that regularly expose you to entrepreneurship, creativity, intellectual discussion, or cultural diversity, you're more likely to develop interests and skills in these areas. Conversely, environments that lack stimulation or challenge may limit your development and aspirations. Professional environments are particularly influential during your 20s because they shape your understanding of what's possible in your career. Working at a high-growth company may expose you to rapid decision-making, risk-taking, and ambitious goal-setting. Employment at a traditional corporation may provide different lessons about stability, process, and long-term planning. Neither environment is inherently superior, but each creates distinct patterns of thinking and behavior. The key insight is that the environment shapes behavior more powerfully than willpower or individual determination. Rather than relying solely on personal discipline to achieve your goals, you can design environments that make desired behaviors more likely and unwanted behaviors more difficult. This might mean moving to a city where your desired lifestyle is more common and supported. It could involve joining organizations, clubs, or communities where you'll meet people with similar values and aspirations. It might require changing jobs to work with colleagues who challenge and inspire you rather than those who reinforce limiting beliefs. The investment in changing your environment often pays dividends far beyond what's immediately apparent. The person who moves to be near innovative thinkers may develop ideas and opportunities that wouldn't have emerged in the previous context. The individual who joins communities of ambitious, positive people may find themselves naturally adopting similar attitudes and behaviors. Chapter 6: The Alchemy of Growth: Transforming Challenges into Wisdom. Your 20s will inevitably include setbacks, failures, and disappointments. The difference between those who emerge from this decade stronger and those who remain stuck often lies not in avoiding difficulties, but in developing the ability to extract wisdom and growth from challenging experiences. The psychological concept of meaning-making describes how individuals interpret and integrate difficult experiences into their understanding of themselves and the world. People who develop strong meaning-making abilities often emerge from challenges with increased resilience, clearer values, and a stronger sense of purpose. Those who struggle with this process may become bitter, fearful, or chronically stuck in victim narratives. Meaning-making isn't about positive thinking or denying the reality of painful experiences. Instead, it involves developing the capacity to find genuine lessons, insights, and opportunities for growth within difficulties. The person who gets fired from their first job might discover that they were in the wrong field, leading to a more satisfying career path. Someone who experiences relationship heartbreak might develop greater self-awareness and capacity for healthy relationships. This process requires what psychologists call cognitive flexibility, the ability to consider multiple perspectives and interpretations of the same situation. A career setback might simultaneously represent a failure of judgment, an opportunity to develop resilience, a redirection toward better opportunities, and a lesson about the importance of preparation. The person who can hold multiple interpretations simultaneously is more likely to extract maximum value from the experience. Developing meaning-making abilities involves several practices that can be cultivated during your 20s. Regular reflection through journaling, conversation, or meditation helps you process experiences more thoroughly rather than simply moving on to the next challenge. Seeking diverse perspectives from mentors, friends, or therapists can reveal insights that wouldn't emerge from isolated analysis. The concept of post-traumatic growth suggests that many people become stronger, wiser, and more capable as a result of navigating significant challenges. This growth typically manifests in several areas: increased appreciation for life, stronger relationships, greater sense of personal strength, enhanced spiritual development, and clearer priorities. However, post-traumatic growth doesn't happen automatically. It requires active engagement with challenges rather than avoidance or denial. The person who immediately seeks to replace a lost job without reflecting on what went wrong may miss opportunities for career redirection. Someone who quickly enters a new relationship after heartbreak may repeat patterns that led to the previous relationship's failure. The timing of your 20s provides unique advantages for developing meaning-making abilities. Your identity remains fluid enough to incorporate new self-knowledge without threatening your core sense of self. You have sufficient life experience to recognize patterns and themes, but not so much that you've become rigid in your interpretations. Creating systems for processing and integrating experiences becomes crucial during this decade. This might involve regular conversations with mentors who can help you see patterns and opportunities you might miss. It could include maintaining a journal where you explore not just what happened, but what you learned and how experiences changed you. Some people benefit from therapy or coaching relationships that provide structured opportunities for reflection and growth. The goal isn't to become someone who seeks out difficulties, but rather to develop confidence in your ability to handle whatever challenges arise. The person who enters their 30s with strong meaning-making abilities approaches future difficulties with curiosity rather than fear, seeing them as opportunities for continued growth rather than threats to their well-being. The architecture of relationships, building your life's foundation. The relationships you form and nurture during your 20s often become the foundation for your entire adult life. Understanding how to build, maintain, and sometimes release relationships during this crucial decade requires balancing openness to new connections with loyalty to existing bonds, and learning to distinguish between relationships that support your growth and those that limit your potential. The psychology of attachment suggests that our early relationships create templates for how we connect with others throughout our lives. Your 20s provide an opportunity to examine these templates and, if necessary, develop healthier patterns of relating. Unlike childhood relationships, which are largely determined by circumstances, adult relationships involve conscious choices about whom to invest in and how deeply to connect. Romantic relationships during your 20s serve multiple functions beyond companionship and emotional support. They provide laboratories for learning about yourself, practicing communication skills, and discovering what qualities you value in a partner. The person who enters only one serious relationship during their 20s may have limited self-knowledge about their relationship needs and preferences. Conversely, someone who avoids committed relationships entirely may miss opportunities to develop intimacy skills and emotional depth. The key insight about romantic relationships in your 20s is that they don't all need to lead to marriage or lifelong partnership to be valuable. A relationship that lasts 2 years and ends amicably may teach you crucial lessons about communication, compromise, and compatibility. Someone who remains single through most of their 20s may develop self-reliance and clarity about their values that serve them well in later relationships. Friendships during your 20s require particular attention because they often need to survive significant life changes. Unlike family relationships, which persist regardless of choices, or romantic relationships, which receive cultural support and recognition, friendships must be actively maintained through transitions like career changes, relocations, and evolving interests. The concept of friendship seasons recognizes that different relationships serve different purposes at various life stages. Some friendships are built around shared activities or circumstances and may naturally fade as those conditions change. Others are based on deeper compatibility and values alignment that can survive external changes. Learning to distinguish between these types of friendships helps you invest appropriately in each relationship without unrealistic expectations. Professional relationships during your 20s often have profound long-term implications that aren't immediately apparent. The colleague who becomes a mentor may influence your entire career trajectory. The peer who becomes a business partner may shape your entrepreneurial journey. The industry connections you develop may provide opportunities decades later. The mistake many people make in their 20s is focusing exclusively on immediate benefits from professional relationships rather than their long-term potential. The person who treats colleagues as stepping stones may miss opportunities for genuine mentorship and collaboration. Conversely, someone who invests in authentic professional relationships often finds that career opportunities emerge naturally from their network. Building relationships during your 20s requires balancing several competing priorities. You need to remain open to new connections while investing deeply in existing relationships. You must learn to recognize and distance yourself from toxic relationships while maintaining patience with people who are also learning and growing. You need to develop clear boundaries while remaining vulnerable enough for an intimate connection. The concept of relationship portfolio diversification suggests maintaining connections across different domains of your life. This might include mentors who provide guidance, peers who offer support and collaboration, younger individuals you can guide, family members with whom you maintain a connection, romantic partners who provide intimacy, and friends who share various interests and activities. This diversification serves several purposes. It prevents you from placing unrealistic expectations on any single relationship to meet all your needs. It provides resilience when relationships change or end. It exposes you to different perspectives and opportunities that might not emerge from a homogeneous social circle. The relationships you build during your 20s often require maintenance and investment for decades to provide their full value. The friend who supports you through early career struggles may become a business partner in your 40s. The mentor who guides your professional development may provide opportunities throughout your career. The romantic relationship that doesn't lead to marriage may evolve into a lifelong friendship that enriches both your lives. The economics of early adulthood, building financial wisdom. The financial decisions you make during your 20s have compound effects that extend far beyond their immediate impact. Understanding the principles of money management, investment, and financial psychology during this decade can set the foundation for lifelong financial security and freedom. The concept of compound interest represents perhaps the most powerful financial force working in your favor during your 20s. Money invested early has decades to grow, creating wealth that would be impossible to achieve through saving alone later in life. $1,000 invested at age 25 grows to significantly more than the same amount invested at 35 or 45, even if the later investment includes larger monthly contributions. However, the power of compound interest extends beyond traditional investments to education, skills, and experiences. The money spent on learning new skills, building professional networks, or starting businesses during your 20s often provides returns far exceeding traditional investment vehicles. The person who invests in learning programming, developing language skills, or building a professional network may see these investments pay dividends throughout their career. This creates a tension between immediate financial security and long-term wealth building. The safest financial strategy in your 20s might involve maintaining steady employment, minimizing expenses, and saving consistently. However, this approach may limit opportunities for the kind of growth and skill development that creates significant long-term wealth. The key insight is that your 20s require a different financial strategy than later decades. While someone in their 40s might prioritize stability and preservation of capital, 20-somethings can often benefit from higher risk, higher reward approaches to building wealth. This might involve investing more heavily in growth-oriented assets, starting businesses, or pursuing education and experiences that increase earning potential. The psychology of money during your 20s is complicated by the fact that many financial habits are still forming. The spending patterns, saving behaviors, and attitudes toward money that you develop during this decade often persist throughout your life. Someone who learns to live below their means and invest consistently during their 20s often maintains these habits even as their income increases. Conversely, a person who develops expensive tastes and lifestyle inflation may struggle with financial management regardless of their earning potential. Understanding the difference between assets and liabilities becomes crucial during your 20s. Assets are purchases that appreciate or generate income over time, while liabilities are expenses that decrease in value or require ongoing payments. A car is typically a liability, while investments in education, business equipment, or real estate may be assets. The person who focuses on acquiring assets during their 20s often builds wealth more effectively than someone who prioritizes lifestyle improvements. The concept of opportunity cost is particularly relevant to financial decisions in your 20s. Every dollar spent on consumption represents potential investment returns foregone. The expensive apartment rental represents money that could have been invested in appreciating assets. The daily coffee purchases compound over time into significant sums that could have been building wealth. However, this analysis shouldn't lead to extreme frugality that eliminates all enjoyment or social connection. The goal is to be intentional about spending decisions, distinguishing between expenses that provide lasting value and those that offer only temporary satisfaction. Spending money on experiences that create memories, build relationships, or develop skills often provides better long-term returns than purchases focused solely on comfort or status. Building multiple income streams during your 20s provides both financial security and learning opportunities. While traditional employment provides steady income and benefits, side projects, freelance work, or small businesses can supplement earnings while developing entrepreneurial skills. The person who learns to generate income from multiple sources during their 20s often has greater financial resilience and opportunity throughout their career. The mistakes made during your 20s often provide valuable financial education that prevents larger mistakes later in life. Someone who experiences credit card debt or investment losses in their 20s may develop better financial judgment that prevents more serious financial problems in their 40s or 50s. The key is to limit the size of potential mistakes while maximizing the learning from each experience. Emergency funds become particularly important during your 20s because career instability is more common during this decade. Having 3 to 6 months of expenses saved provides flexibility to leave unsatisfying jobs, pursue opportunities, or navigate unexpected challenges without compromising long-term financial goals. Chapter 9. The Craft of Self-Discovery, Becoming Who You Are. Your 20s represent a unique period for self-discovery when you have sufficient independence to explore your interests and values while maintaining enough flexibility to make significant changes based on what you learn. This process of self-discovery isn't passive, but requires active experimentation, reflection, and integration of experiences. The psychological concept of identity foreclosure describes what happens when people commit to an identity or life path without adequate exploration of alternatives. Someone who enters their family's business immediately after college may never discover their authentic interests and talents. A person who settles into their first career without exploration may spend decades in unfulfilling work. Your 20s provide the optimal time for avoiding identity foreclosure through systematic self-exploration. This exploration process involves both internal work and external experimentation. Internal work includes developing self-awareness through reflection, meditation, journaling, or therapy. External experimentation involves trying different activities, careers, relationships, and environments to discover what energizes and fulfills you. The concept of values clarification becomes crucial during this process. Values are the underlying principles that guide your decisions and priorities. Someone who values security and stability may make different career choices than someone who prioritizes creativity and autonomy. The person who values family connection may organize their life differently than someone who prioritizes professional achievement. Values aren't always obvious or conscious. You may think you value financial success while prioritizing work-life balance. You might believe you want adventure while craving stability and routine. Your 20s provide opportunities to test these assumptions by observing how you respond to different situations and choices. The practice of experimentation involves treating your 20s as a laboratory for testing hypotheses about yourself. If you think you might enjoy entrepreneurship, start a small business or side project. If you're curious about different geographic areas, spend extended time in various locations. If you're unsure about career directions, seek internships or volunteer opportunities in different fields. This experimental approach requires balancing commitment with flexibility. You need to invest sufficiently in each experiment to gain meaningful data, but you also need to remain open to changing direction based on what you learn. Someone who changes directions too frequently may never develop deep expertise, while someone who commits too rigidly to early choices may miss opportunities for growth and redirection. The role of failure in self-discovery cannot be overstated. Failed relationships teach you about compatibility and communication needs. Unsuccessful business ventures reveal your risk tolerance and preferred working styles. Career disappointments clarify your values and priorities. Rather than avoiding failure, your 20s should involve intelligent risk-taking that generates useful information about your preferences and capabilities. Developing metacognition, awareness of your thinking processes, becomes crucial for effective self-discovery. This involves noticing patterns in your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors across different situations. Someone who develops strong metacognitive abilities can recognize when they're operating from fear versus excitement, when they're making decisions based on authentic preferences versus external pressure, and when they're in environments that support versus drain their energy. The integration of self-discovery requires regular reflection and synthesis of experiences. Without this integration process, you may accumulate experiences without extracting their lessons. The person who travels extensively without reflecting on what they learned may miss insights about their preferences and values. Someone who changes jobs frequently without analyzing patterns may repeat mistakes rather than learning from them. Creating systems for capturing and integrating insights becomes important during your 20s. This might involve regular journaling about experiences and their lessons. It could include periodic conversations with mentors or therapists who help you recognize patterns and themes. Some people benefit from annual or quarterly reviews where they assess their growth and adjust their direction based on accumulated insights. The goal of self-discovery isn't to create a fixed identity that remains unchanged throughout your life, but rather to develop deep self-knowledge that informs better decision-making. The person who understands their core values, natural strengths, energy patterns, and relationship needs can make choices that align with their authentic self, rather than external expectations or temporary desires. The Art of Becoming, Integration and Forward Movement. As your 20s progress, the focus shifts from pure exploration to integration and purposeful direction. This doesn't mean closing off possibilities or becoming rigid, but rather using the self-knowledge and experiences you've accumulated to make increasingly aligned choices about your path forward. The concept of emerging adulthood recognizes that the transition to full adulthood now extends well into the 20s and sometimes beyond. This extended period of development provides opportunities, but also creates challenges. The person who uses this time wisely can create a life of exceptional fulfillment and impact. Someone who drifts without intention may reach their 30s feeling behind and uncertain about their direction. Integration involves synthesizing the various experiments, relationships, and experiences of your 20s into a coherent understanding of who you are and what you want to create in your life. This process requires distinguishing between temporary interests and lasting passions, between external pressures and authentic desires, between fears that should be overcome and intuitions that should be trusted. The development of what psychologists call generativity often begins during the later 20s. Generativity involves the desire to contribute to society and help guide the next generation. This might manifest as mentoring younger individuals, starting businesses that solve meaningful problems, or engaging in creative work that adds value to the world. The person who develops generative motivations often finds greater meaning and satisfaction in their work and relationships. Career integration during your 20s involves moving from exploration to focused development of expertise. While the early 20s might involve trying different fields and roles, the later 20s often require a deeper investment in developing valuable skills and building a professional reputation. This doesn't mean abandoning flexibility, but rather choosing areas of focus that align with your discovered interests and values. The concept of portfolio careers recognizes that modern work increasingly involves multiple streams of activity rather than single linear career paths. Your 20s provide ideal preparation for this reality by developing diverse skills, building varied networks, and creating multiple sources of value. The person who develops expertise in several complementary areas often has greater resilience and opportunity than someone who specializes narrowly. Relationship integration involves transitioning from experimental dating to more intentional partnership choices, from casual friendships to deeper connections with people who share your values and support your growth. This doesn't require settling down in traditional ways, but rather becoming more selective about where you invest your relational energy. The development of personal systems and routines becomes increasingly important as your 20s progress. While the early 20s might involve constant change and stimulation, sustainable adult life requires some structure and consistency. This might involve developing regular exercise routines, financial management systems, learning practices, or relationship maintenance habits. The transition from your 20s to 30s often involves what psychologists call life structure formation. This doesn't mean becoming rigid or conventional, but rather creating stable foundations that support your continued growth and contribution. Someone who uses their 20s to build strong relationships, develop valuable skills, clarify their values and create financial stability enters their 30s with tremendous freedom and opportunity. The importance of mentorship becomes particularly evident during this integration phase. While the early 20s might involve learning from peers and contemporaries, the later 20s often require guidance from individuals who have successfully navigated similar transitions. These mentoring relationships provide perspective on long-term thinking, help you avoid common pitfalls, and offer encouragement during challenging transitions. Legacy thinking begins to emerge during the later 20s as you start considering what you want to create and contribute during your life. This doesn't require grand ambitions or world-changing goals, but rather developing clarity about how you want to impact the people and communities in your life. The person who begins thinking about legacy during their 20s often makes different choices about career, relationships, and personal development than someone focused solely on immediate gratification. Action. Perhaps most importantly, your 20s offer the opportunity to develop what might be called authorship of your own life. The capacity to make conscious choices about who you become and what you create, rather than simply responding to circumstances or fulfilling others' expectations. This authorship doesn't require dramatic rebellion or rejection of all external input, but rather the development of internal clarity and external capability that enables authentic choice-making. The person who develops strong authorship during their 20s enters their 30s with tremendous power to shape their continued development and contribution. They understand their values, recognize their strengths, maintain meaningful relationships, and possess skills that create opportunities. They have learned to navigate challenge and uncertainty with resilience and creativity. They have developed the capacity to balance competing priorities and make decisions that align with their authentic priorities. This foundation of self-knowledge, capability, and relationship provides the platform for whatever they choose to create during the decades that follow, whether that involves traditional markers of success like career advancement and family formation, or alternative paths involving creativity, service, or adventure. The person who uses their 20s wisely enters their 30s with the internal and external resources to pursue their chosen direction with confidence and effectiveness. The long view of your 20s recognizes that this decade's primary purpose isn't to achieve final destinations, but to build the capacity for lifelong growth, contribution, and satisfaction. The skills, relationships, self-knowledge, and habits developed during these years provide the foundation for whatever challenges and opportunities await in the decades ahead. Your 20s are not a dress rehearsal for your real life. They are your real life, and they deserve to be lived with intention, courage, and wisdom. The choices you make during this decade will echo through every year that follows, creating either constraints or possibilities, limitations or freedoms, regrets or satisfaction. Understanding the unique importance and opportunity of these years allows you to navigate them with the seriousness and intentionality they deserve, while also maintaining the playfulness and openness that make growth and discovery possible. Approach the decade as your most important opportunity for conscious development. Embrace the challenges and uncertainties as catalysts for growth. Invest in relationships and experiences that provide long-term value, and trust that the foundation you build during these years will support whatever life you choose to create in the decades ahead. Your 20s are not just preparation for your future, they are the beginning of your legacy.
You know, I was gonna start this video off and say, oh, it has to be a top 5, but I'm now thinking about it. I think being in love is probably the best feeling in the fucking world, and I'm gonna explain to you why, nigga. Imagine another person that truly gives a fuck about you. I'm talking about they sit down and they not only study you, but they know you. They know what to get you when you're hungry. They know what makes you feel better. They know how to make you happy when you're sad. They know how to calm you down. They just know you. They make you feel good. Imagine having that. Another person in your life. That makes it so much fucking easier, gang. And if you've ever had it before, you know where I'm coming from. But if you've never experienced it, you're probably looking at me like I'm fucking crazy, like I'm talking gibberish, like, oh, this nigga's a wuss. It's not the case, gang. Bro, take the time to actually sit down and find somebody who genuinely gives a fuck about you. And tell me at the peak of what y'all got going on, that shit wasn't the best ever. It wasn't one of the best feelings you've ever had in your life. Tell me it wasn't. Bro, to genuinely have somebody who cares about you, who loves you. You know what I mean? And then to fuck it all up has to be top 5, one of the worst feelings ever. I'm checking it out.
Love. A word so simple, yet encompassing a realm of experience so vast that poets, philosophers, scientists, and ordinary people have spent millennia attempting to capture its essence, only to find that it forever eludes complete definition. From the ancient Greeks, with their carefully delineated types of love, to modern neuroscientists mapping the brain's response to affection, humanity has been obsessed with understanding this fundamental force that shapes our lives. And yet, despite all our artistic expression, scholarly inquiry, and lived experience, love remains one of the most challenging aspects of human existence to comprehend and navigate fully. The ancient Greeks, with their characteristic precision of thought, recognized that love was not a monolithic experience, but rather a spectrum of distinct yet interconnected forms of attachment and affection. Their vocabulary offers us a more nuanced framework than our single English word love can provide, and serves as a useful starting point for exploring love's complexity. Eros stands at perhaps the most recognizable position in our modern conception, the passionate, romantic love that consumes the body and mind with desire and longing. This is the love celebrated in romantic ballads, the subject of countless films, and the inspiration behind some of humanity's most moving art. In Plato's Symposium, Aristophanes describes Eros as the yearning to find our other half, suggesting that humans once had 4 arms, 4 legs, and 2 faces before Zeus split them apart, condemning us to search eternally for our missing counterpart. This myth captures the intense longing that characterizes erotic love, the sense that in union with another we might become whole. Yet Eros, for all its intoxicating power, presents tremendous challenges. As Martha Nussbaum explores in her philosophical work, The Fragility of Goodness, erotic love renders us profoundly vulnerable. We become hostages to fortune, our happiness contingent upon the feelings and actions of another person whom we cannot control. Eros can cloud judgment, leading us to idealize our beloved and project onto them qualities they may not possess. When reality inevitably punctures these illusions, disappointment and disillusionment can follow. Adjacent to Eros but distinct in its expression is philia, the deep friendship or brotherly love that forms the foundation of our closest non-romantic relationships. In Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, he devotes substantial attention to friendship, considering it essential to the good life. Unlike the sometimes frenzied nature of Eros, philia is characterized by mutual respect, shared values, and a steady affection that builds over time. It is the love between comrades who have faced adversity together, between intellectual companions who challenge and stimulate one another. C.S. Lewis describes this kind of love as standing shoulder to shoulder rather than face to face, united in common interests and pursuits rather than gazing at each other. Yet philia too presents its challenges. True friendship requires vulnerability, honesty, and the courage to both give and receive criticism. It demands time and attention in a world that increasingly prioritizes productivity and achievement over relationship building. And like all forms of love, it opens us to the pain of potential loss. Storge represents the natural affection between family members, the instinctive love of parent for child, sibling for sibling, that ideally forms the foundation of our earliest experiences of attachment. Unlike Eros or even philia, Storge often exists without choice. We do not select our family members, yet find ourselves bound to them through biology and shared history. This love is meant to be unconditional, providing the secure base from which we can explore the world. Yet, family love can be among the most complicated forms of attachment. As psychologists like John Bowlby and Mary Ainsworth have documented through attachment theory, our early experiences of parental love shape our ability to form healthy relationships throughout life. When familial love is inconsistent, absent, or twisted into harmful forms, the consequences can echo through generations. Even in the healthiest families, the intimacy of blood relations can amplify both joy and pain, creating complex dynamics that can be challenging to navigate. Agape represents perhaps the loftiest ideal of love in the Western tradition. Unconditional, selfless love that seeks nothing in return. In Christian theology, it represents God's love for humanity and the love humans are called to extend to all. Philosopher Emmanuel Levinas describes a similar concept in his Ethics of the Other, the moral obligation we have toward every human face we encounter. This is love as an ethical principle rather than an emotion. Love as action and choice rather than feeling. The challenge of agape lies in its seeming impossibility. To love without condition, without expectation of reciprocity, runs counter to our natural tendency towards self-preservation and self-interest. Religious traditions acknowledge this difficulty. Christian theologians speak of agape as requiring divine grace, while Buddhist practices of loving-kindness meditation recognize that universal compassion must be deliberately cultivated through discipline and practice. To love in this way requires a radical decentering of the self that most of us can achieve only in brief, transcendent moments. Less discussed in contemporary discourse, but no less significant in the Greek taxonomy, is ludus, playful, flirtatious love, characterized by joy, humor, and a certain lightness of being. This is love as play, as recreation, as the dance of attraction and interest that often precedes deeper attachment. Modern dating culture, with its applications and carefully curated profiles, represents a systematized attempt to create spaces for ludus, though often without acknowledging the fundamental human need for play that underlies it. The difficulty with ludus lies in its potential superficiality, the risk that in prioritizing fun and novelty, we might avoid the vulnerability necessary for deeper connection. Additionally, the rules of this playful love are often unspoken and constantly shifting, creating anxiety and confusion for many participants. When does flirtation cross into disrespect? How does one balance light-hearted enjoyment with authentic emotional engagement? These questions have no universal answers, requiring instead a careful attention to context and consent. Pragma represents long-standing love, the deep affection and commitment that develops over years of shared life. Unlike the passion of eros or the playfulness of ludus, pragma is characterized by patience, compromise, and the quiet satisfaction of knowing and being known by another. This is the love celebrated in anniversaries, not the fevered excitement of new romance, but the seasoned warmth of enduring partnership. Pragma presents its substantial challenges. It requires the ability to forgive, to adapt to change, to continue choosing a person even as both partners evolve over decades. In her work, Marriage: A History, historian Stephanie Kuntz documents how our expectations of marriage have transformed over centuries, with modern partnerships expected to fulfill needs once distributed across an entire community: economic security, emotional intimacy, sexual fulfillment, co-parenting, friendship, and more. These heightened expectations place enormous pressure on long-term relationships, making pragmatism increasingly difficult to achieve in contemporary society. The final type of love in the Greek taxonomy, philotia or self-love, might seem the simplest, but proves among the most elusive. In its healthy form, philotia represents not narcissism, but appropriate self-regard, the ability to acknowledge one's worth, to meet one's own needs, and to establish healthy boundaries. Psychologists from Erich Fromm to Carl Rogers have argued that self-love in this sense is a prerequisite to loving others well. We cannot give what we do not possess. Yet genuine self-love remains extraordinarily difficult for many people. Cultural messages alternately promote toxic individualism or extreme self-sacrifice, leaving little room for balanced self-regard. Early experiences of conditional love can convince us that we are lovable only when performing or achieving in certain ways. The vulnerability required to honestly confront our strengths and weaknesses, to extend compassion to our failings while holding ourselves accountable, represents a lifelong practice rather than an achieved state. This Greek taxonomy, while illuminating, represents just one framework among many for understanding love's complexity. Eastern traditions offer their rich perspectives: the Buddhist concept of metta or loving kindness, the Confucian emphasis on filial piety, the Hindu bhakti tradition of devotional love. Indigenous cultures worldwide have developed sophisticated philosophies of relatedness that extend love beyond human relationships to encompass animals, plants, places, and ancestors. Modern psychology continues to refine our understanding of attachment, adding science to ancient wisdom. What remains consistent across these diverse perspectives is the recognition that love, in all its forms, represents one of the most challenging aspects of human experience, and simultaneously one of the most essential. As we examine each type of love more closely, patterns emerge that help explain why loving well proves so difficult for creatures as complex and contradictory as humans. The paradoxes of love, why we struggle. Love presents us with a series of paradoxes, seemingly contradictory demands that must somehow be reconciled if we are to love well. These paradoxes help explain why love remains such a challenging aspect of human experience, regardless of which type of love we consider. The first paradox involves vulnerability and protection. To love fully requires openness, the willingness to let another person see us as we truly are, with all our flaws and fears exposed. Yet this same openness creates the conditions for potential harm. We are evolved to seek both connection and self-preservation, and these instincts can work at cross purposes. The person who knows us most intimately also knows precisely where we are most easily wounded. Philosopher Martha Nussbaum captures this dilemma in her concept of love's necessary asymmetry. When we love, we place ourselves in another's hands, granting them power over our emotional well-being that can never be perfectly balanced or controlled. This asymmetry exists even in the healthiest relationships. Contract can guarantee emotional safety, no perfect alignment of needs and responses that eliminates risk. In her novel, To the Lighthouse, Virginia Woolf depicts this vulnerability through the character of Mrs. Ramsay, who experiences moments of terror even within her seemingly secure family life. With her mind, she had always seized the fact that there is no reason, order, justice, but suffering, death, the poor. There was no treachery too base for the world to commit. No happiness lasted. This existential anxiety coexists with profound love, each intensifying the other. A second paradox involves autonomy and merger. Human beings require both independence and belonging to flourish. We need to maintain our sense of self while also experiencing the dissolution of boundaries that deep intimacy can bring. The psychoanalyst D.W. Winnicott described the developmental achievement of existing in the space between, neither completely merged with others nor isolated from them. This balancing act continues throughout life, particularly in our closest relationships. Writers have long explored this tension. In Khalil Gibran's The Prophet, he advises, "Let there be spaces in your togetherness, and let the winds of the heavens dance between you. The oak tree and the cypress grow not in each other's shadow." Yet he also celebrates the profound union possible between lovers. Finding this balance, close enough for true intimacy, but separate enough to maintain individuality, represents an ongoing negotiation rather than a static achievement. A third paradox involves idealization and acceptance. Love naturally inclines us towards seeing the beloved in the most favorable light. This tendency has evolutionary advantages. It helps us commit to partners and nurture children even through difficulties. Yet lasting love also requires accepting the reality of the other person, complete with imperfections and limitations. The challenge lies in maintaining a vision of the beloved's best self without denying their humanity. In Milan Kundera's The Unbearable Lightness of Being, the character Teresa struggles with this very paradox. She knew that she was being unfair, that Franz was the best man she had ever had. He was intelligent, he understood her paintings, he was handsome and good. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized that what separated her from Franz was precisely what made him so attractive, his ability to create a heaven for her. The idealized heaven Franz offers ultimately feels hollow because it isn't grounded in full acceptance of who Teresa is. A fourth paradox involves certainty and mystery. Human beings crave security. We want to know that love will last, that we can depend on the beloved's continued presence and affection. Yet we are also drawn to discovery, to the excitement of uncovering new aspects of another person. Love must somehow provide both stability and surprise, familiarity and freshness to remain vital over time. Marcel Proust explores this tension throughout In Search of Lost Time, particularly in the narrator's obsessive love for Albertine. The more he attempts to possess her completely, to eliminate all mystery and uncertainty, the more she eludes him, until his love becomes a form of suffering. Only after her death does he begin to understand that what he loved was partly her essential unknowability, the aspects of her that remained beyond his reach. These paradoxes help explain why love remains challenging even for the most emotionally intelligent among us. They are not problems to be solved, but tensions to be managed, requiring constant awareness and adjustment as circumstances change. Our capacity to hold these contradictions, to be both vulnerable and boundaried, merged and separate, idealizing and accepting, secure and open to wonder, determines our ability to love well over time. The shadow of loss, love and the fear of abandonment. Perhaps the most profound difficulty of love lies in its inextricable connection to loss. To love is to render oneself vulnerable, not only to rejection or betrayal, but to the inevitable separations that death brings. This awareness, whether conscious or unconscious, shadows even our most joyful experiences of connection. The psychoanalyst Melanie Klein proposed that our first developmental task involves coming to terms with this painful reality, learning that the mother who sometimes disappears will return, that temporary absence does not mean abandonment. Those who successfully navigate this early challenge develop what Klein called the depressive position, the ability to tolerate ambivalence, to recognize that loved ones have both positive and negative qualities, and to bear separation without falling into despair or rage. Yet even with this developmental achievement, the fear of abandonment remains a powerful force throughout life. Attachment theory, developed by John Bowlby and expanded by Mary Ainsworth, demonstrates how our early experiences of care shape our expectations of relationships. Those who experienced inconsistent or inadequate caregiving often develop anxious attachment styles, characterized by hypervigilance to potential rejection and intense fear of abandonment. Those whose needs were routinely ignored may develop avoidant attachment, preemptively distancing themselves from others to prevent the pain of being left. Even those fortunate enough to have developed secure attachment face the existential reality that all human connections are temporary. In The Year of Magical Thinking, Joan Didion chronicles her grief following her husband's sudden death, exploring how loss disrupts our most basic sense of reality. Life changes fast. Life changes in an instant. You sit down to dinner, and life as you know it ends. The book stands as a testament to both love's power and its cost. The depth of our grief corresponds directly to the depth of our attachment. Is it bravery or madness to love in the face of inevitable loss? Perhaps it is both. Albert Camus suggested that we must imagine Sisyphus happy as he eternally pushes his boulder up the mountain. Similarly, we might imagine that the lover knows the heartbreak that awaits and chooses connection anyway. This choice represents not ignorance of reality, but a defiant assertion of meaning in a world where nothing lasts. In Love in the Time of Cholera, Gabriel Garcia Marquez writes of two lovers reunited in old age, fully aware that their long-deferred happiness must be brief. It was as if they had leapt over the arduous Calvary of conjugal life and gone straight to the heart of love. They were together in silence, like an old married couple wary of life, beyond the pitfalls of passion, beyond the brutal mockery of hope and the phantoms of disillusion, beyond love, for they had lived together long enough to know that love was always love, any time and any place, but it was more solid the closer it came to death. This passage captures a profound truth. Awareness of love's impermanence can deepen rather than diminish its significance. The Japanese aesthetic concept of mono no aware, the pathos of things, suggests that the transience of beauty intensifies our appreciation of it. Cherry blossoms are treasured precisely because they fall. Similarly, human connections may be valued more deeply when we acknowledge their fragility. Yet this philosophical perspective, while meaningful, does not eliminate the visceral pain of attachment and separation. For most people, the fear of abandonment manifests not as abstract contemplation, but as concrete anxiety. The racing heart when a loved one is late coming home, the silent dread that an argument might signal the end of a relationship, the terror of vulnerability that makes opening oneself to new connections feel dangerous. These fears can become self-fulfilling prophecies. Those who expect abandonment may act in ways that push others away, becoming controlling, withdrawing emotionally, testing relationships through provocative behavior, or choosing partners who confirm their negative expectations. The protective mechanisms developed to avoid pain often create the very outcomes most feared. Psychotherapist Irvin Yalom suggests that confronting our existential isolation, the fact that no one can truly experience our subjective reality, is necessary for mature love. Rather than seeking in others an impossible fusion that would eliminate loneliness, we might accept the limitations of human connection while still valuing its genuine comforts. Love becomes not an escape from existential reality, but a companionship in facing it. This brings us to a crucial insight. Perhaps love is difficult not because we are doing it wrong, but because its very nature encompasses struggle. The challenges of vulnerability, the fear of loss, the tension between autonomy and connection. These are not failures of love, but essential components of its depth and meaning. Recognizing this might allow us to approach love's difficulties with greater compassion, both for ourselves and others. When love fades, understanding disaffection. Just as baffling as falling in love is the experience of falling out of it, the gradual or sudden shift from deep attachment to indifference or even aversion. This process, while painfully common, remains poorly understood by those experiencing it and often inadequately addressed in our cultural narratives about love. The reasons love fades are as diverse as the relationships themselves, but certain patterns emerge across research and literature. One common trajectory involves the transition from passionate to companionate love, the cooling of intensity that naturally occurs as relationships mature. Psychologist Robert Sternberg's triangular theory of love suggests that complete love includes passion, intimacy, and commitment, but these components may develop at different rates and diminish in different patterns over time. When passion naturally decreases, as neurobiology suggests it must, relationships requiring constant intensity may falter. The initial neurochemical cocktail of attraction, with its dopamine highs and obsessive attention, evolved to facilitate mating, not long-term bonding. Different neurochemicals, particularly oxytocin and vasopressin, support lasting attachment, but these create a calmer, less intoxicating experience that some mistake for falling out of love. In Esther Perel's influential work, Mating in Captivity, she explores the fundamental tension between our need for security and our desire for passion. Love enjoys knowing everything about you, Desire needs mystery. Love likes to shrink the distance that exists between me and you, while desire is energized by it. If intimacy grows through repetition and familiarity, eroticism is numbed by repetition. It thrives on the mysterious, the novel, and the unexpected. This tension helps explain why many relationships lose their erotic energy over time. Not because partners no longer care for each other, but because the very closeness that creates security can dampen desire. Couples who cannot navigate this paradox may interpret the natural evolution of their feelings as falling out of love, rather than recognizing the need to cultivate different aspects of their connection. Beyond this natural evolution, love may fade through neglect, the gradual erosion of connection that occurs when relationships are not actively maintained. In The 7 Principles for Making Marriage Work, psychologist John Gottman describes how couples build emotional bank accounts through positive interactions that create resilience during inevitable conflicts. When withdrawals consistently exceed deposits, when criticism, defensiveness, contempt, and stonewalling become habitual, the account eventually empties. This process often happens imperceptibly. In Anne Tyler's novel Breathing Lessons, the protagonist Maggie reflects on her marriage. It seemed to her that they had been having this same conversation for nearly 30 years. They had been having it on their honeymoon, and even then it had possessed a worn, comfortable feeling, like an old slipper. The familiarity Tyler describes can be either comforting or stifling, depending on whether it represents depth of understanding or mere repetition of unresolved patterns. Sometimes love ends through betrayal, the rupture of trust that occurs through deception or violation of relationship agreements. Though dramatic betrayals like infidelity receive the most attention, psychologist John Gottman identifies small betrayals as equally damaging over time. The missed opportunities to support a partner, the failures to turn toward rather than away from bids for connection, the prioritizing of other commitments over relationship needs. In her memoir, Aftermath, Rachel Cusk describes the subtle betrayals that preceded her divorce. It wasn't that he lied to me, it was that he refused to show me I was living in a lie. This insight highlights how disillusionment often involves not a single catastrophic event, but the accumulation of moments where reality fails to match our expectations or needs. Perhaps most painfully, love sometimes fades through personal transformation, the natural growth and change that renders once compatible partners increasingly misaligned. The person we become may require different things than the person we were when the relationship began. In Eat, Pray, Love, Elizabeth Gilbert writes of her divorce. I had actively participated in every moment of the creation of this life, so why did I feel like none of it resembled me? This divergence reflects an uncomfortable truth. Healthy development often requires outgrowing previous versions of ourselves and our relationships. The qualities that attract us in our 20s may frustrate us in our 40s. The relationship dynamic that feels supportive during one life phase may feel constraining in another. When both partners evolve in complementary ways, love can deepen through these transitions. When growth pulls in opposing directions, even the most compassionate partners may find themselves unable to bridge the gap. What all these patterns share is the painful recognition that love is not simply a feeling that happens to us, but a practice requiring active choice and renewal. When we misunderstand this, when we expect love to maintain itself without effort, or to feel consistently as it did in its initial stages, disappointment becomes inevitable. The fading of love may sometimes represent not failure but an invitation to a more mature understanding of connection, one that accommodates change, requires conscious tending, and acknowledges the complexity of human hearts. The courage to love, finding meaning in difficulty. If love is indeed as difficult as this exploration suggests, fraught with vulnerability, shadowed by loss, subject to fading through natural and human causes, why do we continue to pursue it with such determination? What wisdom might we find in acknowledging rather than denying love's inherent challenges? Perhaps the first insight lies in recognizing that love's difficulty is not an aberration, but an essential feature of its value. Like any meaningful human endeavor, artistic creation, intellectual achievement, spiritual growth, love asks something significant of us. It demands courage, perseverance, flexibility, and a willingness to be transformed through encounter with another. These qualities are not easily developed, nor are they maintained without effort, yet they represent some of humanity's noblest capacities. In Viktor Frankl's seminal work, Man's Search for Meaning, written after his experience in Nazi concentration camps, he observes, "The more one forgets himself by giving himself to a cause to serve or another person to love, the more human he is, and the more he actualizes himself. This paradox that we become most fully ourselves through giving ourselves away sits at the heart of love's difficulty and its profound reward. To love well requires what theologian Paul Tillich called the courage to be, the willingness to affirm life despite its inherent anxiety, to risk attachment knowing it will bring pain as well as joy. This courage cannot eliminate love's difficulties, but it can transform our relationship to them, allowing us to embrace vulnerability as the price of genuine connection rather than a flaw to be overcome. The Buddhist teacher Pema Chodron offers another perspective through the concept of staying with the shakiness. Rather than seeking perfect security in love, an impossible goal, we might develop the capacity to remain present with uncertainty and fear without being overwhelmed by them. This approach doesn't make love easier, but helps us respond to its challenges with greater wisdom and less reactivity. Literature offers countless examples of this courage in action. In Toni Morrison's Beloved, the formerly enslaved Seth reflects on her love for her daughter. Love is or it ain't. Thin love ain't love at all. Despite having endured unimaginable trauma, Seth refuses to limit her capacity for attachment, even knowing its devastating costs. Her love may be flawed and scarred by circumstance, but it remains fierce and true, a testament to human resilience and the refusal to be diminished by fear. Similarly, in James Baldwin's Giovanni's Room, the protagonist David struggles with his sexuality in a time of profound homophobia. His failure of courage, his inability to fully embrace love due to social pressure and internalized shame becomes the novel's central tragedy. Baldwin suggests that the difficulty of love lies not only in its inherent vulnerability, but in the social contexts that make some forms of love more dangerous than others. The courage to love must sometimes include the courage to challenge collective prejudice. These examples point toward another insight. Love's difficulty varies dramatically depending on circumstance. While existential vulnerability affects all human connections, practical obstacles differ across cultures, periods, and individual situations. Love becomes exponentially harder when poverty creates constant stress, when discrimination targets specific relationships, when mental illness or addiction disrupts attachment patterns, when war or displacement separates families. Acknowledging these contextual factors prevents us from reducing love's challenges to purely psychological or philosophical dimensions. Perhaps the most profound wisdom lies in recognizing that love's difficulty does not represent failure, either personal or collective, but the inevitable consequence of our finitude and freedom. As finite beings, we cannot eliminate the risk of loss. As free beings, we cannot guarantee the continued choice of another to love us in return. These limitations define the human condition and give love its particular poignancy. The philosopher Simon May argues in Love a History that Western culture has placed an impossible burden on romantic love in particular, expecting it to provide the unconditional acceptance once sought in divine love. When human relationships inevitably fall short of this standard, disappointment follows. A more sustainable approach might involve recognizing love's limitations without devaluing its genuine consolations, accepting what Martin Buber called the holy insecurity of either relationships. This perspective allows us to approach love not as a problem to be solved, but as a mystery to be lived, a fundamental aspect of human experience that can never be fully mastered or controlled. Like the Japanese practice of kintsugi, which repairs broken pottery with gold-filled lacquer, acknowledging love's brokenness might allow us to create something more beautiful and resilient than a perfect but untested connection. In practical terms, this wisdom might manifest as greater patience with ourselves and others as we navigate love's complexities. More realistic expectations about what various forms of love can provide, increased willingness to work through difficulties rather than immediately seeking new relationships when challenges arise, and deeper appreciation for the courage demonstrated by all who continue to choose love despite having experienced its pain. It might also encourage a broader conception of love's value beyond individual happiness. Even when love brings suffering, even when relationships end or transform in painful ways, they may still contribute meaningfully to our growth and development. Failed romances can teach discernment. Complicated family relationships can build resilience. Friendships that evolve beyond closeness can leave lasting gifts of perspective and self-knowledge. Perhaps most importantly, recognizing love's inherent difficulty might help us develop greater compassion for ourselves when we struggle with attachment, for others when they fail to love perfectly, for the human condition that makes complete security impossible. This compassion represents not resignation to love's limitations, but active engagement with its reality, choosing connection despite rather than in ignorance of its costs. Conclusion: the impossible possibility. Love remains difficult precisely because it matters so profoundly. Its challenges reflect not personal inadequacy, but the depth of its significance, its power to transform us, connect us, and give meaning to our limited time on Earth. The ancient Greeks, with their careful taxonomy of love's varieties, understood that each form of attachment brings both unique rewards and particular struggles. Modern psychology confirms this wisdom while adding insights about attachment patterns, neurobiology, and relationship dynamics. What emerges from this exploration is not a solution to love's difficulties, no 10-step program or perfect relationship model, but rather an invitation to approach love with greater awareness and compassion. By understanding the paradoxes inherent in human connection, the natural evolution of attachment over time, and the courage required to remain vulnerable despite inevitable pain, we might develop a more sustainable relationship to love's challenges. This perspective does not make loving easier in any practical sense. The fear of abandonment will still clutch at our hearts. The painful growth that sometimes separates partners will still occur. The gradual or sudden fading of passion will still confuse and distress us. But understanding these experiences as inherent to love, rather than failures of it, might allow us to navigate them with greater grace and less self-recrimination. Perhaps most importantly, recognizing love's difficulty might help us value it more accurately, neither idealizing it as perfect bliss, nor dismissing it as mere biochemistry, but appreciating it as one of humanity's most profound achievements. To love well, despite all obstacles, represents an extraordinary accomplishment, a choice to affirm connection in a universe that guarantees separation, to risk pain for the possibility of joy, to see another as they truly are while still believing in what they might become. In the end, love remains what theologian Paul Tillich called an impossible possibility, something that exceeds our capacities yet calls forth our highest nature. Its very difficulty testifies to its value. We struggle with love not because we are doing it wrong, but because we are doing it right, engaging fully with one of life's most challenging and rewarding mysteries. In this struggle, we discover not only the beloved but ourselves, not only connection but meaning, not only joy but the courage to endure its inevitable loss. As the poet Rainer Maria Rilke advised a young correspondent, to love is good too, love being difficult. For one human being to love another, that is perhaps the most difficult of all our tasks, the ultimate, the last test and proof, the work for which all other work is but preparation. In accepting this difficulty, in embracing love not despite, but because of its demands, we honor both its reality and its extraordinary power to transform our lives. Love at its core is a paradox. It's the sweetest high and sometimes the deepest wound. It makes you feel seen, held, and alive in ways nothing else can. Yet it also has the power to unearth your insecurities, challenge your independence, and break you open. To process love, process it, you have to be brave enough to sit with both the beauty and the brutality. Love begins as magic. Butterflies in the stomach, hands that feel electric, late-night conversations that stretch across the soul. But real love, love the kind that lasts, the kind that changes you, doesn't stay suspended in the honeymoon haze. It digs in, it asks questions, it shows you your reflection through someone else's eyes. Sometimes that reflection is gorgeous, sometimes it's hard to look at. The good in love is obvious: connection, warmth, laughter, and intimacy. It teaches you how to give, how to listen, how to grow with another person rather than just beside them. It reminds you that you're human, that you're worthy, that you're not as alone as you feared. But the bad, that's where people get stuck. The bad isn't always betrayal or heartbreak. Sometimes it's the slow burn of miscommunication, the ache of unmet expectations, the growing pains of two people learning how to love each other better. Sometimes love fails, not because it wasn't real, but because people weren't ready for it, or because timing turned traitor. And that's okay. To process love, you have to let it shape you without letting it define you. You have to grieve what didn't work without poisoning the parts that did. You have to understand that just because something ended doesn't mean it was a mistake. Sometimes love is a lesson, not forever. Healing from love doesn't mean erasing it. It means holding it gently in your memory, letting the good parts remind you of what's possible, and letting the hard parts teach you what to look for next time. Forgive who you were when you were in love. Celebrate the courage it took to feel that deeply, and when you're ready, open yourself again. Not because love is safe, but because it's worth the risk. Real love will break you open, but if you let it, it'll build you back stronger. Let it.
Ooh, thank you. It sounds very exciting. May I come just as I am?
Hey, girls don't go to Motoramas, dressed in a pair of pink pajamas.
Maybe they don't, but I don't care. Haven't got a single thing to wear.
Quick, please, a gown.
Ooh, I'll be the talk of the town. Oh, my.
Go after it, fly.
I followed my heart through the night past 1,000 windows, yellow with light. Down, down it fell, and it landed in the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. I'm a girl who happens to think that a brand new car is better than mink.
Excited?
Delighted. So glad I got invited.
Since it's just a dream and involves no money.
You're stuck in traffic again, watching the world blur by through a dusty windshield, when the guy in the car next to you starts belting out a song like he's the star of a musical no one else can hear. At first, it's funny, you laugh to yourself. But then something shifts. You start wondering who he is. Maybe he's on his way to see someone he loves. Maybe he's just trying to drown out a rough day. And suddenly, this stranger, once just background noise in your story, becomes real. He has fears, dreams, heartbreaks, and memories that would break your heart if you knew them. That's Sonder, the quiet, staggering realization that everyone around you is living a life just as complex, layered, and aching as yours. It doesn't hit like a lightning bolt. It creeps in softly in elevators, on subways, in cafes, reminding you that you're not the only story unfolding. In the hustle of everyday life, it is easy to become absorbed in our narratives, viewing the world through the narrow lens of personal experience. Yet there exists a concept that challenges this self-centered perspective, inviting us to pause and consider the vastness of human existence. This concept is Sonder, a term coined by John Koenig in his Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows. Sonder is defined as the realization that each random passerby is living a life as vivid and complex as your own. This essay explores the meaning of Sonder, its emotional and philosophical implications, and its potential to foster empathy and connection in an increasingly fragmented world. The word itself carries a certain weight, almost onomatopoeic, in how it resonates with a sense of depth and wonder. Sonder, it sounds like something between ponder and wonder, an appropriate linguistic home for a concept that involves both deep reflection and the mental journey into others' lives. Though neologisms often struggle to find purchase in our collective vocabulary, this one has resonated with many, suggesting it captures something universal, yet previously unnamed, in human experience. Sonder is not a word found in traditional dictionaries, but its emergence reflects a universal human experience. Imagine sitting in a bustling cafe, observing strangers as they sip coffee, scroll through their phones, or laugh with friends. Sonder strikes when you realize that each of these individuals carries a universe of their own, complete with dreams, fears, triumphs, and heartbreaks. The barista who hands you your latte is not merely a background character in your story. She might be grappling with a recent loss or celebrating a quiet victory. The man reading a newspaper across the room may be planning a life-changing move or reminiscing about a childhood memory. Sonder is the moment when these anonymous figures transform from extras in your life's movie into protagonists of their own. Koenig's definition emphasizes the vividness and complexity of others' lives. This is not a fleeting acknowledgement of their existence, but a profound recognition of their depth. Sonder invites us to see beyond the surface, to imagine the intricate tapestries of experience that define each person we encounter. The experience often comes unbidden, striking us in mundane moments.
Gee, I'm glad you stayed all night, Bobby. Don't you like the cereal? Oh, yeah. But it's a little mushy. It's not crisp like the kind my breakfast pals serve Dad and me at home. Your breakfast pals? Sure, they come every morning as soon as I whistle. What?
Perhaps it occurs while sitting in traffic, suddenly aware that each car contains a person with an entire history, a network of relationships, and a day filled with their concerns. Or maybe while walking past apartment buildings at night, seeing the warm glow of windows and realizing each illuminated square represents a home filled with its dramas, routines, and intimate moments. These realizations often arrive with a certain vertigo, a sudden shift in perspective that momentarily unsettles our sense of centrality in our narratives. Writer Virginia Woolf captured something of this sensation in her novel Mrs. Dalloway, when her protagonist observes, "She had the perpetual sense, as she watched the taxicabs, of being out, far out to sea and alone. She always had the feeling that it was very, very dangerous to live even one day." This dangerous living that Woolf describes includes the risk of truly seeing others, recognizing their separate consciousness, and the vast ocean of their experience that remains forever beyond our complete understanding. The phenomenology of Sonder often includes a visual component. We see others differently in these moments. The anonymous face in the crowd suddenly appears as a window to an inner life as rich as our own. French philosopher Emmanuel Levinas spoke of the face of the other as making an ethical demand upon us through its very appearance. In moments of Sonder, this demand becomes palpable. We are called to acknowledge the humanity before us, not as an abstract concept, but as a lived reality. Sonder can also manifest as a bodily sensation, a dropping of the stomach, a quickening of the pulse, or a sudden awareness of one's breathing. This embodied quality highlights that Sonder is not merely an intellectual recognition, but a holistic shift in awareness that affects us physically as well as mentally. We might feel simultaneously expanded beyond ourselves and acutely aware of our own embodied presence in the world. For some, the experience carries a numinous quality, a sense of brushing against something greater than oneself. This spiritual dimension of Sonder connects to traditions of mysticism across cultures, where individual boundaries dissolve into a greater awareness of interconnection. Yet, unlike some mystical experiences that emphasize unity, Sonder maintains the tension between connection and separateness, recognizing both our fundamental relatedness and the irreducible uniqueness of each person's experience. The emotional landscape of Sonder. To experience Sonder is to confront a paradox. It is both humbling and overwhelming. On one hand, it diminishes the ego, reminding us that our struggles and joys are but a single thread in the vast fabric of humanity. In a world that often encourages self-absorption through social media's curated personas or society's emphasis on individual success, Sonder offers a corrective lens. It whispers that we are not the center of the universe, but rather one of billions of equally significant stories. Yet, this realization can also be disorienting. The sheer scale of human experience, billions of lives unfolding simultaneously, each with its weight and meaning, can evoke a sense of existential vertigo. How do we reconcile our significance with the enormity of others' existences? Sonder challenges us to hold both truths. Our lives matter deeply, and so do everyone else's. This duality can stir feelings of awe, melancholy, or even loneliness as we grapple with the fleeting nature of our connections with others. The emotional texture of Sonder often includes a peculiar mix of distance and intimacy. We feel separated from others by the private nature of consciousness, unable to truly enter their experience, yet simultaneously connected through the recognition of shared humanity. This creates a bittersweet quality, a mingling of isolation and belonging that poet Rainer Maria Rilke captured when he wrote, "I hold this to be the highest task of a bond between two people, that each should stand guard over the solitude of the other." When Sonder strikes, it often brings with it a sense of poignancy, a tender awareness of life's fragility and preciousness. Seeing others as full beings with their own finite time on earth can awaken gratitude for our existence, while simultaneously evoking compassion for the universal challenges of human experience. This poignancy may be particularly acute when we observe those whose lives appear dramatically different from our own, whether through advantages we lack or hardships we've been spared. Sonder can also trigger a cascade of secondary emotions: curiosity about the specifics of others' inner worlds, humility regarding the limitations of our perspective, wonder at the vastness of human experience, and sometimes anxiety about our inability to fully understand or connect with others. These emotions may arise in sequence or simultaneously, creating a complex affective landscape that defies simple categorization. For some, Sonder evokes a particular form of longing, not for connection with any specific person, but for a deeper, more sustained awareness of others' reality. We might wish to maintain this expanded consciousness rather than slipping back into our default self-centered perspective. Yet the limitations of human attention ensure that Sonder remains episodic rather than constant, creating a cyclical pattern of awakening and forgetting, expansion and contraction of awareness. Perhaps most profoundly, Sonder can evoke a peculiar form of love, not the intimate love we feel for those we know well, but what philosopher Martha Nussbaum calls love of humanity. This is not an abstract or sentimental affection, but a concrete recognition of others' value and complexity. When experienced authentically, this form of love motivates not just emotional response, but ethical action, moving us to consider how our choices affect the countless lives intersecting with our own. Philosophical dimensions of Sonder. Philosophically, Sonder aligns with existential and humanistic perspectives that emphasize interconnectedness and the search for meaning. Existentialist thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Martin Buber have explored the tension between individual freedom and relationality. Sonder echoes Buber's concept of the I-thou relationship, where true connection arises from recognizing the other as a subject, not an object. When we experience Sonder, we momentarily adopt this stance, seeing strangers not as means to an end, but as beings with inherent worth. Buber would likely recognize Sonder as a movement from what he termed the I-it mode of relating, where others are perceived primarily in terms of their utility or function in our lives, to the I-thou mode, where we encounter others in their fullness and mystery. This shift transforms not only our perception of others, but also our experience of ourselves. In Buber's framework, the self is always constituted through relationship, making authentic encounter with others a pathway to authentic selfhood. Phenomenologists like Edmund Husserl and Maurice Merleau-Ponty might analyze Sonder as a momentary transcendence of the natural attitude, our default way of perceiving the world through the lens of our immediate concerns. In phenomenological terms, Sonder involves a bracketing of our usual perspective, allowing us to glimpse the intersubjective nature of reality. Merleau-Ponty's emphasis on embodied perception is particularly relevant here. Sonder often begins with visual perception of others' bodies, which we recognize as inhabited by consciousness like our own. Continental philosopher Emmanuel Levinas would perhaps see Sonder as an awakening to ethical responsibility. For Levinas, the face of the other makes an infinite ethical demand upon us, a demand that precedes any social contract or rational deliberation. In his view, our subjectivity is fundamentally constituted through this responsibility to others, making Sonder not just an occasional insight, but a fundamental truth of human existence that we more often repress than recognize. Eastern philosophical traditions offer complementary perspectives on Sonder. Buddhist concepts of interdependence, pratyasamutpada, and emptiness, shunyata, challenge the notion of an isolated, independent self, emphasizing instead the interconnected nature of all beings. The Mahayana Buddhist ideal of bodhicitta, the aspiration to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, extends this recognition into an ethical commitment to universal compassion. When we experience Sonder, we momentarily glimpse the truth that Buddhist practitioners cultivate through sustained meditation, that the boundaries between self and other are more permeable than we typically acknowledge. Confucian thought, with its emphasis on relationality and the cultivation of Ren, often translated as benevolence or humanness, offers another framework for understanding Sonder. The Confucian ideal of harmony does not erase difference, but orchestrates it into meaningful patterns of relationship, much as Sonder allows us to recognize others' distinct subjectivity while also apprehending our shared humanity. Contemporary philosophers working in the field of ethics of care, such as Nell Noddings and Virginia Held, might understand Sonder as an expansion of our circle of moral concern. Care ethics emphasizes the fundamental importance of relationships and responsiveness, challenging traditional ethical frameworks that prioritize abstract principles or individual rights. From this perspective, Sonder represents a momentary widening of our capacity for care beyond our immediate connections, potentially serving as a foundation for more inclusive moral consideration. The philosophical richness of Sonder lies partly in how it bridges traditionally separated domains of inquiry: epistemology, how we know others; metaphysics, the nature of selfhood and intersubjectivity; and ethics, how we should relate to others. It raises profound questions about the limits of human knowledge. can we ever truly know another's experience while simultaneously suggesting that recognition of these limits might itself constitute a form of wisdom and ethical awareness? Cultural variations and historical perspectives. While Koenig coined the term Sonder in the early 21st century, the experience it names has deep historical roots across cultures. Different societies have developed varied vocabularies and practices for recognizing the inner lives of others, reflecting distinct ontological assumptions about selfhood and community. In Japanese culture, the concept of omoyari encompasses elements of Sonder, though with specific cultural inflections. Omoyari refers to the capacity and obligation to imagine others' feelings and needs without explicit communication. It manifests in subtle social practices that demonstrate consideration for others' inner state, from proper gift-giving etiquette to the careful attention to seasonal references in conversation. Unlike Western notions of empathy that often emphasize verbal expression and emotional disclosure, omoyari operates through intuitive perception and anticipatory action, reflecting a cultural context where social harmony depends on reading between the lines of explicit communication. Indigenous epistemologies often emphasize relationality in ways that incorporate aspects of Sonder while extending beyond human relationships to include connections with non-human beings and the land itself. For many indigenous peoples, recognizing the subjectivity and agency of others is not an occasional philosophical insight, but a fundamental orientation to reality. The Anishinaabe concept of Mino Bima Diziwin, the good life, encompasses right relationship with all beings, human and otherwise, requiring ongoing attention to the needs and perspectives of others within a web of reciprocal obligations. Historical perspectives reveal how conceptions of others' inner lives have evolved through time. Medieval European thought, heavily influenced by Christian theology, emphasized the immortal soul as the locus of personhood, creating a particular framework for understanding others' inner experience. The religious art of this period often aimed to evoke recognition of shared spiritual reality, using iconography to connect viewers to the inner lives of saints and biblical figures across historical and metaphysical distances. The Renaissance period saw a shift toward greater interest in individual psychology and the particularities of personal experience. Montaigne's essays represent an early modern exploration of subjectivity that simultaneously acknowledges the uniqueness of individual perspective and the possibility of connection across difference. His famous statement, "Every man contains within himself the entire human condition," suggests a version of Sonder that finds the universal within the particular. The rise of the novel in the 18th and 19th centuries created new opportunities for readers to inhabit perspectives unlike their own, potentially fostering greater capacity for Sonder. Works like George Eliot's Middlemarch, with its omniscient narrator moving between characters' consciousness, invited readers to recognize the complexity of inner lives beyond their immediate experience. Literary critic George Steiner has argued that this capacity of literature to expand moral imagination represents one of fiction's most significant contributions to ethical development. Contemporary globalization has created both new possibilities and new challenges for Sonder. Digital media expose us to more lives than ever before, potentially expanding our capacity to recognize others' complexity. Simultaneously, the acceleration of modern life and the fragmentation of attention can make sustained engagement with experiences more difficult. The phenomenon of compassion fatigue, emotional numbing in response to overwhelming exposure to others' suffering, suggests that technological connectivity does not automatically translate into deeper recognition of others' humanity. Cross-cultural variations in Sonder also reflect differing conceptions of the self. Cultures with more interdependent self-construals, common in East Asian societies, may foster a default awareness of others' inner states that makes Sonder less exceptional and more continuous with everyday social cognition. Conversely, highly individualistic societies may produce more dramatic moments of Sonder precisely because recognizing others' subjectivity represents a greater departure from default modes of perception. These cultural and historical variations remind us that Sonder is not simply a universal human experience, but one shaped by specific social, historical, and philosophical contexts. By exploring these variations, we gain an richer understanding of how different human communities have navigated the fundamental challenge of recognizing consciousness beyond our own. Sonder in the digital age. The concept of Sonder takes on new dimensions in our increasingly digitized world. Social media platforms offer unprecedented glimpses into the lives of others, yet often present carefully curated versions of reality rather than authentic complexity. When scrolling through Instagram feeds or Twitter threads, we witness fragments of lives, vacations, achievements, political viewpoints, without the context that gives them meaning. This partial visibility can create an illusion of understanding while obscuring the full humanity of others. Social media theorist Nathan Jurgensen describes this as documentary vision, a tendency to experience life through the lens of how it will be represented online. This stance can distance us from direct engagement with others, transforming potentially meaningful encounters into opportunities for content creation. The algorithmic curation of our feeds further narrows our exposure, creating filter bubbles that limit our contact with diverse perspectives and experiences. Combined with the asynchronous nature of digital communication, these factors can inhibit genuine Sonder by flattening the multidimensional nature of human experience into digestible content. Yet digital technologies also create novel possibilities for connection across traditional boundaries. Online communities bring together people with shared experiences who might otherwise remain isolated, fostering recognition of common humanity despite geographic or social distance. Digital storytelling platforms enable first-hand accounts from perspectives historically excluded from mainstream narratives, potentially expanding our capacity to recognize the complexity of lives different from our own. The pandemic-era shift toward video conferencing created another interesting dimension for Sonder. Seeing colleagues and acquaintances in their home environments, catching glimpses of their living spaces, family members, and domestic routines offered new windows into their lives beyond professional contexts. These unintentional revelations sometimes fostered deeper recognition of others' multifaceted existence, though the mediated nature of these encounters also created new forms of distance and performance. Digital anonymity presents both opportunities and obstacles for Sonder. On one hand, anonymous forums can allow for authentic vulnerability that might be suppressed in identified communication. People may share inner struggles, hopes, and fears more openly when freed from social consequences, potentially enabling deeper mutual recognition. On the other hand, anonymity can also facilitate dehumanization, as evidenced by the prevalence of hostile communication in unidentified online interactions. Without the embodied presence that grounds in-person encounters, it becomes easier to forget the humanity behind digital personas. The phenomenon of parasocial relationships, one-sided connections where media consumers develop feelings of intimacy with content creators who remain unaware of their specific audience, represents another complex dimension of digital age Sonder. These relationships may foster genuine recognition of content creators' humanity, while simultaneously creating imbalanced dynamics where viewers feel known by figures who cannot possibly recognize them individually. This asymmetry highlights how technology has created novel forms of human connection that traditional concepts of relationship struggle to categorize. The acceleration of information flow in digital environments also influences our capacity for Sonder. Constant exposure to global tragedies and distant suffering can overwhelm our cognitive and emotional resources, leading to what psychologists call psychic numbing, a diminished emotional response to large-scale human suffering. Paradoxically, this means that greater awareness of others' lives might reduce our capacity for meaningful recognition of their humanity. Media theorist Douglas Rushkoff describes this as present shock, a state where the constant stream of information prevents sustained attention to any single narrative, including others' lived experiences. Perhaps most significantly, digital technologies have altered the nature of presence itself. Philosopher Byung-Chul Han argues that our hyper-connected existence has eroded our capacity for deep attention to others, replacing it with continuous partial attention, divided between multiple channels. Genuine Sonder requires a quality of attention that digital environments often discourage, a sustained receptive awareness that allows others' complexity to emerge, rather than reducing them to quick impressions. To cultivate Sonder in the digital age requires intentional practices that counterbalance these tendencies, creating space for deep attention amid distraction, seeking diverse perspectives beyond algorithmic recommendations, engaging with complete narratives rather than fragments, and regularly returning to embodied presence as a foundation for recognizing others' embodied reality. These practices do not reject digital connection, but rather situate it within a broader ecology of human relationships that maintains space for genuine recognition. Throughout human history, art has served as perhaps the most powerful vehicle for experiencing Sonder. A novel invites us to inhabit the consciousness of characters unlike ourselves. A film transports us into circumstances we might never face. A painting can capture an emotional truth that resonates across time and culture. These artistic encounters offer what philosopher Martha Nussbaum calls narrative imagination, the capacity to enter empathetically into lives we have not lived. Literature perhaps offers the most direct access to others' interiority. When we read Virginia Woolf's stream of consciousness prose, we temporarily inhabit her characters' minds, experiencing their perceptions, associations, and emotional shifts. Novels like Toni Morrison's Beloved plunge us into psychological realities shaped by historical trauma, while works like Yaa Gyasi's Homegoing trace the divergent paths of generations, showing how individual lives unfold within larger social contexts. These literary experiences stretch our capacity to recognize the complexity of consciousness beyond our own immediate experience. The novel as a form evolved in tandem with modern notions of subjectivity, creating what literary scholar Ian Watt called the rise of the novel, a historical development that both reflected and helped constitute new understandings of individual psychology. From this perspective, literature has played a crucial role in developing cultural capacity for Sonder, teaching readers to recognize and value the inner lives of others through sustained imaginative engagement. Film and television create different pathways to Sonder through their visual and temporal dimensions. Directors like Yasujiro Ozu, whose quiet domestic dramas unfold through carefully composed static shots, invite viewers to observe characters with patient attention that reveals subtle emotional complexities. The close-up, pioneered by directors like D.W. Griffith and theorized by film scholars as a uniquely cinematic technique for revealing interiority, creates intimate encounters with faces that might otherwise remain anonymous. Series television, with its extended narrative arcs, allows viewers to follow characters through transformative experiences over time, potentially deepening recognition of developmental complexity. Music offers yet another avenue for Sonder, one that operates through emotional resonance rather than narrative specificity. When we listen to Billie Holiday singing Strange Fruit or Beethoven's late string quartets, we encounter expressions of human experience that may differ dramatically from our own, yet resonate with universal emotional truths. World music traditions expose listeners to diverse cultural expressions of shared human experiences like love, grief, celebration, and spiritual longing, potentially fostering recognition across cultural differences. Visual arts engage the senses through different mechanisms. Portrait photography, from Richard Avedon's stark white background portraits to Zanele Muholi's images of black LGBTQ+ South Africans, invites sustained attention to faces and bodies that express personhood through visual presence. Installation art like Marina Abramovich's The Artist is Present, where visitors sat silently facing the artist for unspecified periods, creates encounters that strip away social performance to reveal vulnerable humanity. Street photography by artists like Vivian Maier captures fleeting moments of strangers' lives, preserving glimpses of anonymous stories that might otherwise vanish without recognition. Indigenous art forms often approach Sonder through relational frameworks that differ from Western individualism. Aboriginal Australian dot paintings map connections between people, ancestors, and land. West African griot traditions preserve community histories through oral performance. Pueblo pottery carries cultural knowledge through generations. These art forms remind us that recognizing others' lives involves understanding not just individual psychology, but also cultural context and communal relationships. Digital arts are creating new possibilities for Sonder through interactive and immersive experiences. Virtual reality documentaries place viewers within others' environments. Interactive narratives allow participants to make choices that reveal consequences from multiple perspectives. AI-generated art creates uncanny encounters with non-human creativity that raise questions about consciousness beyond human experience. These emerging forms suggest future possibilities for artistic fostering of Sonder that we are only beginning to explore. The arts do not merely represent Sonder, but actively cultivate it by training our attention, expanding our emotional repertoire, and challenging our assumptions about whose lives matter. Through sustained engagement with diverse artistic expressions, we develop greater capacity to recognize and value the complexity of others' experiences. As novelist George Eliot wrote, Art is the nearest thing to life. It is a mode of amplifying experience and extending our contact with our fellow men beyond the bounds of our lot. In this sense, art serves as both an expression of and an education in Sonder. Cultivating Sonder in everyday life. While spontaneous moments of Sonder can be profound, we need not leave these realizations to chance. Like any form of awareness, our capacity for Sonder can be deliberately cultivated through mindful practices and habit shifts. These practices do not guarantee continuous awareness of others' complex inner lives, an impossible demand given our cognitive limitations, but they can increase the frequency and depth of our recognition. Attention lies at the heart of Sonder cultivation. Contemporary life bombards us with stimuli competing for limited mental resources, often leaving little space for contemplative awareness of others. Practices that develop sustained attention, such as mindfulness meditation, can create cognitive conditions more conducive to Sonder. By training ourselves to notice when attention wanders and gently return it to the present moment, we develop greater capacity to be fully present with others when we encounter them. Curiosity about others represents another pathway to Sonder. Cultivating genuine interest in strangers' lives, not as objects of voyeuristic fascination, but as subjects with their meaningful narratives, creates opening for recognition. This might involve simple practices like wondering about the lives of people we pass on the street, imagining their concerns, relationships, and aspirations. Though these imaginings will inevitably be projections rather than accurate knowledge, they exercise our capacity to recognize others' complex interiority. Travel, particularly slow travel that involves genuine engagement with local communities, can also be a powerful catalyst for Sonder. When we step outside familiar environments, our habitual perceptions are disrupted, making us more attentive to the lives unfolding around us. However, this requires moving beyond tourism's consumption of surface experiences to genuine curiosity about how others make meaning in their daily lives. Practices like seeking local gathering places, learning basic phrases in local languages, or engaging with community events can transform travel from spectacle to relationship. Service work offers particularly potent opportunities for Sonder when approached with the right orientation. Volunteering in contexts that bring us into contact with people whose life circumstances differ from our own can challenge assumptions and expand awareness, but only if we approach these encounters with humility and openness rather than savior narratives. The practice of accompaniment, articulated by liberation theologians and social justice advocates, emphasizes being with others in their struggles rather than doing for them, creating space for mutual recognition rather than hierarchical helping. Even within our existing routines, small shifts can nurture Sonder. Engaging in brief conversations with service workers rather than treating them as functional objects, reading local news stories that highlight community members' experiences, participating in neighborhood gatherings that bring together diverse residents. These everyday practices can gradually expand our awareness of others' complex inner worlds. Contemplative traditions offer structured approaches to recognizing others' humanity. Buddhism's metta, loving-kindness meditation, explicitly cultivates recognition of others' subjectivity by directing well-wishing toward ever-widening circles of beings, from loved ones to neutral persons, to difficult individuals, to all beings everywhere. Christian contemplative practices like the Examen invite practitioners to review their daily encounters with attention to where they recognized or failed to recognize Christ in others. Secular adaptations of these traditions offer similar benefits without requiring specific metaphysical commitments. Literary practices also foster Sonder. Reading diverse authors exposes us to perspectives shaped by experiences different from our own. Reading groups that discuss these works can deepen this impact by bringing multiple interpretations into conversation. Writing practices like character sketches or perspective-taking exercises directly engage our capacity to imagine others' interiority. Keeping a Sonder journal to record moments of recognition can help us notice patterns in when and how we experience awareness of others' complex lives. Digital practices can either inhibit or enhance our capacity for Sonder. Social media consumption that prioritizes depth over breadth, following fewer accounts more attentively rather than scrolling quickly through countless updates, creates space for genuine recognition. Digital Sabbaths that temporarily disconnect us from virtual stimulation allow renewed attention to embodied encounters. Curating diverse information sources exposes us to perspectives that might otherwise remain invisible, potentially expanding our recognition beyond familiar social circles. Perhaps most fundamentally, cultivating Sonder involves an ontological shift, a change in how we understand our relationship to others and our place in the world. This shift involves recognizing that we are simultaneously unique individuals and nodes in a vast network of interconnection. Philosopher Charles Taylor describes modern identity as characterized by radical reflexivity, intense focus on our interiority, while traditional societies embedded identity more firmly in communal roles and relationships. Cultivating Sonder means finding balance between these orientations, valuing both individual uniqueness and fundamental interconnection. The practices described here aim not at performative empathy or sentimental universalism, but at genuine recognition of others' complex reality. They acknowledge the limitations of our understanding, while still affirming the ethical importance of stretching beyond our default self-focus. Through consistent practice, moments of Sonder can gradually reshape our fundamental orientation to others, moving us toward what philosopher Iris Murdoch called unselfing, the liberating recognition that the world exists beyond the boundaries of our concerns. Sonder and social justice, from awareness to action. At its most profound, Sonder has implications far beyond personal growth or interpersonal relationships. It can serve as a foundation for social justice work. When we truly recognize the vivid humanity of marginalized communities, performative allyship gives way to sustained commitment to structural change. This recognition does not replace analysis of systemic oppression, but rather infuses such analysis with motivating awareness of concrete human impact. Consider how Sonder might transform approaches to homelessness. Rather than seeing unhoused individuals as abstract problems to be solved or removed from sight, Sonder invites us to recognize each person experiencing homelessness as someone with a unique history, with hopes that have been deferred but not extinguished, with the same need for dignity and connection that we possess. This shift in perception doesn't diminish the importance of systemic solutions, affordable housing policies, mental health services, addiction treatment, but it ensures that these approaches emerge from recognition of shared humanity rather than distant problem-solving. Critical theorist Judith Butler articulates a related concept through her exploration of grievability, the question of whose lives are recognized as valuable enough to be mourned when lost. Butler argues that certain populations are rendered ungrievable through cultural and political processes that deny their full humanity. Sonder acts as a counterforce to such dehumanization, insisting on the recognition of lives that dominant narratives would erase or diminish. This recognition becomes political when it motivates us to challenge structures that distribute vulnerability unequally across populations. The relationship between Sonder and solidarity deserves particular attention. Genuine solidarity transcends both charity, which maintains hierarchical distance between helper and helped, and appropriation, which collapses important differences between experiences. It requires what Indigenous scholar Kyle Powys White calls collective continuance, mutual support that respects the distinct histories and aspirations of different communities while recognizing shared interests in creating just systems. Sonder contributes to this form of solidarity by fostering recognition of others as full subjects with their valid perspectives, rather than objects of assistance or symbols of oppression. Environmental justice movements demonstrate another application of Sonder-informed ethics. When we recognize the complex lives of those most affected by environmental degradation, often communities with the least political power, abstract debates about policy become grounded in concrete human impact. Climate justice advocate Mary Robinson emphasizes the importance of centering the stories of those on the front lines of climate change, ensuring that their lived experience informs the global response. This approach reflects Sonder's insistence that each perspective matters, that policy decisions should account for their effects on real lives rather than abstract aggregates. Education represents a particularly important site for connecting Sonder to justice work. Paulo Freire's critical pedagogy emphasizes dialogue that recognizes students as subjects rather than empty vessels to be filled with knowledge. This approach requires what he calls radical love, a committed recognition of others' humanity that refuses to reduce them to stereotypes or statistics. Educational practices that foster Sonder include perspective-taking exercises, exposure to diverse narratives, and community-based learning that brings students into relationship with those whose experiences differ from their own. Media representation plays a crucial role in either fostering or hindering collective Sonder. When marginalized communities are portrayed one-dimensionally or stereotypically, it becomes easier for dominant groups to dismiss their complex humanity. Conversely, nuanced representation that honors the multidimensionality of marginalized lives can expand collective capacity for recognition. This understanding has informed movements for greater diversity in media production, ensuring that stories are told by those with lived experience rather than filtered through dominant perspectives. The concept of intersectionality, articulated by legal scholar Kimberlé Crenshaw, offers important nuance to Sonder-informed justice work. Intersectionality highlights how multiple dimensions of identity interact to create unique experiences of oppression and privilege. A Sonder-informed approach to intersectionality recognizes that each person's experience is shaped by particular constellations of identity factors, resisting the temptation to reduce individuals to single-category representatives or to assume homogeneity within marginalized groups. Truth and reconciliation processes represent institutionalized approaches to fostering collective Sonder as a basis for justice. By creating space for testimonials from those who have experienced historical injustice, these processes invite broader society to truly see perspectives that dominant narratives have suppressed. South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission and Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission on residential schools both aim to make the experiences of oppressed groups undeniable to the broader public, creating a foundation for structural change. However, the relationship between Sonder and justice is complex. While recognition of others' humanity is necessary for just action, it is not sufficient. We must pair this awareness with structural analysis and concrete commitment. Otherwise, Sonder risks becoming a form of privileged tourism, briefly visiting others' pain without taking responsibility for addressing systemic causes. True Sonder should disturb our complacency and implicate us in the broader social conditions that shape individual lives. This tension points to the need for what philosopher Nancy Fraser calls a politics of both recognition and redistribution. Recognition of others' full humanity must be coupled with material changes in how resources and opportunities are distributed. Sonder can motivate such redistribution by helping us see beyond abstract principles to concrete human impact, but it must be joined with analysis of power structures and commitment to transformative action. The paradox of temporary connection. Perhaps the most poignant aspect of Sonder is its ephemeral nature, those moments when we suddenly perceive the rich inner life of a passing stranger are typically brief, a flash of recognition that fades as quickly as it arrives. We cannot maintain conscious awareness of billions of complex lives simultaneously. Our cognitive and emotional capacities are finite. This temporal quality creates a bittersweet paradox. The very realization that connects us to others also highlights the impossibility of sustaining that connection across the vast sea of humanity. Writer Durga Chubose captures something of this quality when she describes brief encounters with strangers. Their particulars open up a portal, and then the portal shuts. This opening and closing of perceptual doorways characterizes the rhythm of Sonder, moments of expansion followed by inevitable contraction back into our default self-focus. Like ships passing in the night, we may exchange a momentary recognition with a stranger, a glance, a smile, a brief conversation, before the currents of our separate lives carry us onward. This impermanence connects Sonder to the Japanese aesthetic concept of mono no aware, the pathos of things, a gentle sadness at their transience, combined with deeper appreciation of their beauty because of that impermanence. Sonder reminds us that we're not alone in our messiness. It humbles us. It interrupts the self-centered narrative that so easily traps us in the illusion that we are the main characters of existence. It pulls us out of ourselves and into something richer: empathy, connection, awe. Because once you feel Sonder, really feel it, you can't unsee it. You start to notice the way a stranger's shoulders slump when they think no one's watching. You wonder about the life behind the cashier's tired smile. You realize that even the people who annoy you most are just trying, often failing, often hurting, just like you. In a world that pushes us to compete, to scroll, to filter, to rush, Sonder is a quiet rebellion. It says, slow down. Look closer. The people around you are not extras. They're not obstacles or faceless figures in the background of your journey. They are the center of their universe, just as vivid and valid as yours, and maybe, just maybe, if we learn to carry that awareness with us, we'll be kinder, we'll be softer, we'll be more patient, more curious, more generous with our attention. Sonder doesn't give us all the answers, but it asks us better questions. Who are these people I pass every day? What pain are they carrying? What joys do they hide? What would change if I truly believe that everyone around me is living a life that matters just as much as mine? If you can hold that thought, even for a moment, then you've touched something sacred. You've remembered what it means to be human. And that perhaps is the real magic of Sonder, not that it reveals others to us, but that it slowly, gently reveals us to ourselves.